Hey, Shalom Duvid here. Welcome back. We're live. Good to be back. Hope everyone had a good week. Try to give a good week in review. Back to some research. Discuss some more Judaism. Some more of the war. Some more of my personal failures as a Jew. God forbid, Duvid. Somewhat may say to multiple Duvid's failure as a Jew. My failure to be a Jew, and then my Jewish failures, like as a Jew, how I failed. So you'll talk about that in the war, and I want to get back into my research. So I'm going to go over this essay on chess that I've been trying to write. Hey, Judas, good to see you. God bless. And we'll talk a little bit about Jewish anti-Zionism. I'll give the weekly war update, show what's happening on the ground, and then I have some interesting things on consciousness, group consciousness, science, philosophy of science, and maybe we'll even look at like history of psychology and various topics about group strategy. And so let's jump straight in with screen share. So yeah, I was watching Cash Jordan, and I've watched his content before, and I caught up and I watched like basically all his recent episodes, and they're all kind of interesting. And but this last one on God forbid, hostile architecture, it was showing the increasing homeless problem in New York, and in order to deal with the increasing homeless problem in New York, they have came up with a new invention called hostile architecture. And the point of hostile architecture is to prevent homeless people from sleeping there. And so you have certain things like getting rid of benches. So on the subway, they've been removing benches just because people sleep there. The air vents, putting like these weird covers on air vents. That basic whole purpose is to prevent you from sleeping on it. The main terminals in the train stations have no seats, just a small lounge where you have to have a ticket, pay for seating, and God forbid, because of the large homeless problem in New York, and in designing innovative architectural solutions in order to prevent homeless people from sleeping there. So like adding little things like these bumps that would just basically make it painful for homeless people to try laying down on the bench. So, God forbid, Dubit's sympathetic to homeless people, and it's just an interesting update. I was watching this earlier today. This was a really interesting video on the history of musical notation. And for a comparison, he opened up the video with the history of chess notation. Like I coach chess, and like all the kids start out with algebraic notation, but algebraic notation actually goes back like 150 years ago, but it wasn't the most popular notation till about 50 years ago, even less, and now it's the most popular. And he goes into the history of musical notation and problems with the musical notation, the current system of musical notation, and why it's problematic, and then the other various forms of trying to do musical notation. And you have like the sharps and the flats and the 5-line scale, and with all the the notes to measure what whether it's sharp or flat, and the various or the key, and the various forms of modern music notation that have been suggested, um, and saying like part of the reason why music is prohibitively difficult is because notation is so difficult. Everyone likes music. You playing an instrument is pretty difficult, but reading musical notation is extremely difficult, and all the forms of musical notation are problematic. And with current technology, is there alternative methods for trying to, so to say, describe musical notation. Are there different ways of doing it? And so highly recommend this video. You land beyond the prohibitive architecture. Yeah, I mean, God forbid it could be more expensive to do this prohibitive architecture than to just build cheap housing. But I found that interesting video interesting. Civil engineering's my your professional training. So you people check out this video, and it's pretty interesting. But yeah, I don't have much more to add on that. Here was an interesting video on inside the life of Hamas's richest families, and talking about some of the leadership of Hamas, and going over like a handful of the major leaders, some of them that don't even live in Gaza or come from the West Bank. The one guy who spent time in American prison, possibly like conspiracies, the psyops of why was he released from American prison, and I think this current guy Sinwar, who is currently in Gaza, and one of the top people that Israel is trying to assassinate right now. And some of them are very wealthy, even billionaires. Some of them are multimillionaires, and just like their history, ingenuity, businesses they created, some of the smuggling networks. So a little interesting information. I saw last night, I didn't watch the UFC, but you saw Trump, Tucker Carlson, and Dana White came out together for UFC 295, Trump and Tucker. And I saw an interview with Dana White. I forget who was interviewing him, and he was asked about his friendship with Donald Trump, and he said he talks to Dana White talks to Donald Trump like monthly, and said, well, what do they talk about? He said they talk mostly about fights. They talk about fighters and fighting and matches. And so Donald Trump, I'm not sure about Tucker, lovers of fighting, and like as America declines, God forbid, the leadership, ready for a fight. So if that's indicative, maybe the Republican debates were this week. I'm not even sure I have much to add on that. It was kind of non-eventful, but you see Trump coming out at UFC 95. I watched the whole thing, All In podcast, business podcast, a dual citizen. Yeah, I don't have favorites. I'm not a favorite kind of guy. Like, I first started watching, I liked the Gracie and Nogueira, and I don't really have any favorites. I don't like any of them now. None of them seem like Gracie seemed like Nogueira. They seemed like possibly like artists, martial artists who had some sort of spiritual message. And then when it came to the ground and pound, basically everyone's a grounder and pounder now. So after Nogueira lost to Fedor, and I watched that live, like I was in New York, and I was following MMA when Nogueira lost to Fedor Emelianenko, and Fedor beat him with the ground and pound, and Nogueira was a pure submissionist. He wasn't a ground and pounder. And so after that point, basically all of the champions have been ground and pounders, except Khabib. So I'd say like Khabib was my favorite also, because he was more in the classical style of he was like the Sambo, the Russian jiu-jitsu, but he wasn't a ground and pounder. He was a more technician, and had like the ethics, the morality of the martial artist, as opposed to just the ground and pounder. So I don't like any of the guys, although I watch it a little bit just to keep up with it. And I think fighting has became the dominant sport of modern society. Like basketball, football, other things, but fighting's the main thing of modern society. So All In podcast with David Sachs and I don't even know the names of these guys, but the kind of business guys. So they had Jared Kushner on, and he was talking a lot about the Israel-Gaza conflict. They didn't really push him too hard, and he was focusing mostly on economics and Jared Kushner just kind of like, Israel's going to win, Israel are the good guys. So yeah, God forbid I didn't gain that much, but it was interesting to you'll see the view from the State Department business perspective. Netanyahu did his rounds today on all the major networks, Sunday morning shows. Netanyahu was like on all of them. But I mean, you give it a watch, 2 hours. They talk about the GOP or whatever, but it's not that much insight. And but like Kushner said, he likes the long form podcast, and so maybe it's his second interview since Lex Friedman. We'll see if he keeps on doing it. But they didn't really push him on Israel Palestine, and they kind of just gave the capitalist. Israel represents good in capitalism, and the Abraham Accords. And Kushner's just kind of like Israel's on the side of good. All the casualties are the fault of Hamas, and just the perspective that of course Israel's going to win, which we'll talk about more. But check out Jared Kushner if you want. Defense Politics Asia had their poll on the Israeli-Hamas war, and 8,000 votes, 7,707 votes. What's your position on the Israel-Hamas war? From Defense Politics Asia's followers, which he has almost 31,000, over 50% anti-Israel, 17.5% pro-Israel, 30% neutral. And Defense Politics Asia himself considered himself neutral, but he's not necessarily pro-Russia. And we'll look at his review of the Israel-Gaza war. So he tries to be neutral and factual just on the military of the ground, but that tends to favor the Russians because the Western media tends to paint it towards like Ukraine is on the verge of winning always, even though that doesn't seem to be the case. But whatever the case is, just to show that of Defense Politics Asia's viewership, that over half are anti-Israel, only 17.5% are pro-Israel. So, a sign of, Jared Kushner's misplaced optimism. Maybe we'll get into this a little bit more. Top Luxury Construction Channel is saying that Saudi Arabia is finally getting back to construction on the Jeddah Tower, which was supposed to be the biggest tower in the whole world, that was going to be substantially higher than the Burj Khalifa. And towards the beginning of COVID-19, they stopped construction in totality, and it was maybe like 60 floors high. And so it was the stop construction of the mega project. They also have like the Wall City with the railway that is a huge possible construction project. Arakai, thanks for tuning in. So it'll be interesting if they actually do start construction, and maybe it has implications for the war in Israel, the Abraham Accords, and possibly a weakening U.S. and Israel. It's also interesting that the contractor was supposed to be the Bin Laden group. God forbid, the family of Osama bin Laden, where he became a radical from. But they've gotten rid of the Bin Laden group as the contractor. Hey, Zoubida, if you want to join and talk about Israel-Palestine, I'm doing my weekend review, so I just have a few links. But if you want to hop on right now, I know you're in England, but if you want to hop on right now, we could talk about the war in Israel or the protest. You give us an update on what's going on. I just have a few more links I'll cover, and I have a whole bunch of things that I'm going to ramble on. But so we got Zoubida right away. So
Shalom alechem.
Okay, let me just finish this last link, and I'll mention. Thanks for joining. So I'll actually come back to this and the possible implications that Saudi Arabia is going to go ahead with this massive construction project and what it might mean for international relations. Is it possible that Saudi Arabia is planning on double crossing, so to say, Israel and the United States, and are going to all of a sudden break away? They had the big Arab summit this last week in, I think it was in Saudi Arabia, where Iran was there, and they had like 15 nations, and they wanted to vote to completely sanction Israel. And four of the nations who was, it wasn't publicly released, but it was reported to be Egypt, Jordan, UAE, and Saudi Arabia, that opposed complete sanctions against Israel. But the possibility that there could be a big difference in direction. So let me mention this also. Were you familiar with this song, Zoubida, this Swedish song, Liebe?
Yeah, I had no idea that it was a Swedish song. And does it actually mention Palestine, or was that inserted later on?
No, it's fully Palestinian. So
Okay.
I saw this clip, and like this clip already has like 2.5 million views, and it was like this rocking song, and it looked like there was like tens of thousands of people chanting. And I finally figured out the song, like the lyrics, and it's in Swedish. There was it's called Kafia. Is Kafia like is that the name of the scarf?
Yeah, Kufia, yeah.
So it was a Palestinian immigrant to Sweden who married a Swedish woman, started a band. He made a bunch of albums, and this song actually comes from the 70s. It was kind of like a folk song, but was a chant. And it looks like they made like a techno version update like about 10 years ago, and it's been pretty popular. And since the protest, this is actually the most popular song in all of Sweden. Like on the radio, it's the single most popular song in Sweden, and it's got a kind of like rocking beat to it. I was watching, and it's like, okay, like we're gonna lose, like God forbid, like a chant, Liebe, Palestina, Kreuz Zionism, long live Palestine.
I mean, it's
and down with Zionism, and it's a call and response chant, and it has lyrics, and it's a rocking song. Like it's a. I was watching,
yeah, no, absolutely. I enjoyed it, and I liked the song, to be honest.
Do they sing it in London?
No, I haven't heard it to be honest. But I have heard the song. I didn't realize that it was a Palestinian.
Yeah, I mean, so it's from the 70s, and then it was just updated in like over 10 years ago, probably in the God forbid, like the Castlet or whatever, the Gaza-Israel war, close to 10 years ago.
Can you hear me?
Yeah, I hear you fine.
Yeah, sorry, I cut out.
And so just became popular in the last like few weeks, and now it's the single most popular song in Sweden now.
So David, what are you saying about this whole situation? Because as you know, I think I've known you, been communicating with you for about 2.5 years, maybe a little bit longer. And, you know that I've always been pro-Palestine, always advocated for Palestine. And, I've been able to develop more knowledge because I think initially, when I've always been pro-Palestinian, as an Iraqi. It's just been part of my culture, part of my upbringing to always know about Palestine and care about Palestine. But in the last couple of months, the amount of information and research that I have done in regards to the Israel-Palestine situation has almost, what's the word? I've got a lot of information, let's just say that, information that I never knew before. I mean, I've been like very, very deep on my research. So first of all, what I wanted to ask you is October the 7th. Do you believe, based on Israel's surveillance, its high tech, its military, do you believe that this was an inside job, or do you believe they allowed this to happen?
I mean, it's pure speculation. So I've been doing week in review, spending an hour or two each week or more on the war, and I think it's likely that there were people who gave information. There was definitely an information leak, and like how the information was leaked, whether it was leaked directly to Hamas or whether it was leaked to like Russians or Chinese or laborers who then leaked it to Hamas. I don't think it's likely that it was let happen. I mean, I think it's more likely incompetence. Um, I find it pretty hard to. I mean, God forbid. I thought it was miraculous, like God sh- showed some sort of favor to Hamas to allow this to happen. That like a conspiracy of how it would have even been possible that someone in Israel could have allowed it to happen, and it's probably just a sign of incompetency. Maybe Israel's kind of a paper tiger, anyways. And then just on the Hamas level, if it was 3,000 people that kept it secret and were able to carry it out, that I mean, in the same way that Jews look at the 1967-48 year war as miraculous, God forbid, like the human casualties and the suffering, God forbid. But on this end, like I think that it's borderline miraculous, the success of Hamas on October 7th.
I mean, because, like I say, I've been gathering a lot of information, right? And I've been having daily conversations for the past 3 weeks with Israelis. I've never spoken to as many Israelis or Jews in my life. I mean, prior to speaking to them, you and Joseph the Zionist were the only two Jewish people that I've ever actually really spoken to. In the last 3 weeks, I would say I've spoken to hundreds, right? And a lot of them have actually
On
been
TikTok or IRL at
on
protests?
TikTok. On TikTok, I mean, it's going crazy. And I already told you, I want to get you on there. I think you'd be a really good
I'm too
voice.
old, like I'm too
Nah,
old
you're
to.
not too old. There's older people on this. It's not
Well, I don't mean.
people.
I mean just to keep on trying new platforms and setting up new
No,
accounts.
I get that. I get that. But TikTok, it has these debates. By the way, it's not just a place for doing silly trends. Like there are very serious debates. There's an academic aspect of TikTok. You can utilize it for that. But nonetheless, I've been speaking to a lot of Israelis who live there, and I've had some very interesting conversations with ex-IDF soldiers. And one of the most telling ones was a young lady who's Israeli, ex-IDF, and she kind of gave a description of the border where Hamas broke in from. And she said that I used to patrol that border. And she basically explained it as being like heavily surveilled, high fences, even like laser detectors to essentially detect movement meters away from that, right?
Yeah, it's
And
all
she
female
herself,
unit. Like they have, God forbid, like remote controlled machine guns, and it's controlled computerized, and it's all female unit. And that was one of the units that was first to be overcome. I don't know if she was part of this all female unit, and God forbid, it's like a video game where they control. I mean, but they actually are killing people using remote controlled machine guns. And that
no,
was
no,
one
but
of the
what
first
she's
things they
saying
did
that there,
was to use drones to take out those guns and cameras. You there, Zabita? You there, Zabita? You're not coming in.
yeah, sorry, my internet keeps on doing that.
I covered that. I covered exactly like on the ground militarily what happened, and I mean, so it's I forget the exact number, but it's well known that
Yeah, but what I'm
there's this
saying, David,
all female
it's not
unit
about
that
what I'm. You're not listening to what I'm saying. What I'm saying is, she has experience of that border. She knows what it's like. She's basically saying that it is very heavily surveilled, and she is not convinced that this was a surprise attack. That the IDF allowed this to happen because, bearing in mind, they did get a warning from Egypt prior to that, and then now they're coming out and they're saying
Oh, you're cutting out again. Sorry, Sobita, we're not
Egypt.
hearing you. You cut. Okay, you're back.
Maybe your maybe your so-called surveillance is not that great, to be honest with you, the way that the Israelis like to make out. And look, this benefits Netanyahu because prior there were multiple protests against him. So I feel like this worked to get him back in favor in the eyes of the public.
Yeah, I mean, if you're just doing a who's benefit analysis, I mean that's reasonable, but in actual like, well, how'd they do it? What exactly happened? And if you're saying like someone on the inside in Israel shut down the system from a computer perspective, or purposely like told people to stand down, it's hard to actually put forward a conspiracy theory. I mean, Netanyahu was also he's been out there saying like the investigation won't happen till after the war is over, and then he just said the war is going to be like at least a year. So it said Netanyahu was on all the Sunday morning shows in America, and they all asked him about that, and he all said no investigation for a year. So I mean, you could speculate. You could especially do the who benefits analysis. Uh, so I'm not sure if you have more information than just a who benefit analysis or some sort of technical analysis of what might have happened.
I mean, look, like I say, Israel likes to pride itself on having the best intelligence. You've got, Mossad. Gaza itself is a heavily blockaded, heavily surveilled area. It's under occupation. So I just find it strange how Israel did not do enough or catch this or do enough to prevent this. And like I say, their response has been completely disproportionate, as if they've been waiting for this all along, because there are 10,000 innocent civilians that have been killed since October the 7th. And if your target is Hamas, why so many civilian casualties? We can compare that to the Russian and Ukraine war. The Russian and Ukraine war has only been going on for a year, and there's only been 9,600 casualties, civilian casualties. This has been going on for 3 weeks, over 10,000 casualties, right? And then they're trying to get the people to move from the north to the south. And then they're also trying to get them to move into Egypt or into the Sinai. And we know that once the Palestinians leave Gaza, they don't have the privilege of the right to return. So it's almost like a expansionist move. It's genocidal in the way that they are behaving. Anybody that denies that is just, sick in the head, with all due respect, because, that's what they're doing. They are genociding the Palestinians. They're ethnically cleansing them. And again, if their target is Hamas, why don't they send in their special forces? It's like in America, for instance, if you've got a mass shooter, right? And a mass shooter has got a bunch of students hostage, the FBI or the American enforcement is not going to bomb the whole school just to catch one mass shooter. They're going to send in the special forces. They're going to send in the snipers and take him out. Why doesn't Israel do the same? And lastly, why are they bombing all these civilian complexes for people that are hiding 60 meters underground? I don't understand the ethics of that. How is bombing a hospital going to catch people that are 60 meters underground that are moving around in these tunnels? I don't get it.
Yeah, I agree, and that's what I've said since the first. I streamed to October 8th, and the first stream, that the bombing doesn't make sense, and then I also, unfortunately, largely agree that it appears that Israel does want to do, God forbid genocide, but minimally some form of ethnic cleansing of expulsion. That even the New York Times, and it appears that the U.S. is in on it, that the United States State Department, probably Germany and England also are all in on trying to expel the Gazans and force them to go other places. And but I don't see any logic to the bombings myself, and that's why I tend towards the theory that the purpose of the bombing is to convince the civilians to leave. And the question is, the likelihood that Israel, now that it has over 1 million, Gazans, maybe 1.5 million that have already fled, that Israel actively still wants to push them into the Sinai Peninsula and permanently expel them. And it's unlikely they're going to be able to do that. And God forbid, that makes the possibility of genocide much more likely, that what's going to happen to these 1 million people that are in temporary refugees in a war zone. And but yeah, unfortunately, I would have to agree with you that the bombs make absolutely no sense from a military strategic level.
I mean, if you read what, and I have evidence to
Just
back
add on
this
to
up.
that, it hasn't even stopped the bombing from Gaza. You're saying till today, Hamas is still firing rockets into Israel. So not only, even from Israelis' number, the best numbers from Israel is that they've killed 1,000 Gazan militants. So even Netanyahu's numbers is that they've killed 10 to 1 civilians, and that they've made extremely limited success in actually damaging Hamas. So it from my perspective, it's indefensible, the bombing. And I would say like America is clearly complicit in it. It's American bombs. America's sending more of the bombs, and I mean it's just a disaster.
I mean, one shocking thing is, and I'm happy that you mentioned that, because the
And that's my
ratio.
title is my failures as a Jew, because you're like I'm a traitor to the Jews. Just saying that, like God forbid, the narrative, Jewish Voice for Peace has been.
No,
You
I don't think you're a traitor, because look,
But you
like I
don't. You're
said,
not. You're not a Jew to feel like that.
no, I understand that. I understand that. But what I'm saying is, you're not the only, you know, voice for peace from the Jewish side. I have been speaking, like I said, on TikTok with hundreds of Jewish and Israeli people, and there are, you know, there is a number of Jews who are against this, which is very refreshing. Unfortunately, there's not a lot. I'm not going to lie to you, Joseph. It's such a small number, just based on the ones that I've
Well,
spoken to.
Israelis are global Jews.
So the ones who I would say are a voice for peace are usually the ones from the United States or the United Kingdom. But the ones who are pro-Israeli are those who live in Israel, and they're very violent and they're very extreme. They've opened my eyes a lot. I'm not gonna lie to you. They have this arrogant essence about them, and they're so desensitized to any form of humanity or compassion. And I largely blame that on the indoctrination that they have been taught, because the way that Israel is structured, it's almost like two parallel universes in one country, right? If you compare Tel Aviv, Jerusalem, Israel to the West Bank and Gaza, it's like two different societies in one. It's almost like this hierarchy system. It's like comparing, I don't know, Orange County to downtown Brooklyn, right? They're in the same country, but they're two different societies and structures, right? And so a lot of these Israelis can never empathize with the Palestinians because they've been coddled, they've been heavily sheltered. And I've, like I said, based on my research, I came across something called the Israeli textbook 2008, and it's basically a textbook that was created by it's a form of Hasbara, basically, and it's all these pro-Israeli talking points. It's actually like a pamphlet, it's a booklet of pro-Israeli talking points and debate tactics on how to debate Palestinians. And prior to us discovering that, because on the TikTok we've all been working together, the pro-Palestinian voices, because we noticed that every time we would debate with a pro-Israeli, they would be repeating exactly the same thing that the other Israeli is saying, as if they were reading from a script. I'm not even lying to you, David. Absolutely no critical thinking, just repeating the same statements. Israel has the right to defend itself. Hamas is terrorist. Blah 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 blah. So I'm like, why are these guys all saying exactly the same thing? So we discovered this booklet, by the way, and within this booklet, right, you can even research it yourself. Some of the talking points that they were saying are included within this booklet, right? So it's very, very strange that they've been so heavily indoctrinated that they can't see it for what it is. But I would say that the Israeli Jews are more aggressive in their narrative. There's not even any room for any compromise whatsoever. Today I had a debate, and this was the first Israeli guy that I felt like he wasn't even completely on common ground, but we managed to agree on like a couple of points. But that's the closest that I got. I mean, it was extremely, shocking and revealing. Because, like I said, prior to that, I've only spoken to you and Joseph the Zionist. You guys are the only Jews that I've really sat down and had long conversations. And even with my conversations with you, I've learned a lot, because I feel like you, as an Orthodox Jew, you're very honest about your beliefs, right? You have maybe secular Jews who try to water it down. Even the same thing with Muslims. You have the Muslims who are true to their beliefs, and you have like the liberal ones. But I feel like with you, you say it how it is. You say what your scripture says. So I've learned a lot from you. But these guys, I mean, they're just a different breed. I'm not gonna lie to you. I don't know.
Yeah, I've been following these military channels, mostly that from Ukraine, that have been covering the Ukraine war, and from that I've been able to largely decipher the Israeli military plans, what they're actually planning on a military level, and reading through the propaganda. And I mean, God forbid, the propaganda. Maybe Israelis are guilty of believing their own propaganda. Plus, I think they don't actually know that much. They haven't looked into it, and they
Yeah.
have somewhat like a biblical, religious, or just trust level where they think Israel knows what it's doing, or they think, God is going, they're on the right side and they're good, and good is going to win, where you actually try to discuss what they're doing. Like, I talked a few times with Adair Weinrub of Sula, and he's definitely left leaning, but he's still in, you generally like the pro-Israel Hezbollah, that you have to destroy Hamas, and they're just trying to pin down, because like minimally, like even the far left position is they have to basically destroy Hamas, and that means killing 30 to 40,000 troops. And if 100 to 200,000 people die in that process, and there has to be over 1.5 million refugees for a few years, so be it. And morally, well, who cares? It's Hamas's fault. And even on the Israeli,
Well,
that's the main view that I'm getting. So, like here in Metro Detroit, I know the leftists, and like, okay, the Notori Karta, the anti-Zionist. Yeah, I was speaking to this guy. His history speaks. He's actually at London School of Economics now, and I'm half Egyptian. And
I think I know who that is. History speaks.
the Matt Cockerell. He was on Destiny, and
Mm-hmm.
he was debating alt-righters on like Holocaust denial. But he was asking me, how did it happen that 80 years ago almost all Orthodox Jews were anti-Zionist, and now today, like the vast majority of Orthodox Jews are Zionists? Like the Notori Karta are just seen as like one outlier group of maniacs, when their position was actually somewhat mainstream. And I was going to go through that today, like how I learned about anti-Zionism and how it's changed, and it's largely because they've entered the power structure since Netanyahu took power in the late 90s. He included Orthodox Jews in the coalition, and you basically bought them into Zionism. And now the anti-Zionist voice among Orthodox Jews is very small, even though they don't serve in the military. And this somewhat just moral justification, where, do you really think that, just rhetorically, I don't even know if I have mainstream Jews that listen to me anymore. Do they really think that they could kill 100,000 people and blame it on Hamas? And I was talking, I had a Jewish friend last night I was talking with, and he's kind of neutral, but almost everyone he knows is gung ho in favor of the war. And you're just saying, like, well, what would you do? And it's saying, well, you didn't have to bomb. We didn't have to bomb Gaza, or the ground invasion, any of these things. Okay, like after October 7th, Israel could have waged war in Israel, cleared out Hamas, the terrorist, resealed the wall, and then they didn't have to bomb Gaza. And as far as I'm concerned, I said from the first stream, it doesn't make any sense to me. There's no military benefit to bombing Gaza. But I haven't found any Jew that agrees with me on that. Like a few, like even like Sula doesn't even really agree. And you're just like, well, we have to get rid of Hamas. What would you do? And also, like, I became more and more convinced, because I'd switched to kind of neutral on Zionism since I came back here to Metro Detroit, and there's not really non-Zionist Jews, just a handful of like leftist peaceniks, but like just tens of them. And but unfortunately, I think Zionism is the problem. Like, you can't have a Jewish ethno state. We stole those people's land, we forced them into Gaza, and it's only going to be over when they get to return to their land. And that's my favorite, a one-state solution. At least Sula, Adair Weinrab, some of the leftists in Israel are favoring the confederation idea. Mordecai Kedar is a more right-wing version of it. But no, unfortunately, Adar said openly today that he thinks 10% of Israelis favor genocide. God forbid that 10% of Israelis right now favor genocide. Like 90% of Israelis favor the war, favor destroying Hamas. And that generally means, even if it includes killing 50,000 people and expulsion to Egypt, the majority of Israelis, at least 50%, favor just expelling the Gazans into Egypt and never letting them come back. And so that's the
But I
situation
just
we're
wanted to
dealing
add
with.
on
So
to that.
even if I say, like, okay, Zionism problem, like, I have no standing in Judaism. I only represent myself, and standing with this position just makes me a complete outlier. And then even like people question them, am I even Jewish? And then like I have almost no Jewish friends anymore, no standing in any Jewish community.
I mean, look, it's an honourable thing that you're doing, David, and I do feel for you, especially as a Jewish person, having to take the stand that you take and then being isolated for it. It must be extremely difficult. I mean, I wanted to touch on two things there about proportionality and Zionism. So, again, you can research this, and this is why Israel is just behaving like an absolute maniac. They recently bombed Jabalia refugee camp, and their reasoning for that is because they believed that one Hamas soldier was there. So according to IDF logic, and by the way, when they bombed Jabalia
That's
refugee
just what
camp,
they said.
over 400 civilians were killed.
That's just what they said to Western
No,
press.
one
But I'm
second,
saying the
because
reason
this is,
they're bombing it is because they want to
of course, but
is
but
because
but
they
even
want to
that,
force
even
them to
but
go
hold on,
south.
David, even that. No, I get that, but listen to the actual what I'm saying, because they've incriminated themselves. They bombed Jabalia camp and they killed 400 civilians, and the reason why they done that is they claimed that there was one Hamas soldier. So the ratio for Hamas soldiers and civilians is 1 to 400 in that instance.
Yeah, I mean, God forbid.
Listen,
And like I was going to go over, some of the mapping. I mean, can you see my screen share? But I
yeah, I
mean,
can see it.
basically, this is a military channel that's, and if you see the hospital, the Shifra hospitals right here, what they want to do is do a complete siege and um, circle Gaza City, northern Gaza, so that there's no way out from any of a complete siege. And in order to do that, they have to take over the hospital. And there's another, like Al Sholo, there's another refugee camp just north of the hospital. So even the claim, like if they're saying, okay, like there's a Hamas headquarter under uh, the hospital or whatever the case is, from the military objective, really what they want to do is just completely encircle Gaza and then bleed them out, siege, and so they might tell the West, okay, they bombed because there was like a Hamas militant, and maybe that was part of the reason. But I mean, from my perspective, I mean, I think God forbid, it's really just to scare the civilians and get them to evacuate. And so the biggest obstacle right now is going to be the hospital. And I mean, if you just look on the map, like it's pretty clear the reason they want to take the hospital is so that they can completely cut off and encircle Gaza, so that they have no way out to get supplies. And they might claim to the West or claim to the media or just information that there's a different reason they're doing it. And if there's 50,000 people, including all the sick people there, whether they could actually do it or not, the international pressure, and then God forbid, force the people out. Oh, okay. Um, but yeah, I mean, just looking on that, like, I mean, so there's the level of like the Hasbora, the information, which might have different purposes. So, I mean, just because the spokespeople are claiming that's why they're doing it, um, I think from a military perspective, like, it's pretty clear that like they want to completely level northern Gaza. They want to destroy all of the tunnels, and they want to kill every single person that is a Hamas militant, which is 30 to 40,000 people. And they're accepted that basically anybody that doesn't flee is basically going to risk their life, so that they gave these warnings in the beginning, 24 hours to leave, and people weren't leaving. And I mean, so they might claim, but I mean, Israel was basically doing the bombing, say like, we mean business. You better leave south or you will die. And so that's what I think is more, uh, from the military perspective, what Israel's trying to do versus the what they tell the West, or the explanation that they might give. And there might also have been a Hamas militant that they were doing. I'm going to go over. I'm not sure if Zobida's having connection issues. If she comes back, if Islam for Europeans. If you want to come on, also, we could talk. But um, I mean, for the military objective, Israel basically needs to go street by street, fill in all the tunnels, and you basically kill every single Hamas person that's left there, and that's going to take months. And God forbid, the goal is to get all of the civilians to flee. And if the civilians don't flee, God forbid, they're likely to die. And Israel is ready at this point. Um, I'm not sure if America or the West, but Israel at this point is ready to allow probably 100 to 200,000 people to die. And so it's a disastrous situation, even from the Israeli perspective. When you say you support eliminating Hamas, um, you got to admit that like you support killing 100 to 200,000 people. And even the Al Shifra hospital to say what they want to do is um, force all of those people to go south in the hospital. Like, I mean, Netanyahu blatantly said that on the news today, that they're going to open up a field hospital in the south. Al Shifra has to close down. All of the people in Al Shifra must move south. And if they don't, um, Netanyahu is basically like, well, Hamas killed him, we didn't. And I don't think anyone buys that. But I mean, that's the narrative. That's the Hasbora versus actual military objective. And I mean, God forbid, if you think about it, there's more Israeli soldiers around northern Gaza than there are people. And I'm not sure if Zoubida, I'll put the link back in the chat. I thought I had it pinned. Did I not pin it? Okay, I'd meant to pin it, but I didn't pin it. So I re-put the link in. I'm gonna, if you're having connection issues, I'm gonna repin it. And if Islam for Europeans wants to talk also.
Sorry, I don't know what's going on with my internet. It's really playing up. But what I wanted to say about Zionist or Zionist logic, from what I've learned, right?
Did you hear what I was saying, or was that cut out too?
What was? Say that again.
I was just describing the military objective versus the Hasbora, what's led to the public. And from the military objective, basically they want to force everybody out, and then everyone who doesn't leave is basically going to be killed. And so they might claim like or give different reasons, but from the like Israel made it very clear at the beginning, like 24 hours to leave, or you risk being killed. And now it's been a few weeks, but this in the Al Shifra hospital, Netanyahu basically pretty much said so, like, you got to go, and if you don't go, you're going to be killed. And I mean, God forbid, like you could try to spin it or do the Hasbora, but in Israelis, they don't like admitting it, because they like, well, what are you actually doing? Versus you like believing their own propaganda. So just trying to explain to Israel what they're actually Israelis or people who are supporting the war against Hamas, what they're actually supporting, that usually you can't even get them to understand what they're actually doing.
Absolutely. I mean, like I said, they're trying to rationalize this, and their narrative is failing. People are starting to wake up, because look, if this was happening 30 or 40 years ago, majority of the world would have sided with Israel, because again, based on the Hasbara, we know that American media and Israeli media are in cahoots with each other. That's why most of the Western media's narrative is pro-Israeli. But because we're in 2023, we have alternative media, we have social media. We are able to see it from the Palestinian side, right? We have people in Gaza right now with Instagram accounts, Twitter accounts, uploading exactly what's happening, right? And this is why it took years for people to fully accept that the Iraqi war or the Iraqi invasion was based off lies. But at the time, a lot of people were on board with it because they only had mainstream media and their politicians to rely on. There was no such thing as alternative media. And if there was alternative media, they were just branded as conspiracy theorists, so nobody was going to believe them. Right? So Israel is losing the media war really bad. I mean, they're taking a very, very bad blow. And, people like myself and other pro-Palestinian voices and advocates are spending hours and hours debating, hosting forums, debating with Israelis, and they're mind blown. At some points, we're almost teaching them their own history as well, because there are a lot of the things that they do not know. And going back to the Zionist logic or the Zionist way of thinking, if we basically put together what's happening now and their history, it kind of makes sense. I'm not justifying, but it makes sense why they act the way that they act, because they are paranoid and they are on survival mode. They have been told that they have been victimized across the world, they have been persecuted, and they are scared to go back to that again. So now they have a bit of power. They're trying to, root out any form of threat to Israeli or Jewish people, because essentially the state of Israel was supposed to be created as a safe haven for Jews fleeing persecution. Now that could potentially be happening on their own doorstep. They are like on survival mode. They're fighting for their life here because they don't want to go back to 1930s Europe. They don't want to go back to the pogroms. They don't want to go back to being exiled and scattered all over the world, which I understand. But that's why you shouldn't have come there trying to establish your own state. You should have come there as refugees, as immigrants, and lived in a Palestinian state as immigrants or refugees or whatever. But to create your own state and divide up the land and root people out, you are the cause of your own self-destruction. So I see them on panic mode. I see them on schizophrenic mode. They're acting very irrational. They're going all over the place because they're scared. A scared person does these things. When somebody is terrified and they don't know what to do, they go crazy because they're scared. That's what I'm seeing from Israel. They're terrified, they're scared, they're paranoid. This is why they're indiscriminately bombing Gaza, because they see them as a threat, right? They see them as a threat to their existence, like they say. But that threat would have never been a threat if you didn't create it. Because again, going to the research that I've been doing, the very creation of Hamas is a byproduct of Israel. When Hamas was initially created, Israel gave them the green lights because essentially they were opposition to the PLO, which the PLO was definitely, going at it with Israel. So Israel saw it like this: let me fund a more, another group to take out the opposition. So they were hoping that Hamas would take out PLO and PLO would no longer be a problem. But they didn't realize that by doing that, you're now creating a Hamas and another threat, So, everything that's happening now, I believe, is a byproduct of Israel. It's a response to Israel's brutality. And, Israel doesn't want to share. It doesn't want to live fairly. When they constantly come here and say, we want a two-state solution, we want a two-state solution. No, you don't. Let's stop the bloody lies here, right? That's too idealistic at this point, because if you guys wanted a two-state solution from the time that it was declared in 1948, you wouldn't have built settlements in Gaza, and you wouldn't still be building settlements in the West Bank. I mean, Gaza and the West Bank were supposed to be part of the two-state solution, right? Gaza for the Palestinians, West Bank for the Palestinians. But even then, they broke that agreement. So it shows that they're not, looking at this in good faith. They have ulterior motives, and that is to create a greater Israel. It's simple as that. And they're willing to go to do whatever they can, whatever they want to get that. It's very evident at this point. They don't want to live side by side with them because they've tried to create an illusion that they're living side by side with the Palestinians. Yeah, we left Gaza in 2005 or 2006, right? So in the outside world, it looks like, oh, there's two states here. But you haven't even allowed these two states, Gaza and West Bank, to flourish economically, to thrive economically. Even though they exist, they're not existing as a functioning society. You haven't said, you know what, we're just going to focus on Israel and West Bank. They can control themselves how they want, and Gaza can control themselves how they want. No, you haven't done that. You've stopped Gaza from having an airport. You're building settlements in the West Bank. You've got checkpoints all over Gaza and blockades. So, you haven't allowed these two states that you claim that you want to function independently to even flourish or create an independent state, because you're stopping that. Gaza can't create an economy. How can Gaza realistically create an economy? They don't have their own currency, right? They're blockaded, right? They can't even trade. Who's going to trade with Gaza? They can't even import the materials that they need to extract their own natural resources, because it will be deemed as too dangerous, or they might create bombs out of it. They don't have an airport, right? Their shores, their water is controlled, their airspace is controlled, and then they sit there and say, oh, we left Gaza and the unemployment rate is still low. Well, how are you going to create an economy in an open prison where you've got 101 checkpoints and you've got a wall blocking you from the rest of the world? You can't create an economy, and you have to rely on, I think 80% of them rely on international aid. Charity. That's no state. That's no independent state that you guys claim that you want the Palestinians to have.
Yeah, I mean, God forbid, it's like if the problem is Zionism and Israelis and Jews want something that is basically impossible, and collectively Jews spent the last 10 years with this IHRA definition of anti-Zionism as anti-Semitism, and now we're seeing the fruit of it because, God forbid, the only way for the Jews, Israelis to get what they want is the ethnic cleansing of Palestinians. And if that you're just to accept that that's what they want, and then to say like, well, no, you can't have Zionism without ethnic cleansing. And then you could have the aspect, well, God forbid, I like Zionism so much that we're going to try to do the ethnic cleansing, and say, well, you might lose that. Like, God forbid, like that's war. That's a serious war crime. Like, God will probably turn against the Jewish people in Israel, and it'll be us that get ethnic cleansed for trying to do such a horrible thing. However, unfortunately, that's what Jews want. Like the polling and the statistics and the rhetoric is very clear. Jews want a Jewish majority democratic state, and the only way to get that is to ethnically cleanse the Palestinians. And I mean, you'll find some Zionists that are open and will admit it, but generally that's why you have the Hasbara believing their own propaganda or some sort of claim where you basically they're God forbid they're going to try to ethnically cleanse the Palestinians and then blame them for that to try to remain blameless. And yeah,
But
like
can I ask you
the
this,
social
David?
media,
Because
like you can't, even if the media and everyone's trying to cover it up. I mean, just the evidence is so overwhelmingly clear. The videos coming out and the war, like the El Shifra hospital will probably be a huge turning point, maybe in the global perception, because if Israel's right outside of the hospital, and if they force the hospital to evacuate, it's going to be a trail of tears. I mean, they're either going to be the casualty number is going to double, God forbid, and all of a sudden we're going to be looking at 20,000 plus dead, or you're going to have like a trail of tears like that hasn't been seen, where you're going to have 40, 50,000 people forced migration to the south, down the barrel of guns, and that's probably going to happen in the next few days. And everyone's going to see it. Like, there's going to be video
I
clips.
mean, it's gone past that point. Like I say, TikTok is a very platform for young people, and this generation is completely aware. They're more passionate than ever. They're more in tune as ever. The unity and the diversity of pro-Palestinians is something that I've never seen before. I mean, like I said, if you remember, I've been going to pro-Palestinian protests since 2021, 2020, right? And this is something completely different from the time that I first started attending.
I've been going up for 10 years. And saying like, when I was at University of Michigan during the first, the Gaza War 2014, there was just a handful of Palestinians like handing out flyers. And like I started going to Palestinian events. The tide has turned. BDS was, passed. The Palestinian students pushed for BDS every single year, and it failed, for like 4 years when I was there, and then it finally passed. And now it's completely shifted, where the pro-Palestinian events are way more bigger than the Jewish events, and the Jewish events are almost non-existent, or they're just. I mean, thank God, the Jewish, we have powerful communities, so we have events in our own synagogues or at our own events where we might invite politicians. But even here in Metro Detroit, like thousands of people, like there's Palestinian protest everywhere, and it was looking like Stockholm, London, 300,000 people, and the Hasbara is just like no one's buying it. No one's buying that. You can't say that we can't bomb these people, kill these people, and then blame it on Hamas. And I would say even if everyone agrees like Hamas like is bad and needs to be destroyed, that very few people are going to agree with how Israel's going about it, or the amount of casualties and the forced expulsion to do it, and everyone's just watching it happen. And then just like Netanyahu, like everyone hated Netanyahu, like it was almost universal among American Jews that like Netanyahu has to go. The protest for a year, and now all of a sudden like Netanyahu's on all the news shows, and and we're giving this guy like weapons, like where he's dropping our bombs, like as an American, and
Yeah, that's why Americans are really outraged, because they're starting to pick up. I mean, under Obama, I think he signed a deal until 2028 to increase the budget, the annual budget to Israel, to I think 3 billion a year. And Americans are looking at it like this: we don't even get free healthcare, right? We have certain communities which are riddled with poverty. We don't have free healthcare, but yet essentially in Israel they do. So we're funding Israel to have free healthcare, to have, a good infrastructure, strong defense system, whilst we have, the situation with Mexico. Our borders are not even under control. Our society is suffering, so that our tax dollars can go to fund Israel. And really and truly, what on earth does Israel do for America? Nothing, right? And people are starting to pick up on the Israeli lobby as well, where you have, American Jews or American Israelis with dual citizenship, infiltrating, Congress and politics, not to really promote American interests, but to utilize American politics or American, positions of power to promote Israel's interests whilst being in America, because the USA is Israel's most valuable ally, right? And they need to make sure that they are on board, and they've gone as far as getting into Congress and using that opportunity to persuade other Congress people to vote in Israel's best interests. So people are starting to pick up on these things. I mean, today I had a very interesting conversation with another ex-IDF soldier, and we were discussing about October the 7th of what actually happened at the festival. And obviously there's new evidence coming out that IDF were present at the festival, and some of the festival goers or hostages were actually killed by IDF, whether accidentally or whatever. And I basically spoke to him about the Hannibal Directive, right? I'm sure you know about this policy. And when I said to him, look, it's very evident that Israeli soldiers killed some of these hostages, right? And I believe they done that because they were invoking or practicing the Hannibal Directive. A dead Israeli is better than a captured Israeli. And this ex-IDF soldier said, absolutely, I would rather have a bullet in my head than be a Hamas soldier. As a Hamas captive, I would have shot the Israeli if I knew that they were being captured by Hamas. And I just found that very, 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 very strange. And look, I don't know if you've seen the footage, but the hostages that were taken by Hamas, the old lady, if you saw her, she shook their hand. She done an interview. She spoke about how she was sort of taken care of and whatever. And we've seen other footages of Hamas, with the hostages, feeding them or whatever. But according to the Hannibal Directive or some IDF soldiers, a Israeli is better off dead than being a capture of Hamas or Hezbollah or the PLO. And I kind of understand that they could torture them. They probably have, but maybe they haven't. So why would you sacrifice your own people? I just don't get that.
Well, God forbid. I mean, it's speculation, but just say that in order to prevent Hamas from getting further into Israel, they just open fire and on you willing to do the same collateral damage to even Jews, God forbid, that they just wanted after Hamas breached into Israel, that they just wanted to stop them, and it was so important that the Israeli casualties weren't a consideration. And
So
I mean, to some extent, you could see that Israel is a military state. There's mandatory military service. Most Israelis don't know what they're getting into. Most have kind of like a blind faith that like they're going to win and they're on their side of good. They don't even seem to know that much information about what they're actually doing. And I discussed on the last few weeks also the precarious situation that, I mean, Hamas strategically, if there was some sort of Iranian Hezbollah um, Hamas strategy, that's probably related to the turmoil in the United States. And you could see right now, like the government shutdown, they still haven't been able to pass the aid package for Israel, and they may not be able to. And people are wondering why Hezbollah hasn't entered the war yet. And so my speculation is that it could be a long-term strategy that's against the United States and Israel together. One, to drain the Iron Dome, and two, to weaken or expel the U.S. military bases in Iraq and Syria, connecting Iran to Lebanon. And you've seen a little bit of that, but why there's just tit for tat on the Lebanon border. That from a long-term strategy, this is just pure speculation on my part, and most of this is just speculation because it's the fog of war. But that, so to say, the axis, Iran, Hezbollah, and Hamas, and possibly others, China, Russia, Turkey, have a long-term strategy, and that includes just letting it be a pure battle between Hamas and Israel, maybe even for months, and that would be to drain the Israeli military supplies, the Israeli economy, to worsen the status of American Israel
Well, I've seen footage of
worldwide,
Israelis protesting,
and where you're from,
outside
Iraq,
Netanyahu's
it
house.
to force the withdrawal of the U.S. military bases from Iraq. And then at that point, you could even have ground troops from Iraq entering into Israel with combined forces of Iran and Hezbollah from the north. But it takes a few months strategy that, as of now, they just have to wait.
Yeah. I mean, I've even, as we speak, there's been protests of Israelis outside Netanyahu's house. 80% of the Israeli public blame Netanyahu for what happened on October the 7th. In terms of the Iron Dome, I don't know if you saw recently, it malfunctioned.
I saw
And
that video.
yeah,
Is there anything on your side about Iraq? Like, I don't know if, like, when's the last time there's been a protest about the U.S. military bases in Iraq, or some sort of pressure that that would make it likely that the U.S. would finally pull out of its military bases in Iraq, and if that's part
I
of
don't know about Iraq. I know in Syria and Iran it's been kicking off, and in Lebanon, by the way. Lebanon, this is the last update that I saw, which is a couple of hours. Hezbollah killed 20 IDF soldiers.
they
So
retracted that to just saying injured, or so the information isn't
yeah,
clear.
Israel doesn't want to let the world know its casualties. I mean, even the list, because they recently released a list of how many people have been killed on their side, and I think 2/3 of them were actually IDF soldiers.
Yeah, there's a lot of dispute among that. Like, I mean, from October 7th, and then Israel saying that like only 40 or so soldiers have died since October 7th, and the other that it's higher, or um I mean, so yeah, I mean, it's just hard to get information. I think, from what I understand, there's some sort of agreement between Israel and Hezbollah that they're allowed to fire within 5 miles of the border, and Israel is actually the first person to breach that. So even Hezbollah's firing that that if it's within 5 miles of the border, that's within some sort of certain armistice agreement, and it doesn't go against the agreement if they fire out of the range. And actually, Israel is the one that's that so far Hezbollah has held to that agreement, and Israel is the one that has went out of that
Yeah, of
temporarily.
course.
So
Israel
it's just been
doesn't,
tit for tat for
Israel
now.
doesn't honor international law. It doesn't honor the United Nations. I mean,
Well, because America has their bases, and saying God forbid, but that's why I said Hezbollah likely is playing a long game. And I mean, it's funny because you're from, I mean, funny is not the right word, but you're from Iraq and you don't have any connection to that. And I mean, God forbid if you've just accepted that Iraq has been colonized, and there's not even protest. They've given up now 20 years later on the protest to remove the U.S. military bases in Iraq. I mean,
I mean, you have to look at it like this. From the Muslim world, it's based on risk factors. Okay, it's not about cowardice, because you're not going to go into war unprepared, right? You're not going to, if the loss is greater than the gain, then there's no point risking it, right? Like you say, Iraq is still recovering from the Iraqi invasion, recovering from ISIS. They don't want no more war. I don't think anybody wants war, right?
Is there a long? I mean, are you agree that there's some sort of combined strategy that includes the removal of the U.S. bases in Syria and Iraq?
Probably, yeah, very most likely.
And
They
that's what I
shouldn't
figure
be there in the first place, and I think that they're seeing this as an opportunity to, get in there essentially.
Well, I mean, first they have to turn world favor against America, or economically. I mean, yeah, I'm saying like it'd be not necessarily a suicide mission, but the casualty rate would be at this point to attack the U.S. bases more than the tit for tat that they're doing. It's more strategic to economically and world opinion,
Well, the
economically
thing
drain
is,
the
they're
U.S.
looking
and
like
Israel
this when you're fighting with
and shift
Israel.
world opinion against the U.S.
Yeah, but that's
And,
the thing.
and
When
the
you're
best way
when
to
you're
do that is just letting Israel do what it's doing in Gaza. That if other forces join in, world opinion might turn back in favor of Israel. But if they, God forbid, the huge amount of casualties, if they just let Hamas and Israel and the U.S. fight it out, world opinion will very quickly turn against the U.S. and Israel.
thing is, when you're fighting against Israel, you're also fighting against the USA.
Well, that's what I'm
So
saying. That's why, as of now, they just have to wait, and it might even be another month or two where they just have to wait and let Israel and the U.S. do what it's doing in Gaza, and God forbid, like there could be 50,000 people dead 2 months from now.
yeah, because
But then world opinion
even
will shift
Egypt,
it
look, because
against
look,
them.
what sparked off the war in 1967, right? The expulsion of Palestinians and the huge migrants, Palestinian migrants that were pouring into Egypt and pouring into Jordan and Lebanon, essentially is what kicked that off, right? You are forcing these people into our homes or into our countries, and that Egypt has said that. Egypt has said if we have a wave of Palestinian refugees, you're now bothering us, right? And now we're going to have to respond, right? Because they haven't, it's not about they haven't got the capacity, but it's more of the fact that you are now putting your problem onto us. You know what I mean? And Egypt doesn't want the Palestinians to leave their land, because the Palestinians don't want to leave their land, because like I say, if all those Palestinians got forced out into Egypt, they would never be able to return. Israel will just expand, and that will be, Palestine gone essentially. And what do we have left? Whatever's left of the West Bank,
Did you see
So
those documents? Even President Biden document clearly said that the U.S. policy was to try to convince Egypt to open up the Sinai to.
yeah, they even offered them
And
$100
it was
billion.
clearly written in President Biden's signed document.
Yeah, and $100 billion was offered on the table for them to create their own society. But the Palestinians are saying death before dishonor. We are not going to leave our lands. We're going to sit and we're going to fight. This is our land at the end of the day. And if they left it, that's it. There will be no Palestine. Israel was still refusing the other Palestinians who were expelled to return back. They don't have a right of return, right? Once you leave there, even if you're a US citizen, it's still very difficult for you to, visit your home in Gaza and West Bank without, going through scrutiny and whatnot. And they make it very, very difficult. So, it's a very tough situation. This is all on Israel right now. Israel has the power here because, look, they don't want to wake up the Muslim world. A lot of Israelis, they come and they say, oh, there's all these Muslim countries. Why are you guys not doing anything? You should see it as an act of mercy that we're not doing anything. And I'll tell you why. There are 1.8 billion Muslims around the world, over 50 Muslim countries. There's only one Israel, 19 million Jews or Israelis in the world, right? If the Muslim world really woke up, if you really wanted us to do something, it would be a very sad day for you. So I find it very funny when they come and they mock us about us not doing anything. It's better that way for them, because once we do start to do something, Israel won't exist the way that it's existing. Because look, think about it, David. Imagine the whole of North Africa, just North Africa on its own, right? Algeria, Morocco, Tunisia, Libya, Mauritania, and then combine it with Lebanon, Syria, Iraq, and we all actually joined forces, it would be a very sad day for Israel. So
Yeah, but
before they provoke that,
you
before
can't
they
really,
provoke,
if you're talking world opinion versus militarily. So I mean, like you at this point, no, I mean, it's really just Syria, Hezbollah, Iran, and Hamas, because Egypt and Jordan have
Algeria has been. There was something in Algeria because I told my
but
mother's
they
from
don't really
Algeria.
have a means to militarily get involved.
No, they
And
do.
so unless
Algeria
Egypt
has
or
the second.
Jordan,
1 second. Algeria has the second strongest military in Africa. Egypt's the first. Algeria is the second. Right, and Algeria
but we're
in.
saying they don't have a mean. They're not bordering Israel. They don't have a means
Yeah,
to get
but the thing is,
involved.
Algeria
They
is
would have to
very.
get through the U.S. naval
Yeah,
blockade,
but
or
Algeria
they would need the
politically,
help of
if you look
Egypt.
at Algeria's political stance on Palestine, it's never recognized Israel. You know, if you look at the
Were you
history.
following the Arab Summit in Saudi Arabia? That mentioned the 15 countries, and the 4 countries vetoed the universal resolution against
Yeah, I
Israel,
saw that, and
and it
Algeria
was
wasn't. It
Jordan,
wasn't
Egypt,
involved.
UAE, and Saudi Arabia. Um, but like from a military perspective, like they really need Egypt or Jordan to turn against Israel,
Yeah,
or
no,
they
no.
have to do the long strategy of the axis of Iran, Syria, and Hezbollah from the north. But you still have the U.S. military bases there. That's why I was mentioning it.
And then you got Saudi Arabia because Yemen also
So Saudi
fired.
Arabia vetoed the and their Saudi Arabia is reliant on U.S. weapons. So you're from
Yeah,
from
but
that.
Yemen decided to declare war on Israel, and they fired a ballistic missile which was intercepted by Saudi Arabia. And I'm sure because everything
On
is
a practical
shifting.
level, even if the majority of the Muslim countries are just like, we got to stop this, we got to do anything, that they're limited to international relations because militarily they're just not bordering Israel. There's no way for them to militarily get involved without Egypt or Jordan allowing it.
Yeah.
Algeria, they can't get to Israel. Like the only way to get to Israel is through the Mediterranean Sea or through Egypt, and so it doesn't matter what like Algeria just is incapable of getting involved.
No, but in the
They could be like the
1967 war.
Houthis,
But
just
1 second, in the
randomly
1967 war.
sending missiles. Like okay, the
Yeah, but
Houthis.
the thing is, the Arab world at one point did unite and fight against Israel, right? It wasn't just Syria, it wasn't just Lebanon and Egypt. You had Iraq
From
that got involved. You
1967,
even had
48.
Algerian. It's something like the same that happened in
All of those
Afghanistan.
included Jordan and Egypt. Like
But
40,
what I'm saying is, it
like
won't
all
be.
of the wars where you had an Arab united that included Egypt
No,
and
I
Jordan.
understand, but it won't be a military war in terms of the government issuing it. It would probably be like a guerrilla warfare, something similar that happened in Afghanistan, right? The
You
Mujahideen.
can't get there.
When the Mujahideen put out the call and they said, it's time for jihad, Muslims all over the world, they flocked to Afghanistan in the 1980s. If there was a
Afghanistan's a huge
call.
territorial nation that you could enter from so many different places. Pakistan. You had thousands and thousands of miles of border. Uh, Gaza's already under siege, and the only entry is through Egypt or Jordan, and the north is already a military zone. I'm saying just from a military perspective, uh, it hinges on Jordan and Egypt because there's just no entry.
Yeah,
There's
no,
no
I
there,
get
there's
that.
no
I
way.
get
There's no way.
I get what you're
And just
saying.
like you think the Houthis randomly firing missiles, like that would be really dangerous. Like if Algeria is just going to start randomly firing missiles, like that would be pretty dangerous. Like really from a military perspective, like no matter what Israel's doing there, are they going to randomly fire missiles like hundreds of miles away?
No, of course not. But there has been talk in Algerian parliament, if you want to look it up, to do something or get involved. And like you say,
Well, they
through.
could declare war. They could do sanctions, but just in terms like, unfortunately, there's really nothing they could do besides for diplomatic efforts. And like at this point, they might be
So are you
trying.
saying that Israel is hard to invade?
Israel is only. Israel's bordered by Lebanon, Syria, Jordan, and Egypt. That's it. So like you can't in the Mediterranean Sea. But as long as the U.S. has its naval fleet in the Mediterranean, and Egypt and Jordan are sticking with their peace treaties, so the only way you could get to Israel is the northern border of Hezbollah and Syria. So like saying, no, at this point, unless Egypt or Syria breaks their treaty, there's no way to invade Israel.
Mm.
They have to get through. They'd have to get through Egypt first if they're going to do it by ground, or they'd have to. The U.S. would have to remove its naval fleet. So I'm saying at this point, Israel's not really concerned about other nations joining the war because they have no means to. Uh, that's why the U.S. is so integral. Even the United States uh, vetoing the UN resolutions, and the Arab League, they could do like an oil embargo, uh, but so Saudi Arabia has basically been bribed by U.S. weapons, and the UAE, like I mean, saying that they're giving F-16s or whatever the full they might even give nuclear weapons to Saudi Arabia. That but my thing is just logistical. You can't fight Israel if you can't get to it, and you can't get to
Yeah,
it
no, I
unless
get that.
Egypt or Jordan turn against it. And as of now, like Jordan's been quashing its own citizens protesting Israel,
Yeah, yeah, yeah.
and Egypt, I'm not sure. I mean, probably the same. Like if there was a popular uprising in Egypt against Israel at this point, the Egyptian government would probably quash the uprising. At some point, it might get so bad that they would overthrow. I mean, God forbid, it have to get so bad that they would overthrow the Egyptian or Jordanian government.
Yeah.
Or like I don't see like I mean because they're kind of like I mean
But what about Lebanon? Has Lebanon got a peace treaty with Israel?
no, I mean they have like the armistice of just the 5 miles, and so the biggest question is Hezbollah, but
Mhm.
I mean we know the military Hezbollah has a certain amount of weaponry, so like they could try to get weapons. So that's what like Israel's been bombing weapon shipments from so Russia has possibly been giving weapons. Um, but it doesn't appear that Hezbollah has enough weapons to, like, Hezbollah has enough weapons, God forbid, they could kill hundreds of thousands of Israelis, but they can't destroy Israel. Like, I mean, I've heard estimations of like all of the missiles, and like, if they fired all of the missiles of the most damage, the tanks, they have a powerful military. But I mean, you could do like a number analysis of all of uh, Hezbollah's weaponry, and it would be a disaster. Like if Hezbollah and Israel go to war, it could be the death of hundreds of thousands or millions of people. But it's unlikely that Hezbollah could destroy Israel. With you're just looking at their numbers.
So how do you think Israel would be
That's why I
destroyed?
mentioned the long-term strategy. The long-term strategy without Egypt or Jordan turning against Israel has to be the removal of the U.S. military bases between Iran and Iraq. And then there would have to be joint forces of Iraqis, Iranians, maybe people all the way from Taliban that would join forces in the north, um, or possibly take over. They'd have to take over like Jordanian territory just to wage war against Israel. And then Jordan, whether it's on, like
So
Jordan.
you're basically saying that the US bases need to be destroyed first, and then the other groups need to unite and advance.
Yes, that's just speculation that this is the long-term strategy of the axis of Iran, of the pro Hezbollah Hamas factions from Iran and Iraq, Turkey. That it's a long game, and the long game right now is to drain the U.S. and Israel of military equipment and to turn global public.
Wait, so explain to me about military equipment, because it's not like as if they've got like storage of millions of weapons. So how
Well,
do
they
you
do.
know?
They do. I
One
mean,
second, one second. Let me just rephrase my question. How do you know that military equipment is becoming drained? How do you know that? Okay, they're becoming militarily weak.
well, we do, and saying even the timing of October 7th comes just after the U.S. removed its weapon supply from Israel to replenish Ukraine. So
Mm.
I mean, like from a military perspective, like we basically know the U.S. weapon supply in terms of like artillery, planes, tanks, naval cruisers, and so the U.S. has almost drained our weapon supply just supplying Ukraine, and the U.S. has military base or weapon supply in Israel that it just emptied uh, in September, I think, to give to the Ukraine. And so, like that perspective, like the military bases, uh, like whether Russia or China is involved in, say like a long term strategy that China and Russia and Turkey might be involved is the weakening of the U.S. and the turning global public sentiment against the U.S. So the U.S. for whatever reason has been just funneling all of its weapons into the Ukraine now for like 2 years, and we're at a big weapons deficit here in the U.S. Our manufacture is at one of the weakest points it's ever been. So
what weapons do they have left at hand?
oh my God, unfortunately, that like the U.S. still has a ton of weapons, but just in terms of like bombs and artillery, so the main advantage that the U.S. has globally, well, I mean, the Navy, the Air Force, and artillery and bombs, and we've drained our artillery giving it to the Ukraine, and we've drained quite a bit of our bombs giving it to the Ukraine, and then God forbid there's also like the nuclear assured destruction. But like Iron Dome, I'm not sure where Israel's holding or the replenishment. I mean, it could even be with the U.S. replenishing, and the U.S. right now, might be facing a government shutdown. The spending package right now, the U.S. is saying that they're not going to keep on arming the Ukraine, but they still want to arm Israel. The U.S. is facing a lot of economic pressure. Israel's facing economic pressure, just by having hundreds of thousands of units. I mean, God forbid, like because so many people have been evacuated from northern Gaza. I think at this point there's actually more Israeli troops surrounding northern Gaza than there are people left in northern Gaza. There's like 300,000 Israeli troops surrounding northern Gaza for like only 400,000 people left there. But that's why I'm saying from the long-term strategy, they need to keep the war going between Gaza and Israel for another few months, largely to economically and militarily supplies drain Israel and the United States.
So do you think that's what Hamas and Iran are trying to do? They're trying to prolong this?
Well, I mean, God forbid, it's the toughest on the Palestinians because they're taking such huge humanitarian losses. But like Hezbollah and Iran, at this point, they can't really do anything because they first have to get the U.S. to pull out of the bases, because there's like 40 military bases like all around Iran. There's like 25 bases between Iran and Lebanon, like all over Iraq.
And what do these military bases do? Are they just there to patrol and secure?
They don't have that many troops, but they have air pads like landing for the Air Force and weapon supplies, so that they could do bombings, or they could artillery fire, or use it as landing for the Air Force. So if the U.S. started pulling out of them, then they could possibly bomb the airfields, and that would make it impossible for the U.S., or very difficult for the U.S. to attack Iran. But it's a long game right now because the U.S. has invested so much money in its military that it's very risky. So like military action against Israel is very risky for anybody. But the longer Israel keeps up, the bigger the casualty count, the more likely someone's going to do it. But like at this point, I would think that they got to wait, but the tide could turn over the next few months in terms of the U.S. global military power as the U.S. gets less and less popular, and economically we're more and more stretched.
So let me ask you, because you were saying that you were part of the Jewish Voice for Peace. What are your interactions with Israelis? I'm speaking about Israeli Jews who live in Israel. Do you say that they have how have they spoken to you? How do they view your position?
I haven't really had much because I haven't went to synagogue or any public events. I mean, Jewish Voice for Peace, they're kind of just, there's only tens of us in Michigan, and we're not really connected. So it's just like a few organizers, and they're mostly older women that like put out flyers for events, and a handful of people. And so there's maybe like 10-20 old timers and like 10 or 20 newer, younger liberal Jews that are active. So it's pretty small amount. But it's a meaningful presence at Palestinian rallies to have Jewish support, because otherwise it's, I mean, you still get the claim of anti-Semitism, but it's much stronger to dismiss, God forbid, the rallies if it's all Arabs. So even just to have a small faction of 20 Jews, even if there's 10,000 person rally, but if it has 20 Jews, that you have multicultural, including Jews protesting the actions, but it's very small, and most of the Jews involved in Jewish Voice for Peace, if not now, they're not affiliated Jews. They're not Jews who regularly go to like Jewish events or synagogues. So it's just like the handful of protest, and it's basically just like social media. They'll put up a poster of the protest, and a handful of people will show up.
So
In the Orthodox community, like there's people who have family in Israel. There's a handful of people who served in the IDF, and there's some Israelis that have settled, have business, or live here that served in the IDF. There's people who have kids, U.S. citizens, but their kids served in the IDF. And so there's a lot of activity and pro-Israeli activity. There's been a few major events to support Israel, like in synagogues, but I didn't go to them. And because it's really only the Orthodox that get together regularly. So like liberal Jews, like, I mean, I live in a Jewish community, like it's mostly African American, but I live in the Jewish area. But the only Jews that get together regularly are Orthodox, and the modern Orthodox, who are very pro-Israel and likely to like send their kids to serve in the IDF in some limited capacity, they only get together on Sabbath. And the Black Hat Orthodox are tend to support Israel, but they're not active. And there might be like a prayer rally here and there, but that might not even be brought up, or people just go on with their regular activity and tend to be more neutral on Zionism.
okay, so
So you have the Jewish organizations also. So you have like the people who work for Jewish organizations, and that's not that many. There's maybe a few hundred people, like rabbis of synagogues, or groups like the AJC, the Jewish Federation, the Jewish Community Relations Council, the ADL. And so those people are mostly active social media, sending out emails, contacting politicians, doing fundraisers and things like that. So, but like relatively, most Jews are going on with their life, and they might go to a rally once every few weeks, and then you just have the handful of Jews that actually work for Jewish organizations that organize the rallies, or try to convince politicians, and you might actually be involved in you're trying to raise money, or small things like trying to send equipment to Israel and things like that.
So let me ask you from a religious perspective, because some say that this is the sign that Mashiach is coming. Because that's why people because I had a conversation today, right, and I was speaking to like a Israeli American Jewish lady who was talking about the Torah Carter, and she said that they are not your allies, because essentially they are still waiting for their Mashiach, and once their Mashiach comes, they will still establish a state of Israel. So whilst they are supporting you now, their end goal is still a greater Israel. So from a religious perspective, what are your thoughts on this?
So I had a conversation with this guy, Kevin McCarran, who is an expat he's living in Japan. He's an expat from northern London who actually married a Pakistani woman who's living in Japan. And he's a popular streamer, and he's had like Lucas Gage and Adam Green and Ryan Dawson on his channel. So he was looking for a Jew to speak to, and I was speaking to him. And I also spoke to Kevin Barrett, the American convert to Islam, who was like a professor of Arabic studies, and now he's in Morocco, married a Moroccan woman. So I think the mainstream Orthodox opinion is that Israel is not a sign of messianic times. So you have the Zionist religious perspective that Israel is a sign of miracles of God and signs of the end time. The mainstream Orthodoxy says that's not the case, and the war right now is not a sign of good things. It's a sign of like God forbid, a punishment for sin. And actually, tomorrow, the Orthodox rabbis in America have called for a day of prayer, a day of repentance. Some have even called for a fast day, and are more worried that God forbid, we've been sinful, and we're about to be punished for our sins. And the war is not a good sign in any way. It's a sign that we've become sinful and should repent. And although the anti-Zionist sentiment that necessarily we should repent for like human rights abuses against Palestinians, unfortunately, that's not a popular opinion among Orthodox or Haredi Jews. But I would say no, it's not messianic. It's not a sign like Messiah is going to come or good things going to happen. It's just a sign that we've sinned, and now there's going to be punishment. But I would say the majority of Orthodox Jews probably feel that has other sins, not keeping Sabbath, or like homosexuality, or various things, as opposed to being directly related to the sin of human rights abuses against Palestinians. Notori Karta is very small, and they're like the only one that would actually connect it to the sin of human rights abuses against Palestinians.
I mean, look, because with all due respect,
I would put it in that way. We have a lot of sins. There's a lot of problems in humanity.
no,
And I can see
I
God is
understand
punishing
that.
us for a lot of reasons, but I'm more likely to connect it to just straight human rights abuses against Palestinians as the main reason. But
Because I don't know if you've
Orthodox
seen on
sentiment.
Twitter, but one of my videos went viral where there was a rabbi. His name is Rabbi Reuben. I don't know if you've heard of him. Rabbi Reuben, and he's very extreme. And I caught him on a live stream invoking Samuel 15:3 about the Amalekites.
Yeah, he's the one that Adam Green's always playing. I mean, you actually spoke to him, or you just get a clipped him?
No, he doesn't let anybody speak to him. But I got a clip of him where he was basically invoking Samuel 15:3 about the Amalekites, saying that we should kill Palestinian children because they will grow up and they will become vicious towards us. So it is justified to kill women and children. And then you had Netanyahu also say something similar, kind of comparing the Palestinians to the Amalekites. And some Jews that I've spoken to have also compared them to the Amalekites. And this is why I say, about the religious elements, that they are trying to justify this through religious scripture. Somebody made a compilation of rabbis speaking on TikTok. It's gone viral, including Rabbi Reuben and other rabbis, basically again invoking Samuel 15:3, saying that it is justifiable to kill children because they will grow up and they will exert revenge. And I also
God forbid. I mean, this was the Joseph Cohn. That's the popular opinion among Jews. We didn't do anything wrong, and they just hate us because they're Moloch or they're bad, and they should be destroyed. And we're the good guys here, and we're going to win. So unfortunately, God forbid, that's the overwhelming popular opinion among Jews, including Orthodox Jews. The rabbis who lived through the war, like when I studied in Israel, and you had rabbis that lived through the war, almost all of them were situations like this. We're being punished for our sins. And as the rabbis who lived through the war have mostly died out now, it's very rarely that you'll find leading rabbis say that it's happening because of our sins and we need to change our ways and repent. And this popular attitude of we didn't do anything wrong and people just hate us because irrational reasons, and we have to do the mitzvah just war theory is overwhelmingly the consensus opinion. God forbid. So
that's what I'm saying. When I speak to Israelis, there is
I can't even bring you to a rabbi. I can't even think of a rabbi now who okay, when I was in Israel 20 years ago, I could think of tens of rabbis that would be saying that. But at this point, I can't even think of a rabbi that is basically saying we're being punished for our sins, as Jews.
I mean, I even done some further research and I managed to get a quote from the ex IDF chief minister, the rabbi chief minister, right? I made a video about this. I forgot his name was Karim or something like that, but he was the rabbi chief minister of the IDF, and he basically
there was a letter
No,
like
but 1 second.
45
He
leading
was asked
rabbis
a
that gave a
No, I know.
religious
I saw that. I saw that. But he,
justification to bomb the hospital.
yeah, yeah,
Like saying
yeah.
at this point,
There
the
were
leading
doctors. There
rabbis
were
are
100 doctors that signed it, and rabbis as well.
yeah, but it's the consensus opinion. Like Notori Karta,
But
like
that's
there's
what I'm
almost no
saying.
rabbis that
I
are
know that. But
there's
this
almost no
ex,
rabbis coming out against the war.
yeah,
Like
this there was
it's
this
really
one
astounding.
rabbi, this rabbi chief minister of the IDF. He basically also said that it is justifiable to rape Gentile women because somebody,
Yeah, I mean,
an
God
IDF,
forbid.
yeah, no, he said that an IDF
I know. I'm
soldier,
saying God forbid. Like that, but
an IDF
and
soldier
unfortunately, you're
said to
right.
him, but listen to this, David. IDF soldier said to him, "Is it okay to rape women in war?" And he said, "In order to satisfy your evil sexual urges, it is okay to breach the walls of modesty, right? And basically rape Gentile women." This is what he said.
Yes,
And I say this with all due respect, right? Because people love to talk about Islamic extremism, right? As if only Muslims are the fanatics and radicals in their religion, right? And the more that I look into certain things about Judaism or certain interpretations, there are a lot of Jewish extremists who have a very radical approach to their religion. And remember, you guys are older than us, in terms of your scripture and stuff. And it seems like Muslims have been used as the scapegoats for the face of radical extremist religion. And people have forgot about the extremist Jewish way of thinking in terms of radicalism. I'm hearing some shocking statements coming from rabbis. I mean, I can send you the video, David.
yeah.
This is at
I
least,
unfortunately I know this stuff better than you, and like I
yeah.
was in
So
Israel, in Brooklyn, and saying the problem is Zionism, and I would guess that my rabbis, some of the saintly rabbi, this Glenn Rebbe that he passed away a few years ago, and he lived into his 90s. He was anti-Zionist. I mean, I don't know if Rabbi Wolfson in Brooklyn is what he's saying about the war, and he might be neutral on Zionism. Some of the larger Hasidic rabbis in like Stanford Hill might be anti-Zionist, but the problem with like Zionism, then you're saying like, okay, like we have a Jewish army, and then they're looking at it like, okay, we could follow biblical law, and the Bible has these laws of war, including, God forbid, what you were talking about, and that's why the problem is Zionism. They said like, no miracle happened. The Israeli army is not a Jewish army, and you can't invoke these biblical laws. And then you mentioned like, okay, the Notori Karta, like, okay, the belief system. And that I was talking with Kevin Barrett, like I talked with you, like I believe in the temple. Like I do believe that we will rebuild the temple. But I don't think the Israeli state, the ethno state, has anything to do with the religion. In terms like, okay, like we want to rebuild the temple, we want to reestablish a Davidic dynasty in the priestly class, but like to have like a Jewish ethno state or even a Jewish army is unclear whether that's part of the prophecy at all. And then
but
to
look,
say
I say this with all due respect, right? Because again, when I have these
that our
debates,
religion clearly teaches, they're saying like talking about like rebuilding the temple, that is like unquestionably part of the religion. The vast
I get
majority of the
that. But even
rabbis
the
say
temple, you guys don't
Zionism.
even know. But with all due respect,
Well,
David, you guys
we don't
don't
have to
even know
argue
where it
about
is.
that now. But I'm saying like the vast majority of rabbis thought Zionism was a heresy. But like almost all said believe like,
I
yeah,
know.
eventually we're going to get our temple back. And these things that you're talking about, it's due to the heresy of Zionism, because they think, okay, we have a Jewish army, and therefore you have these rabbis making rulings about how the army should act, and they're making these ridiculous rulings of basically just sanctioning war crimes and humanitarian abuses. But the essential problem is the heresy of Zionism. But I would still, I mean, we don't have to argue it now considering what's happening, but I
No,
would
but
still
what I'm saying is
the
like even
basic
this
tenets
thing
of the
about
religion.
Zionism, right, and creating an ethno state, and their argument is that we've got ethnic ties to that land. When we look at Jewish presence in Israel dating back to 3,000 years ago, with all due respect, it wasn't a unified Jewish country. You had different kingdoms at the same time: Kingdom of Judea, Kingdom of Israel, who departed from each other because one fell into idolatry. You only had technically 5 monarchs, right? Solomon, Saul, David, and I forgot the name of the other two. And the Jews or the Israelites never ruled that land consecutively more than 300 years. If anything, out of
There are always
everyone,
other
one
there are
second,
always
one
other
second.
nations there. The Phoenicians and
After
the
every, yeah, but that's what I'm
Canaanites,
saying. After
they were always
out,
there.
no, but they were there, but they never ruled it effectively or consecutively. The only group that has ruled Palestine consecutively, and the longest have been the Muslims, from the Mamluks to the Ayyubids to the Ottomans. We ruled that land consecutively and more effectively, and we didn't rule it just for ourselves. We ruled it whilst governing Muslims, Jews, and Christians. But when we look at Jewish rule, they didn't rule it effectively. They were too busy fighting against each other, betraying each other, and, being arrogant, falling into idolatry. So God exiled them. The Christian crusaders didn't really do a great job. So the perfect people, with all due respect, historically speaking, are Muslims. And I'll tell you why. Because if we're going to govern Palestine in accordance to our Abrahamic laws, right? According to Jewish Abrahamic laws, anybody that's not Jew is a Goyim. So he's by default going to be a second-class citizen. Christians, the same thing. We are heathens according to them. But within Islam, Jews and Christians would be referred to as people of the book. Within our religion, we inherently have laws that incorporate them and give them their own rights. That's why we were the best people to rule that land, because we ruled it longer and more effectively. It was the most prosperous time when Umar
What
ibn
about the
Khattab.
Solomonic? I mean,
Sorry?
I'm familiar with it, but I'm saying, what about the Solomonic dynasty and then the
It was
prophecies of
short-lived,
Isaiah?
David. It was short-lived. It was short-lived. Didn't last long. You guys, like I said, you didn't rule that land consecutively for
I mean,
over
the
1,000 years.
Solomonic dynasty wasn't the Jewish supremacy state. That was you supposedly a
It was
golden.
a short-lived Jewish. Okay, David, name me the longest Jewish empire, or if you, I don't know if you think you guys had an empire, but give me the longest time that Jews ruled over Palestine or Israel. The longest. What's the longest time they had a unified, kingdom there?
Well, I mean, from Solomon till the Assyrian splitting of the 10 tribes, and Solomon's empire was about 40 years, and that was a
That's
golden
short-lived. That's
that
very
was a
small.
golden age of harmony with the non-Jewish people with inside of Israel and the foreign nations. And then hypothetically, the prophecies of Isaiah, where it's saying it's not that the Jews are going to become like a you know a supremacist state, but that the essential prophecies that all men, righteous people, will stand shoulder to shoulder in worship of the same God, and you have the universal harmony, or that all of the leaders of the nations came to the temple and brought sacrifices in King Solomon's temple. So whether that actually happened in King Solomon's time, or whether the prophecies of Isaiah could potentially happen in the future, but that's what I believe in. So even if you're right, even if I grant everything you're saying, I still believe in this hypothetical future Jewish state, and I reject that it's some Jewish supremacist state, that it will be some form of the fulfillment of the prophecies of Isaiah that will be good for everybody.
Yeah, but the thing is, look, with all
But
due
that's what I
respect,
believe
yeah,
in
but
as a
one
Jew.
second, David, look,
That's my religion and belief system as a Jew.
I
And
understand, but I'm
it's
saying the very essence, one second, the very essence for having a Jewish state going back from Moses was fleeing persecution. Now, the second revival of that is Zionism, again, fleeing persecution. Now, the first time when you guys were fleeing persecution, you were given the opportunity to create a homeland. You didn't do it justice. Fast forward to 1917, 1930s, Zionism was invoked. We need our own homeland, right? But now we're in 2023. You're not being persecuted at the levels that you were during the time of Moses, during the time of the Romans, or during the time of Hitler, right? We're in 2023. We've got anti-Semitic laws. Jews, there are more Jews, by the way, that live outside of Israel than they do in Israel. I don't understand why it is ethical for a minority group, right, who have multiple ethnicities, by the way, because Jews are not monolithic in terms of, they're not a monolithic ethnic group, with all due respect. You've got Safaris, Mizrahis, you've got converts. So it's based on this ambiguous presumption that everybody who identifies as a Jew is ethnically tied to that land. And we know that's not true. You've got Ukrainian Jewish people who have a long line of lineage of Ukrainians trying to attach themselves to the Middle East. Second of all, 80% of Jews there are secular. I don't understand why secular liberal people want to live in one of the most religious countries in the world, the most holiest countries in the world. It's like a transgender atheist moving to Saudi Arabia. Why would you, as an atheist transgender, move to one of the most religious countries in the world. So even the people that we see living there, they're not living there because they value the land. They couldn't really give a fuck about the ethnic ties that they have to the land or the religious ties to the land. They're just getting a cheaper accommodation and a free house, with all due respect. It's a great investment. I'm Jewish. I'm entitled to this land because I have some ethnic ties to it. Why not? But other than that, they don't have respect for the land, because look, you have the Hellenistic Jews. Throughout history, Jews have had to assimilate themselves to their cultures, right? Which I get, to flee persecution. So some of them have even diluted their own Jewish race. So when you have a Jew, let's say eighth generation Russian Jew, he is culturally Russian. His mindset is Russian. So essentially, it is a Russian, not a Jew, a Russian migrating to the Middle East with his Russian mindset and his Russian culture. I'll give you another example. I'm Iraqi, yeah? My ethnic blood is Iraqi. But if I go to Iraq right now, even though I'm Iraqi, they will still see me as a foreigner, because I haven't been, I've got the British mindset, I've got a British accent. So let's be real, those Jews that are coming there now, they don't really respect the Jewish culture, they don't respect the Jewish religion. They're not going there because they want to revive their religious ties to that country. They don't even respect the holiness of the land.
Well, I mean, the only Jews going there now are Russians. I'm saying, like, the majority of Jews who made Israel went there after World War II, and or leading in between World War I and World War II, and after World War II. And from the last 60 years, the vast majority of people that have went there are Russians. And even, like, there's more people that come from Israel to the UK and to the United States than the other way around, because the standard of
Half
living
of the
is
Jewish
higher.
population lives in America. I think it's 46% of Jews live in America, 100,000 in Russia,
Yeah,
and
for every
different
one
parts of the
Jew
world.
from America that goes to Israel, 5 Jews from Israel come to America. In the UK, it's similar, that the standard of living is higher. So people, but I mean, whatever the case, that Jews still feel comfortable living among their own kind, and they form some form of secular Zionist identity that they want to protect. And, I mean, that's why I would agree it's a heretical view of Zionism, and it certainly doesn't justify the human rights abuses on Palestinians. However, I still believe in the religion and the messianic vision of the third temple and the prophecies of Isaiah and the utopian
Okay,
vision.
what's the prophecy of Isaiah? What does that mean?
Well, there's a whole bunch of them, but it's saying, like, that there's not going to be war anymore, that there'll be world peace, universal recognition of God, all nations will get along together, the temple will be rebuilt, and the righteous from all the nations will come to Jerusalem to make pilgrimage and bring sacrifices to the temple. And I mean, it's a utopian messianic vision for all of humanity that centers around
But from
centers
what
around
I
the temple in
understand, is
Jerusalem.
that everybody that's not Jewish will be goyim. They will be slaves of the Jews.
No, I mean, there's a few statements, but it's saying, like, no, I mean, that's not. That's, I mean, there's. I mean, God
Yeah,
forbid.
because look, the kingdom of heaven is not reserved for
Yeah, but I'm
everybody.
saying that's not the overall spirit of the prophecy. There's a few statements that talk about, like the being rewarded at the end of time, or the downfall of the enemies. But the overall message of Isaiah is um, the upliftment of all of humanity living in peace and harmony in a utopian society centered around the temple in Jerusalem, not about the enslavement of all of humanity. There's just a handful of verses or statements in the Talmud that hint at that, but the overwhelming majority of the messianic verses from the Hebrew prophets is about this harmonious, peaceful, prosperous world society that benefits everybody. And it's saying
I
that's what
mean,
I believe in.
I
You
because
could claim, like, no,
as
you don't
Muslims,
believe that I believe that, and you think, well, I'm going to enslave humanity, and it's saying, like, no, I
no,
mean,
I'm not saying you, but I'm just like I'm
or you're saying
tying in
even the
your
message of the
prophecy.
Hebrew prophets.
No, but what I'm saying is I'm tying in your prophecy with our prophecy, because as Muslims we believe that in the end times, the Antichrist will come, which will be the Dajjal, and from what we know, Jews will follow that Dajjal. So your Messiah will be
I'm
our
talking afterwards.
Antichrist.
Afterwards, is there this universal harmonious society where all the nations are righteous and work in harmony, or there's a vision where, like, the righteous become the slave owners of the unrighteous?
Okay, so that will be the Goyim.
Well, no, I'm talking about Islam. So I'm saying, like, this. I
No,
mean,
no, Islam doesn't believe that. Islam believes, right, that first we will have the Mahdi, right? The Mahdi has to come first. He's not a prophet, but he's from the lineage of the prophet, and he will come to because when I was speaking to Joseph Cohen, he was saying that the Mashiach will be our Mahdi, right? But it doesn't coincide, you know, because I'm saying to him that your Mashiach is a Dajjal, and he's saying no, our Mashiach is your Mahdi, right?
And we talk about that, but I'm talking what happens after. What happens? What is Messiah? What happens to society after all that happens?
Okay, so
And you think
basically,
everyone's going to be
okay, I'll tell
Islam?
you,
From the
the
Judeo
Mahdi comes.
understanding, you still have all the nations of the world, and we just have
No,
the
no, I'll
temple,
tell
and
you what
everyone moves
happens,
in.
and this is why your prophecy is not the same as ours, because the Mahdi will come first, okay, then the Dajjal, which is the Antichrist. Now, in order for the Dajjal to come, the world has to be in a complete decay. The world has to be in a very, very horrible place. You know, similar to what Albert Pike wrote about his prophecy for World War III. The world has to be in a very desperate, you know, turmoil situation. The Dajjal will come and he will claim to be God and he will try to exert world peace, right? But people will see him as a false Messiah. That's why he's the Antichrist. Then Jesus, peace be upon him, will come back and he will kill the Dajjal. And then there will be a period of peace in the world they will say for 40 years. Then after that, when Jesus dies, because as Muslims we don't believe Jesus was crucified on the cross, we believe that he's alive in heaven waiting to come back. And so when he does come back, he will live like a normal person, he will die, and then that's when basically the end times, everything after that will basically be events that will lead to the end of the world, basically the end times. Everything will die, then we will all be risen up, and then the day of judgment will begin. Everybody will be judged, you know, every person that's died, the whole of humanity from Adam to the last person that died will all be judged, and then, you know, their reward, their eternal reward or punishment will basically be given out to them. But that's what I'm saying, your Mashiach it can't be, because we're saying that Jesus Christ, peace be upon him, is going to come and be the Messiah, right? You guys don't believe that. So Jesus is going to kill the Dajjal, and the Dajjal can only be maybe your Mashiach, because you don't believe Jesus is coming back.
No, I mean, our messianic vision. I mean, there's the ideas of world peace and universal recognition of God, but it centers upon the reestablishment of the Davidic house of David and the rebuilding of the temple.
Yeah.
And you know, like the vision,
But
what's it
what's
going to
the
be like that?
importance
Like
of
this,
building the temple though? Like, why do you need to build
these
it?
fears are conspiracies about like enslaving humanity. There might be a few verses or statements, but generally it's supposed to be a utopian, positivistic vision that we're going
Yeah,
that
but be real, David. That utopia is really for Jews. It's not for non-Jews.
no, it's for all of humanity. That's like
No,
King
because
Solomon's time.
look,
All the
David, be
leaders
honest.
of the
Your
nations.
religion is an ethno religion. Your religion is basically based on a chosen lineage. It's not. That's why your convert levels are very low. You know, like Uncle
Yeah,
Omar
but
said
it's
to
not.
you.
You're claiming false understanding of the
Yeah, but
prophets.
you're not a proselytizing religion, right? The
Yeah, but
religion
because
that
the
you
messianic
follow was
vision does
for.
not the messianic vision doesn't deal that much with the world or non-Jews. It just says there's going to be world peace and universal recognition of God, and the temple will be rebuilt, and God's presence will you know God's Jews will be able to serve God without hindrance from Jerusalem, and all the world
Yeah, but
leaders.
what about non-Jews? That's what I'm saying. It's something for Jewish people because you guys believe you are the chosen one, so therefore you are the priority, right? If you've been taught your whole life that God chose you and you're favored, you're number one. Everybody else is going to come second. That's why your religion is a very small religion because you don't want to proselytize. To like you taught me, to become a Jew takes a year to convert, but Islam, right? We've only had one prophet, right, who was not a Jew. 1.8 billion people. You guys had more prophets than us. You've had more time to spread the word of God. 3,000 years go back to Abraham. Yet there's only 19 million Jews. Because
Yeah,
you guys want to be small so you can be more prioritized.
no, but I mean, the straight message of the prophet centers on Jerusalem and the rebuilding the temple and serving God. And it says that the righteous of the nations will make pilgrimage to Jerusalem. So, like what the nations do, the nations will go along doing the nations doing their thing, but in a righteous, harmonious way. And the leaders will recognize the God of Israel and come and make pilgrimage and bring offerings in the temple in Jerusalem. So it's not there's no
But
necessary
what do you
vision
mean? Oh, but what? Okay, what is the purpose of rebuilding Solomon's temple? What reverence does that have in Judaism?
because that's the way God want, so to say, desires, wants to be served. The role of the Jewish people is to serve God in the prescribed method, and the prescribed method is the temple services. And so much so that
So it's like we pray towards Mecca, as you know. So is that the same thing for you guys? Like that's your
well,
holy
prayer
place.
prayer is a prayer like is a replacement for the temple service. I mean, there's still people should pray, talk to God, and pray, but the actual services is a replacement for the temple service. And when the
So
temple,
how do you guys pray? Because we pray 5 times a day. Do you guys do the same, or do you have like specific days or?
I mean, from the majority, the understanding I was taught is there's a pray, there's a commandment to pray, and that just means to talk to God in our own words. So I have a relationship to
Mm.
God, pray, talk to God in my own words. The prayers that Jews do today is a replacement for the temple service. And the only reason we have our 3 daily prayers in the standardized way is because the temple was destroyed. And when the temple is rebuilt, we won't carry on with those prayers. We will actually do the temple
Okay, so
service.
when are
I
those
mean,
prayers
people
like
will
in
still
a?
pray like we should still talk to God in our own words,
I
have a
understand that. So
relationship with
you
God. But
see
the
the three
formalized
daily
prayer,
prayers. Are the 3 daily prayers in a specific time? Like like we have 5 prayers on a set time. Are the 3 daily prayers on a
yeah,
set
I
time?
mean, it's the morning, afternoon, and night, and they're corresponding to the offerings that were given to God in the temple in the morning, afternoon, and at night.
So how do you pray? You just read from the Torah?
Well, there's a prescribed canonized form of prayers of exact things. I mean, some of the prayers will still be like the certain prayers will still be said in the morning and at night, but the Torah is read on Saturdays and on Monday and Thursday, and that's more about the law. The reading of the Torah is not a form of prayer. That's like a public declaration of the law. But the prayer service that we have right now, there's a handful that they say the Jews always prayed from the beginning that was uh, commanded to Moses. But the vast majority of the prayers now are just a commemoration of the temple, and the majority use opinion of the sages is that when the temple is rebuilt, that will no longer have the prayer service. That it was just a temporary substitution. I mean, at this point, for nearly 2,000 years, that is in place of the temple service, but it's not an actual replacement for the temple service. And
And so what about the Wailing Wall? What's the purpose of the Wailing Wall?
it's just a commemoration of the temple, that the Wailing Wall is the outer wall of the temple compound. And
And
so
when
the
was that built? Was that built after the temple or during the temple?
most experts, the archaeologists or scholars, believe that the Wailing Wall where the Jews pray now was built by the Romans, um, possibly by Herod. Some people think it was built. Most people think that it was part of Herod's temple, beautifulment that would have been built about before the lifetime of
So
Jesus.
so so it was built by the Romans. It wasn't built by Jews or in the time of Solomon. So why are they revering something that was built by non-Jewish people?
Because we don't revere it. We're saying we pray at the site of the temple. We don't pray to the wall. It's just the wall is the. So there's some structures going back to Solomon and David, but the Roman part was built over it. So that's like the temple excavations, but we don't pray to the wall. I mean, some people like stick a message in the wall or put their head up to the wall, but
Now
we're
I see
praying.
people touch it and kiss it and stuff.
Yeah, I mean that's just sentimental, but I'm saying the wall itself is not necessarily special. It's just that it's the temple site itself that's special, and so I mean, it's not like the wall. We're not praying to the wall, or it's just we're praying at the site outside of the temple, and in the current state, that's the only open place to
So
pray.
do you believe that the temple, the ruins of the temple, are under Al Aqsa Mosque? Because from what I've learned, you guys don't
No, it's
really
not
know
all
where.
access. I was talking with this Kevin Barrett that there's two things. There's Dome of the Rock, shrine, and then there's Al-Aqsa Mosque. So the Al-Aqsa Mosque is, you have the Temple Mount compound. The Al-Aqsa Mosque is all the way on the side of the Temple Mount. And in the middle of the Temple Mount compound is the Dome of the Rock. And it's called the Dome of the Rock because underneath it is actually the rock. Although, like if you go to the Temple Mount, it's a compound under it that has actually the rock that theoretically where Abraham prayed, where Abraham
Yeah,
almost
the
sacrificed
Ibrahimi
Isaac,
Mosque.
where Jacob rest. But I mean, it's the shrine. So if Muslims don't pray, the mosque is all the way on the side, and the Dome of the Rock is actually the site where the temple was. And Muslims there, when they don't pray at the shrine, they circumambulate it, I think 7 times. So I mean, it's a pilgrimage site like Mecca, where you circumambulate the rock of Abraham, and then you pray in the mosque, which is on the side. So I mean, theoretically, you could have the temple rebuilt and leave the Al-Aqsa Mosque intact. It's only the Dome of the Rock shrine that would need to be disassembled for the temple to be rebuilt. And the Dome of the Rock is not.
Okay.
It's not the Dome of the Rock is not a temple. It's a shrine. I mean, it's not a
I
mosque.
understand that. I
Right.
understand that. So, in terms of
I don't know exactly. I mean, no, they were built about the same time, like 1,300 years ago, in
yeah,
whatever
but so
reason.
this is what I'm saying. You guys must be in some sort of long-term punishment because, with all due respect, I mean, Muslim holy religious sites, alhamdulillah, have been very well preserved. I mean, the time that the Kaaba was built is still
When
intact.
I
Still,
was in Israel, when you had
but
like,
one second.
well, I just
I
make
just
this
want to,
point because you'll agree with
yeah.
this.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, like now you have the modern day sages that didn't live through the war, but the sages who, God forbid, saw the horrors of World War II, a lot of them said that, okay, yeah, we're being punished for our sins, and the Muslims are protecting the site from ourselves because the majority of Jews are not righteous, and if we had the site, we would desecrate it. And so the Muslims care more for the site, and that's why God has entrusted it in the hands of the Muslims. But eventually the Jews will be ready to rebuild the temple. But currently now the Jews are in a low status. And like if Israel had the Temple Mount, and even like the Zionist people, extremists that want to rebuild the temple, they would desecrate the site, and it's safer in the hands of the Muslims. So I mean, that was even when I was in Israel. That's what.
Interesting. Because look, when we look at Christian and Muslim religious sites, right? I know a lot of them are very well preserved in Jerusalem for the Christians. Same with the Muslims, but it seems like any Jewish archaeology has either been destroyed or is still not preserved. And that's why when I mentioned the Wailing Wall, that's not something that is exclusive to Jews. I understand that it is attached to Jewish history, but it was obviously built by Romans, and so that's the only part of history, let's just say, that you guys can latch onto. Other than that, your temple was destroyed. I don't know what other monuments or historical Jewish monuments exist in Israel now that you guys can refer to that was existing at the time of when it was created. Like I say, the Kaaba from the time it was created is still standing, it's still preserved. Same with the Al-Aqsa Mosque. This is why the Muslims are fighting so hard, because we will not let this go. But it seems like the Jews, historically speaking, they lost it. That's why they're having to come back to their homeland. They're having to rebuild again, because once they had it, they couldn't hold it. They couldn't look after it. And I'm not saying that in a disrespectful way. What I'm saying is, you had the chance and you blew it.
Yeah, but we
That's
still
why.
have the messianic prophecies. I mean, if you see here in the picture,
So that's the
well,
only thing you're relying on. You're
you
just
see here in the
relying on the
picture, just real
prophecy.
quick. Well, I have the screen share open. Unfortunately, the Al-Aqsa Mosque is all the way at the side of the Temple Mount. The temple stood in the center of the Temple Mount, and that's where the Dome of the Rock is. That's where the temple, most scholars believe the rock right under it would be. The Al-Aqsa Mosque is all the way on the side, and the Western Wall is actually closer to Al-Aqsa Mosque than the Temple Mount, and that's just like somewhat like touristy. That's just like the only place that's open to publicly pray. And I mean, God forbid it was actually a war crime, because after 1948, when the War of 48, there was a Moroccan quarter, um, and the Jews leveled. Sorry, 1967. Until 1967, there's actually houses, and it was called the Moroccan Quarter. And the Jews, after 67, cleared out the Moroccan Quarter, and that's where you have the creation of the Western Wall, where people prayed at. But there's not necessarily any significance to the wall. Um, and even if you're right, like according to the sages, we're being punished for our own sin. We were uh, we were exiled, and the temple was destroyed due to
Wait,
our
can
own.
you show that map again, please, so I can see it? Can you share it? Click on the actual image so I can see where your Temple Mount is allegedly located. Can you just zoom in so I can see? Yeah, zoom into that picture because I can't really see it well. Okay. So that's the golden dome, right? That's the Dome of the Rock. Okay.
And it's the Dome of the Rock, because it's over. There's a rock
There's
that's
a
actually
shrine
on
there.
top of.
Okay.
Under it is actually the rock
Mhm.
where of Abraham and Jacob and Isaac, and the belief that's where the temple stood. Like there's some dispute among scholars, but the majority belief is that that's where the temple was. The Al Aqsa Mosque is on all the way on the side of the compound. So the Al Aqsa Mosque has, I mean, God forbid, most Jews who are like temple activists, they would also dismantle and tear down the mosque. But like relative to the temple, um, this whole big platform, is not even clear that the Al Aqsa Mosque was even on the Temple Mount in ancient times. It's on the side, and it's only this side here with the Dome of the Rock, the shrine, which Muslims don't pray at. They circumambulate. Like if you went
One
to Jerusalem.
second, David. I wanted to respond to one of your comments. Somebody called Mr. LDS. Yes, I am. I am on X and I'm on TikTok. That's where I'm
I'll put
mostly
your link
active
in the
on.
chat in a second once I click off of this.
Yeah. Okay.
Um, so I added.
Wait, can you play that video, David, actually on my page? Share the link, and then I want you to play the video that I've got pinned on my X so you can hear the Rabbi Reuben.
I won't be able to get sound of it.
Oh.
But I was just showing this to say, like, yeah, I mean, the theology is the temple was destroyed. Okay, it was destroyed by the Romans, but it was destroyed due to our own sins. It wasn't destroyed. I mean, like, okay, the Romans did, it was done to hands. Or the reason the Muslims control it is because of our own sins, because we're not ready for the temple, and we're not holy enough to actually, serve in the temple, rebuild the temple. So it's now safer in the hands of Muslims. But the whole religion and prophecy centers around the eventual rebuilding of the temple, and say from the Judeo belief, God's presence rests in the temple at the strongest and will be served from there. And the Jews' special role will be the service of God from that temple. And the righteous from all nations will make pilgrimage to Jerusalem to bring sacrifices in the temple. But it's not Al Aqsa Mosque, it's the dome, and that's just a shrine.
Okay.
You see the Western Wall.
Mm-hmm. Wailing Wall.
I mean, someone put that guy argued with Destiny, said it was just kind of like a tourist attraction created by the modern state of Israel. I mean, people always prayed at it just because it's the
Yeah,
only
but
place.
what do you say? It's like blasphemy and heresy to worship at the Wailing Wall. You know, it wasn't ordered
Well,
by
it's not
God. It's
blasphemy
arranged.
to worship. You pray, but you don't worship the wall. You just pray at the wall.
Okay, but when you guys pray, why do they do the rocking movement, like they're rocking back and forth? Is that a part of your prayer ritual?
Well, so the Lubavitch Rebbe recommended not to do that. So, I mean, whatever reason Jews do it um, is unclear, and different rabbis actually said you're not supposed to do that. And so,
Yeah, but see, this is the trouble that I'm having, with all due respect, when I'm debating with Israelis who claim to be indigenous. It seems like everything that they're doing is against the original Jews or the Israelites. It's innovation. An amalgamation of European rituals that they've learned over time. You know, I mentioned to you the Hellenistic Jews who assimilated into Greek culture. You know, Roman influence. So would you say that the Jewish religion has been reformed, innovated, and diluted from its origins to what it is today.
Well, I mean, definitely. So, I mean, there's two things. There's the heresy of Zionism, which is a heresy, a religious heresy. And then there's just atheism and secularism in general. So, like, religious Zionism as a heresy it's a heresy because it's a false religious belief, as opposed to secularism and atheism, even like Zionism as an ethno-nationalism, but not a religious belief, is, I mean, you could call it a heresy, but if it's just secular Zionism, where people are like, well, I feel comfortable more around people of my own and in my ancestral homeland, and I just want an ethno-nation to feel comfortable and safe, but it doesn't have any religious connotations to it. But either way,
So let me ask you this.
either
As
way,
far as
secular Zionism or religious Zionism is a heresy.
okay. So from what I know, there are 19 million Jews. Out of those 19 million Jews, how many do you think of them are actually Orthodox Jews who practice Judaism properly?
Well, in the West, it's, I mean, if you just mean,
I'm saying all of the Jewish population, because when you guys say that you can be an ethnic Jew without being actually religious, and out of all the Israeli Jews that I've spoken to, only a few of them are religious Jews. The majority of them are atheists. So what I'm saying to you, out of all the Jews that exist in the world, the Sephardics, the Yemenites, the Ashkenazis, what is the percentage, would you say, out of all of the Jews that exist today that are actually Jewish by religion and actually practice Judaism?
because there's so many gradations of religion. It's like in Israel, like 25% are Haredi, maybe half of Israel is religious, half is secular. In the West, like Orthodox might be 10 to 20%, and then you have like conservative Orthodox, Reform, that various, and probably like a third to half are largely secular Jews.
So would you say there are more secular
But
Jews than
even among
religious
like the
Jews?
Orthodox and Haredi, like the people that really believe or follow the religion in a proper way, it's just a very few small percent.
So would you say there are more secular Jews than religious Jews in the Jewish community globally?
Well, yeah, I mean, in Israel and globally, yeah, the majority are secular, and they might have some level of
See,
Judeo
but
belief or
that's what I
practice.
find strange, because you can't be a Muslim and an atheist at the same time. You're either a Muslim or you're not, right? Because to be a Muslim is a belief system, right? And presumably, I'm sure that that's what it means to be a Jew, because Jew actually stems from the tribe of Judea, because before there was anything called Jewish, there was Yahweh, yeah, or Yahwehism, because the letter J doesn't even
But
exist.
these come into complicated issue of identity. So you say, well, I
No,
mean,
it's
you
important
could
because
argue
it's
that, like,
based off this
no, I mean,
identity.
there is a secular Muslim identity, and because if you leave your identity, you don't automatically, like, you have remnants of your old identity. So, like, if
No,
you
no,
have,
look. As a
if
Muslim, you can't
because
be like.
I live right next to Dearborn, and there's 200,000 Arabs, and a lot of them, God forbid, there's strip clubs and alcohol, and a lot of people leave
Yeah,
their
but
Muslim.
they're
A lot of them
sinners. They're
leave their
sinners.
Muslim background, but they still have. They're still kind of like secular Muslims, because they even if because they have, their identity is still connected to their family and their
Okay, no, look,
practices,
you
the
can be
calendar,
a secular Muslim, but you
dietary.
definitely can't be an atheist Muslim, right? But what I'm saying to you is that
If you're if if your father's an imam and you become an atheist, you say, well, I'm an atheist, but like I still grew up and like know the Islamic
no,
stuff.
because
Still
Muslim is not an ethnicity. It is not a race. It is a religion or a belief system. So we don't, even if his dad is an imam, he is no longer a Muslim.
no,
He
but
is not attached to the Muslim
yeah,
name.
but you're describing it that
He's a
way.
apostate. One
You're
second though.
describing it that way, but you're saying, like, no, I mean,
No, that's the
if you say
Islamic
it's an
teachings. He's an
identity,
apostate. He is an
Muslim,
apostate.
yeah, but you're describing it in under religious terms. So we say Islam is an identity.
No, it's not. It's not. It's
Well,
Islam is a deen. It's a way of life, right? Based
yeah, but in
off
that term, a way of life is an identity. And say if you become an atheist, the
you're no
remnants
longer
the
Muslim.
remnants of Islam in your way of life are still going to be part of your identity,
One
even
minute,
though you're,
let me explain something to you, right? I'm a Muslim Arab, okay? If I became an atheist, I'm no longer Muslim, but I am still Arab, Okay, Islam doesn't work the way that Jews work. Islam is not a ethno religion, right? It's not based on ethnicity, right? It's based off belief. If you no longer believe
I
in
know what you're
Islam,
saying, but I'm describing it psychologically
you
as
can be a
opposed to
liberal
religiously. You
Muslim,
could
you can
you
be a
could say from an
conservative
Islamic
Muslim.
view,
That's something else.
you
But what
could
I'm
say from
saying,
an Islamic view, there's no such thing. But you say if your name is still Muhammad and
you're not a Muslim. Doesn't matter. You're still
you're not
not
a
a
Muslim,
Muslim.
even if your name's Muhammad.
Nope, you're not a Muslim. If you
But but that's your religious. That's your saying from religious
no, you can
doctrine.
ask any
From
David. One
psychological,
second, David.
from
You can ask
psychology,
any.
identity theory.
Let me explain something
You
to you
could
because
ask any Islamic
you're trying to
scholar.
apply Jewish concepts to Islam,
No,
right?
I'm not applying Jewish concepts. I'm applying just psychology and identity theory. And saying
Okay.
belief is just one aspect of
Is
identity.
Islam is not a culture. It is not a
But
ethnic
it is a
group. It is
culture.
a well. Let me explain something to you. It's a belief system. If somebody has Muslim
But you don't get to
parents,
describe. I mean, you could if you want, but I'm saying like you're not the definitive descriptor of these things.
I'm not using my own opinions here, David.
Yeah,
This is
but
Islamic teachings.
you're trying to apply religious doctrine.
No,
And
listen to me. You cannot be a Muslim and an atheist at the same time. Because what does a Muslim mean? A Muslim, the very foundations of a Muslim is not praying 5 times a day. Like, for instance, if you don't believe in one God and you pray 5 times a day, you're not a Muslim. Islam is based on the foundation of believing in one God, right? And from there, you have the
yeah, I mean,
religious
I know
practices.
all
Once,
this stuff.
David, please let
I'm
me
not
finish. Just
rejecting it because you're preaching. But in the
I'm
same
not
way,
preaching
if
to
you
you,
say
David. I'm trying to explain something to you that
Hinduism
you
is the
clearly don't
collection of beliefs.
understand.
But as I'm just giving an alternative explanation that is more commonly understood. And if you say Islam is the combination of beliefs and practices and customs of the people from certain regions that you might originate from Muhammad, and so it's a combination of culture, customs, and beliefs. And so
No, because
if
we
the
have
beliefs change,
Caribbean
you still have the
Muslims, we have
customs and
English
culture.
Muslims. No. You got it all wrong, because we've got
But
people that
you're just
convert.
arguing. I don't have it all wrong. That's the psychological understanding.
David, let me.
You're trying to define it in theological terms, and so you're just making a
But
category error.
no, because Islam is not this Arabian culture. For instance, you
Yeah,
have
but just because
English.
you're he's saying just because you're Muslim, you don't get to define Islam. And it's saying when
What?
I define Islam, I'm defining
David, that
Islam.
doesn't. I am a Muslim because
Yeah,
I
but it's
get
saying,
to.
but you're saying like
You're a Jewish person trying to define my religion. Does that make sense?
I'm not defining your religion. I'm defining what I'm considering a combination of culture, custom, and beliefs. And so you're coming like, as a Muslim, that's incorrect. Muslim means this. And I'm saying, well, I know as a Muslim, you think it means this, but from a larger, Western
But why you?
Enlightenment
So you
system,
want me to
that's not
accept
what
the
Islam
Western
means.
definition?
Islam is
One
a
minute. You want
combination
me?
of common practices, beliefs,
1 minute. Let me
customs,
respond, David, because you
cultures.
do this all the time. You go on a tangent and you don't let people respond. You just admitted that you are using the Western criteria or the Western understanding of what it means to be a Muslim. You can't do that,
I
right? That's
can't do that because
disrespectful. That's
identity
no. That's
theory arises
disrespect.
out of psychology. If I'm
No,
trying to
that's
explain this from
disrespectful. That's
psychology,
disrespectful to use Western narratives, which are very Islamophobic, very bigoted, to tell me what it means to be a Muslim. The statement that I made is that you cannot be a Muslim and an atheist at the same time because they're oxymoronic. Atheism is the disbelief in
I
God.
understand this. You're just
Muslim
repeating
is the
yourself.
belief in God.
You're just
Okay.
repeating yourself because I understand exactly what you're saying.
Okay, but what I'm saying to you is that the Jews don't have this concept. That's what I'm saying to you.
The
From
Jews
my
do have this.
understanding.
Some Jews do have this concept,
Okay,
and
but
it's
from my
even the term
understanding,
Jew.
1 second, David, what does it mean
You're
to
just
be a
making a
Jew?
category error.
A Jew is somebody who's supposed to follow Yahweh because the letter J does not exist in Hebrew. That's why the original term for Jew was
Saying
Yahwehism,
that's
right?
just one way of defining it. You're saying like no, Jew is the common, is the people from the region of Judea, the common, the people, the common practices, beliefs, culture, customs, and the beliefs is just one of the things.
Okay, so you can be a Jew without believing in the culture, the customs, or anything like that, yeah?
Well, no, so you could be a Jew without the beliefs, just if you still have the cultural customs or ethnic practices.
But what I'm saying to you, what if you don't have
Just
none of
like
that?
you
If
could be
you're
a Muslim from
You're not
Western
understanding my
definition,
point. I'm saying
even
to
if
you,
you don't
if
believe
you,
in it,
because
just
let me explain something to you. From my understanding, to be a Jew, the foundations of Jewish is based off believing in one God, based off Yahwehism. If you are an atheist Jew, then you have basically detached yourself from everything that it means to be a Jew. Because the foundations of the Jewish identity is based off monotheism, is based off worshipping Yahweh, right? So if somebody claims to be a Jew, but they don't honor these concepts, they don't believe in these concepts, then you're a useless Jew. Because
yeah, but
you've got
no,
nothing to
because
do with the
you keep
identity.
on focusing just on the belief aspect of identity. There's multiple facets of identity. Belief is just one. I mean, if you give an example, let's say a woman wears hijab for whatever reason, even though she became an atheist, that she completely discredited, but she still
That's
occasionally
a very rare
she
thing.
still
That's a
occasionally
crazy
wears
person.
hijab because she grew up with it, or when she visits her family, or just to fit in, even though she doesn't believe in any of that anymore. So I mean, it's clearly a Muslim practice to wear hijab. But you say, well, she's not a Muslim. And
Most
well, why is she wearing hijab?
ex-Muslims don't do that, David. Once somebody leaves Islam, they try to detach themselves from anything Islamic. By the way, every ex-Muslim that I've met has run away from Islamic culture. They've become secular. They've been atheists. But let me ask you this, yeah, because you
Do they
said,
detach themselves from their family? Do they?
yeah, sometimes they either get disowned, the
But I'm
family
saying,
detaches from.
would if even if someone became an atheist, like would they possibly put on hijab just to please their parents, even though they didn't believe in it?
Yeah, maybe.
And you're gonna say, well, that's clearly an Islamic practice, and just because the person
But
is
they're
an
still not
atheist,
Muslim by definition. Even if they wear the headscarf, they're still not Muslim because they don't believe in God. Yes, they might do the practices, but being a Muslim is not based on the practices, it's based on believing
that's how
God.
you're defining it. I'm saying there's
No,
multiple
that's
facets
literally what Islam
of
is. You just what you don't
identity.
understand.
Would
You,
anybody other than a Muslim have an iftar feast? But are there a lot of Muslim apostates that like um, don't
but
celebrate the
like you
holiday,
said, they
but
might not have
they
told their
still might have
parents
an
that they're not.
iftar
One
feast?
second, they might have told their parents that they're not Muslim, so they're undercover doing the practices, but deep down they don't believe.
But would anybody other than a Muslim have an iftar feast?
Yes, there's plenty of non-Muslims that come and join us in the mosque
They
for an
join
iftar.
you, but they don't make their own iftar feast. They join Muslims. But you could have a Muslim atheist
Look, if
that's still like, okay, they're
no,
so
you
used
can't.
to having
It's
an iftar
oxy.
feast that even though they don't fast, even though they still have an
Can
iftar
you
feast because
be
it's part of
okay?
their
Listen to me.
culture,
Listen to
and
me.
that's Islamic
It's
culture.
oxy, David. It's oxymoronic to be an atheist and a Muslim. What you're trying to say is that you can be an atheist but still adopt Muslim culture. Fine, I agree with that. But you're
Identity is
still not a
multifaceted. I mean, if
Muslim.
you just say back in the correct technical terms, identity is multifaceted, and belief is just one facet of identity.
But belief is the ultimate foundation for the Muslim identity and the Jewish identity. Without belief, there will be no Jews and there will be no Muslim. So when you
That's
did
self-defined from Islamic.
the only reason why Jews exist is because the foundation of belief. If there was no Yahweh, if there was no Hashem, there would be no Jews. If there was no Allah, there would be no Muslims. So the foundation of the Muslim identity and the Jewish identity is based off belief.
I mean, you're making a category error, though. So
Would there be Jews without Hashem? Would there be Jews without
if
Hashem?
I meet somebody named Muhammad, and like I assume, well, you're Muslim. He's like, no, I'm an atheist. And so it's like, why the hell do you have the name Muhammad if you're an atheist?
Yeah, I know many ex-Muslims
And
who
you're gonna
still
say,
have. No, 1 second. I know many ex-Muslims who still have the name Muhammad, Abdullah.
do you know any
Some of the.
non-ex-Muslims that have the name Muhammad? I mean, do you know anybody that's not a Muslim or an ex-Muslim that's named Muhammad?
Yes, I know ex-Muslims who
I
still
say
have their Muslim
ex-Muslims.
name.
How the hell does this person get the name Muhammad?
Okay, so they were born a Muslim, they grew up a Muslim, and they decided, I no longer want to be a Muslim anymore. So they stopped praying, they stopped believing in God, but they still hold on to their Muslim name, but they're still not a Muslim.
Yeah, but what exactly like you said, they still have a Muslim name.
Okay, does that make them Muslim? No.
Well, yeah,
Okay,
it
doctor. Okay,
makes it
one second,
a
1 second.
facet of their
You've heard of.
identity.
Okay, 1 second. You've heard of Dr. Omar Johnson, right? Dr. Omar Johnson, the Pan-Africanist. His first name Omar is a Muslim name, but he's not Muslim.
Well, how do you get the name Omar then?
maybe his ancestors were, because if he's a descendant from slavery, then they were Muslim slaves, so they probably named him that. So, but he's not a Muslim. He has a
It
Muslim
means
name.
that some aspect of Islam to his identity. So if it's a guy,
No, he rejects Islam. He doesn't like the Arab culture. He recently was actually disrespecting the plight of the Palestinians. There's another guy, I forgot his name.
He has a Muslim name.
But he's not. Does that make him Muslim?
It makes it a facet of his identity.
No, because he's a Pan-Africanist.
No, but you're talking you're making a category. You're making a category error. There's multiple facets of identity, and if the guy's name has a Muslim name, then some aspect of their identity is Islamic. And just because there's other aspects of their identity that are not Islamic doesn't mean that they don't have an aspect of Islamic identity.
You've completely glossed over my point, and I know you've done that intentionally.
No, you're glossing over my point.
One second. I'm not speaking
there's
about
no
that
such
point.
thing as someone without partial Islamic identity.
You've glossed over my point because I got you there. There would be no Jewish, there would be no Muslim without Allah and Hashem. The foundations of your identity and my identity is based off belief. If there wasn't this belief, there would be no Jewish, there would be no Muslim. Right, so when you have these secular atheist Jews, one second. When you have these secular atheist Jews who reject God, how can they have the audacity to call themselves Jewish when the very foundations of being Jewish is believing in God?
Just like Islamic is a multifaceted identity.
No, stop using your weird concepts to us.
It's not my weird concept. This is psychology.
We don't trace our lineage through our mothers.
You're saying you reject psychology.
No, I'm rejecting your own version of what you think the Islamic identity means.
I'm not, because I'm not. You're making a category error because I'm not concerned with your self-identification of what Islam means. I'm using a modern psychological.
Why do you get so triggered quickly, David?
I'm not triggered. I mean, you're just making a category error. You're going in a circle.
Look, you can't be an atheist and a Muslim at the same time. As simple as that.
You're making a category error because you're saying that's from an Islamic.
Okay.
You're saying from an Islamic perspective.
I dare you, David. Go to your local imam and ask him, sir, can you be a Muslim and an atheist at the same time, and see what his response is. Yeah, and if he responds the same way that I do, I want you to come and apologize to me.
Well, I mean, the mosque. I was at an event at University of Michigan, and Imam Kazemi, who is a Sayyid, a descendant of the Prophet, and the head of the biggest mosque in Detroit, spoke at University of Michigan, where his son was, and he gave a lecture on this, and he talked about the multifaceted part, and he talked about all the people in mosques who have liquor stores, and
that's them being a sinner. So in Islam, if you believe in God but you drink alcohol, you fornicate, you're still a Muslim. But if you reject God, that's it, you're out of the fold. You are now considered an apostate. So in Islam, we acknowledge Muslim sin, right? So
in Imam Kazemi's mosque, he does not have parents disown their kids if they stop believing. And that's why I went.
No, they do. It's a big thing. I'll be honest with you.
And he said, like, no, you're wrong.
Apostate,
he does not have people disown their kids if they stop believing.
The apostasy law in Islam is very serious, right? If we had a Sharia,
I said here in Metro Detroit,
But I'm saying under Sharia
I would
law,
be pretty sure that, I know multiple imams locally here, and they do not disown their kids if they stop believing.
Okay, that's great on them. But
and you're telling me no, that they're wrong. They should disown their kids if they stop believing.
Well, I'm not saying they should disown their kids, but that's most likely what is going to happen if most of the Muslim world, if their child becomes a disbeliever, they would try to disassociate themselves with them.
There's a lot of mosques in Detroit, but the few mosques I've done interfaith with, that's not their practice. I mean, there might be some mosques that have that
because you're now considered to be a kafir, right? You're considered to be a murtad, right? So if you leave the fold of Islam, if you apostate, you are now a murtad. Now that is a big sin in Islam because Allah forgives all sins except for shirk, and shirk is disbelief. So that's why in Muslims, no matter how many times you sin, Allah will forgive you. But if you apostate and you disbelieve in Allah, that is the number one unforgivable sin, right? That is what Islam is.
But
so you might see Muslims.
It's also a communal family religion.
If
you have a mosque that has thousands of members, hundreds of members, and you have big families that are all members of your mosque, and some of the family members become apostates, a lot of the people bring them to the mosque, come to the event. They're still part of the community, even though they became an apostate.
I don't know what sort of liberal version of Islam you guys got in America, and I'll be honest with you.
It's just practical because
No,
you have
no,
a large
a lot of the
community,
American
and
Muslims.
almost
One
all
second,
families
David.
have people that.
You need to
Are you
see how the
disagreeing that
Muslim.
almost all families have people that leave the fold?
No, you need to see how
Even in
Islam
London,
operates in the
does
United
not
Kingdom.
almost all families, large
One
extended
second,
families,
David.
have
One
someone that
second.
leaves the fold?
You need to see how Muslims operate in the United Kingdom. I know that our brothers and sisters in America, unfortunately, are being fed a watered down liberal version of Islam. You've got even LGBTQ mosques and all sorts of nonsense.
These
This
guys
is
are
why
not liberals. These guys just don't believe in
there
breaking
are a
up
lot of
families.
liberal there
They
are a
don't
lot of
believe in
liberal Muslims in
disowning kids. They're
America.
not
A lot.
inviting the extended family to still be part of the community because they don't believe anymore.
There are a lot of liberal Americans, Muslims
And
in
they're not.
America, right?
But I'm saying
That's why
these aren't liberal imams. They just have a
bro, there's
practical view
literally,
towards the
David.
extended
I don't
family.
think. Let me break something down to you about
I'm
the
saying I
current
know
comment.
these imams. They're not
Let me
liberal
finish, David.
imams.
David, let me
We're
finish.
talking about the specific thing about
Okay, okay.
apostates
Can I?
and
Oh my
accepting the
God,
larger
David.
family communal structure and encouraging them to be part of the community, even if they
Okay,
after
no
they're
problem,
apostate.
no problem.
I'm not
Right
talking about.
now,
I
there
mean,
is
you could say
ongoing
maybe they got a
disputes.
gay kid. Yeah, I'm sure some of them it could be an issue. Maybe someone's got a gay kid also.
Okay. What I'm saying to you is there is currently disputes even amongst the UK Muslims or the UK imams and figureheads with the American Muslims. There has been exchange on the way that they are practicing and the way that they're behaving. The UK Muslims, right? The leaders of the Muslim community here in the UK have had discrepancies with what is going on with the American Muslims. Because, for instance, I'm sure you've heard of Dr. Yasser Qadi. The thing is, because America is very Islamophobic, very anti-Islam, right? The only like when people learn Islam, they usually learn it in Western institutions like Harvard. So Dr. Yasser Qadi learned Islam through Westerners, through Western institutions, which is very a liberal, watered down version. Here in the UK, we are learning Islam. So most of our mosques that are funded here are either funded by Saudi
I know my
Arabia.
imams. I'm saying Imam Elahi
Let me
is
finish, please.
Iraqi. Imam
Please let me
Kazimi is
finish, David.
Iraqi.
David, let
I'm
me
saying
finish.
the two imams I'm
Oh my
thinking of
God.
are Iraqi, and they
Okay.
studied. One of them studied in Qom in Iraq. I mean, one of them studied in Qom in Iran. They didn't study in Harvard. Like
Yeah, look. Even John Williams in the comment section made a good point. I mean, Nation of Islam is like massive in America. Here in the UK, we reject them. Nation of Islam come to Speaker's Corner and they get heckled and they get intellectually refuted. So the type of Islam that is going on in America is this sort of Nation of Islam type stuff or this liberal type of Islam. The majority of the Muslim world reject them. Our brothers and sisters in America are suffering because when you are learning Islam in a Western institution like Harvard University, which is where Dr. Yasser Qadi got some of his Islamic education from. He's not learning it from the scholars. The Muslims here in the UK, they travel to Egypt, they travel to Mauritania, they travel to Saudi Arabia to get first-hand knowledge from these credible sources. They don't go to Oxford University to get an Islamic degree or an Islamic scholarship, right? So when you have these American Muslims that are learning Islam in a very sheltered environment, because we know in America, if a Muslim was to really preach their religion, they would get done for terrorism.
It's not
That's
the
why they
case.
only accept
I mean,
these watered
you're
down
saying
versions.
nonsense. I mean, you're saying something. I mean, you might be talking about a phenomenon, but like in Dearborn, these guys did not learn Islam in Harvard. They come from Iraq, and they studied in seminaries or training institutes in the Middle East. It is just if you're talking specifically about running a community where you have a lot of these are mostly Iraqi refugee mosques. I mean, refugees or immigrants, and it's just a fact when they come to America that a certain percent of people leave the path. And many of the imams keep families together. They encourage you to come even if you've left the path. They don't like, oh, you're an apostate, you're not a Muslim anymore. I mean, maybe that's a technical definition. Maybe you can't like lead prayers or have certain functions in the community, but just having a big tent view towards, I mean, it might be a bigger issue saying the guy is, Imam Kazimi, who is Iraqi, who studied in Qom, who's a descendant of the Prophet. He didn't go to Harvard. He has a big tent understanding.
Sorry, I don't know who this low IQ incel in your comment section is. This L Jim guy that's here that's been adding no value to the conversation. He seems like he's very deprived of female company, so he's lashing out on me. Bro, like, I'm not interested in trolls. Go and find something to do. Like, this is grown people having a conversation, and you're just an incel in the comment section having some sort of
Okay, well, God
rant or
forbid.
fit.
I mean, I've seen El Jim around before, but my God, I'm not going to ban him, but but I wasn't even looking at the chat.
You get a lot of weirdos. I don't know why. Like,
But, I
you
mean,
attract a lot of weird
you're
guys.
making these blanket statements about Islam. It's like, I know enough about Islam
because I am a Muslim, David.
Yeah, but you're not the spokesman for Islam. And it's saying, like, I've done enough interfaith. I've met my local imams.
Yeah, but you
At least
again, I
on
find that
this
disrespectful
issue
for
where
you to
you're
tell me
claiming
about my own
that
religion and
imam is a
who I
belief
am. Like,
system.
it's
If
like
you
me
don't
telling
believe,
you you're not Jewish enough. You can't speak to me about Judaism. You had like respect me and my faith. I know my faith well enough to know what I'm speaking about. I'm not allowed to speak out of turn. In Islam, you can't give your own opinion. So I'm not speaking off my own opinion. It's not based off my own bias. If you really want me to, David, I've got you on Discord. I can send you all the evidence to back up my point. I'm not saying this because I feel like this or this is my own opinion because I'm so entitled that I'm going to give my own opinion on my own religion. I'm not allowed to do that. You know, if you speak of your own opinion in Islam, it's haram. You're not allowed to do that.
Yeah, I'm not an Islamic expert, but I know enough about Islam that at least your point on this is not.
No, your evidence is based off experience.
Let me finish the point that your
this
point is not in line with the leading imams.
No,
in Metro
David,
Detroit.
your evidence is based off your experience. It's not based off anecdotal evidence. It's not based off scripture. You've been around some Muslims, no problem. You've had conversations. You've met certain. That's fine, but your evidence is not substantiated.
I heard a lecture, a speech at University of Michigan from basically one of the chief imams of Detroit on this exact point.
Bro, like I said, American Muslims are going through a bit of an issue in terms of.
You're just going to disregard American Muslims, fine.
I'm not saying all of them, but I'm saying that the main figureheads like Omar Soleimani.
I haven't said his name. Is Imam Kazemi. He's Iraqi, and he built it's the biggest mosque in America, the Islamic Center of America. It's in fact the biggest mosque in all of America, and he was born in Iraq, and he studied in Qom in Iran. And he spoke on this He spoke on this.
Iran is a Shia country. It's a Shia place.
Yeah, he's a descendant of the Prophet. He's an Iraqi ethnicity.
Oh, he claims to be from Ahl al-Bayt, yeah?
I don't know his exact lineage, but I was saying he's the Imam of the Islamic Center of America, which is the biggest.
What's his name?
Kazemi.
Kazemi what?
I'll put it in the link. I have to look it up.
Okay, I need to find out who this guy is because you're saying he's from Iraq and Iran. But anyway, hi Claire, how are you?
No, he's from Iraq, but he studied in the Shia.
No, we don't take from him. He's a Shia. I'm sorry, we don't take from him. So now you've told us where you're getting your information from, so it makes sense. Shia do a lot of things that are not in alignment with Orthodox Islam. They whip themselves. They practice temporary marriage. They curse the companions of the Prophet. So I'm sure you've heard of Abu Bakr, Umar, the Prophet's close companions, his wife Aisha radiallahu anha. They curse them. The Shia curse the Prophet's wives. They curse his companions. Yeah, we don't accept from them. They are a minority group. They're heretics, so to speak.
He's a minority group. He has the biggest mosque in America.
I don't care. He's a Shia. We don't take from him. Oh my God! This is the guy that you're picking. David,
he was born in Karbala.
He was born in
Karbala in 1964 in Baghdad. His father is Martura Al-Kazemi.
He is a Shia. We don't accept from him.
Who's we?
Muslims don't accept this guy. He's a Shia.
Muslims, he's the imam of the biggest mosque in America.
Can you please explain to this guy that he's a Shia and they're a minority group?
You're talking we, and I'm talking. This guy has the biggest mosque in America.
Right? It's like Catholics and Protestants and Sunnis think they're the original and the best. And
I can see that you're saying you disagree with them. This is not your setting, but this is 120,000 square foot facility, is the largest mosque in North America.
What?
But
he's not part of the main group.
The size of your building. But I mean, the other point, I heard you talking.
Just on this point, he spoke at University of Michigan on this issue of identity.
He is a Shia. He is basically a heretic in the Islamic religion. People, the majority, 90% of the Muslim world will reject him. Like Claire said, it's equivalent to Christians and Protestants. But Shias are only 15% of the Muslim community, and most of them operate in Iran, Iraq, and
I mean, he's not a liberal.
Belief systems would be
You
classed
might
as
reject him,
blasphemous.
but he's certainly not a liberal.
Well, Shias are supposed to be
Most
more
Shias
liberal
are
than the
liberal, by the
Sunnis.
way. Most Shias have liberal belief systems, right? They believe in aligning with Zionists, for instance. They believe in, even within their own religion, homosexuality to a certain extent is allowed. They believe in temporary marriage.
Here's
They
another
believe in tattoos. They believe
imam
you
that
can
I
have tattoos.
Here's another imam that Iraqi, the Islamic House of Wisdom,
He's
Imam
another
Muhammad
Shia. I'll show you how
Ali
you can tell they're a
Elahi.
Shia, David. You see what
We're
he's
talking.
wearing? He's wearing Shia clothing. So the turban that he has on his head is a
Yeah, I know
Shia
that.
type of clothing. This is not the mainstream
Kazemi is
Islamic
a
way of dressing.
descendant of the Prophet.
He's not.
Elahi,
They claim no. Shias claim to be part of Ahl al-Bayt. Ahl al-Bayt is the family of the Prophet. They're talking about the Ali
this guy,
radiallahu
Kazemi, is a
anhu.
descendant of the Prophet.
You don't know anything, David. Look, with all due respect, you're out of your league here, and you've really shown that.
What out
with
of
all
your
due
league?
respect.
Like, this is basic information. It says it on
No.
Wikipedia.
You've tried to bring me a fringe group, a heretic group,
The fringe
and
group. These are the
it's
biggest
kind of sad.
imams in Detroit.
It's kind of sad that you have been indoctrinated
There
by
might be
this fringe
other.
group, and
I
you
mean,
think
you're
that this
making
is
a
real
fool of
Islam.
yourself in the sense like you're denouncing the biggest imams in Detroit.
This guy is a Shia. Do you not understand that? The majority of the Muslim world is Sunni, 90%. You're bringing me it's like a Christian bringing me a Protestant or a Catholic even, right? You're bringing me a Catholic person to act like they speak for all of us. They are only 15% of the community. And their belief systems are far from Orthodox Islam. It's like, I don't know how to explain it within Judaism. Like, it's like I don't know what
understand
sex
this. I don't
guys.
need you to explain this stuff to me.
Huh?
I know the basic sectarianism. I don't need you to explain this
Okay,
stuff
so why are you bringing me a small sectarian group and acting as if they are the
These
spokesperson
aren't
for the
small
majority
sectarian.
Muslims?
These are the biggest imams in my area. Here's right near my parents' house, the Muslim Unity Center, and this one's non-denominational. It's got multiple imams.
Non-denominational. I mean, that in itself shows that there's only, bro, American Muslims, man. I don't know what's going on. Have you heard of Salafi? Have you heard of Salafism?
Here's
You've got
Sheikh Mohammed
no Salafi imams.
Al-Masari. I've spoke with this imam. In fact, I prayed with this imam, Al-Masari. He's right near my parents' house. He has a mosque in the wealthiest suburb of Metro Detroit.
Mr. LDS, right? There are people
you
who
want to
claim
denounce
to be.
you want to denounce the leading imams in Metro Detroit. You'll feel free, but like,
No, I'm not denouncing. I'm denouncing the sect that they
on behalf
follow.
of the leading imams in Metro Detroit. I mean, there's a lot more imams.
You don't understand sectarianism within Islam. These guys have a completely different ideology to mainstream Muslims. For instance, they curse the Prophet's wife. It's part of their religion.
Yeah, we don't need to get into all this. So we say,
okay, so why are you bringing me a group of people who commit blasphemy?
Fine, you don't hold like these guys. Fine.
You're bringing me a group of people who commit blasphemy, and you're acting as if they are the face of the Muslim world when they are.
I did not say that they're the face of the Muslim world. I said they're the leading imams, some of the leading imams in Metro Detroit.
Okay, well, go look at Shiism, look at what they believe in, and then you will know why what they have to say is basically invalid, with all due respects. We reject most of their things. Their understanding of Islam is completely different. It's an Irani based religion, right? Shiism flourished mainly in Iran because the
None
Iranis.
of these guys were Iranian.
Yeah, but that's what I'm saying. The origins of Shiism stems largely in Iran and Iraq.
No, you don't need to explain this. I know this stuff. You say you don't.
No, you obviously don't, because you brought me Shia imams thinking that you've done something. You clearly don't understand how deep it is. And again, for them to sit there,
it's in sectarianism and saying, okay, you're not from that school. You want to say that your school's bigger than these schools. Fine.
Yeah, but you're getting your understanding wrong, because when you come to me, dude, and you say, "Oh, I met an imam who said that you can be an atheist and a Muslim at the same time." Well, what imam? And then you tell me he's a Shia. Okay, now I understand why that imam told you that, because they have completely different beliefs. The mainstream Muslim belief, the Orthodox Muslim belief, will never make a statement, you can be an atheist and a Muslim at the same time. But only fringe groups, right? Corrupted groups like the Shia will say stuff like that. That's why we reject them.
I don't need you here to to denounce the biggest imam in Metro Detroit. Like, you don't hold of him, but no, I'm saying God forbid, I don't even know why I'm defending these guys to you. So like, okay, you don't believe in that, fine. But like they're saying, it's just nonsensical. Like this guy, he has the biggest mosque in America here in Metro Detroit. Like there's no, it's nonsensical for you to be bashing him
Yeah,
on
of
my
course,
channel.
America is going to fund a fringe group to make Islam look bad. But I
He's
get
not
that. That makes
funded. He's
perfect
funded
sense.
by almost exclusively by local Muslims.
Bro, he's a Shia, like I said.
Okay, like your viewpoint is clear. You don't need to keep on repeating yourself. You want to like teach a course on Islamic sectarianism or your belief, it's unnecessary for this conversation. I was just making the point, like, fine, like Zoubida doesn't agree with these guys, but the imams that I know in this area disagree with her. And I'm not an expert enough to argue the point. Like I didn't say I'm expert Islam. I said that
Okay,
I,
well,
I
I
said
suggest you do more
I know some of
research.
the leading imams in Metro Detroit, and that's not what they said.
Okay, I suggest you do more research and stop going off your own experiences, because that doesn't mean anything. This is a matter of scripture. This is a matter of, fundamentalism.
It's actually a matter of logic, isn't it? I mean, I think we've all heard of the expression cultural Christian, cultural Muslim. It means that you follow the culture without necessarily inwardly believing, in those things. I mean, cultural
No,
Christian, I
because
think.
people think look, Islamic culture and Arabic culture are two different things. Islamic culture is based off religious rituals. So if I was a Muslim and I became an atheist, right? I don't believe in God. So why would I do rituals which are based around worshipping God? For instance, fasting. And a person that leaves Islam wouldn't need, why would they fast? I don't believe in God, because the purpose of fasting is for God. Well, I don't believe in God, so therefore I'm not going to do that ritual.
But
Praying
if you
five times.
actually do it to please your parents, then you are
Well, that's
participating in the
basically living
culture.
undercover. But again, it doesn't mean you're still a Muslim. You're just doing things because you want to please your family. But
No,
to
but
be a
like
true
60% of Jews fast on Yom
Which is
Kippur in
why the
Israel.
expression
But I'm saying
means, a
there
cultural.
you just it's saying that doesn't correspond with the facts, because we know that like 60% of Jews in Israel fast on Yom Kippur, and even a lot of atheistic secular Jews fast on Yom Kippur in Israel.
That's great. But even if a Muslim becomes an atheist and he fasts and he's still not a Muslim, because what does a Muslim mean? It means the one who believes in
Yeah, well,
God.
you're just repeating yourself. I understand your
But you
position.
don't understand exactly. So you're basically saying because they do physical rituals, that makes them a Muslim, when Islam is internal before it's external. So no matter how many external things that you do,
I
if
mean, you're
it's
just
not there
repeating yourself.
internally, you're no longer a Muslim.
We got your point. Like I'm saying, identity is multifaceted, and belief is just one aspect of that. And you're saying identity, like for this, belief is the only important part of identity. Okay, we disagree. We don't need to keep on going in circles. I think
No,
identity is multifaceted. You don't.
look, I think you've admitted that you're wrong, David. You're applying your own
No, I don't
Western
admit that I'm
concepts.
wrong. So we could agree to disagree. We don't need to keep on going in circles. Everyone here knows your opinion and my opinion. And you was, oh, but my opinion's right and it's the fact. You want to say that again and again, it's just a circle.
Yeah, but I would just urge you to stop applying your Western Jewish concepts on other cultures, because it doesn't work like that. Everyone's different. Their principles are different. It's you can't view
Okay, well,
things from your
whatever. I mean, the handful
lenses.
of people watching me are more likely to be in line with my way of looking at it than yours. And maybe you convinced a few of them, maybe you didn't, but like it's not making any progress to keep on beating this. I think anyone watching this knows what we're disagreeing on. And
No, I just feel like sometimes, David, you get frustrated and you get quite defensive based on things that you can't really
I'm
understand.
happy to agree to disagree. I'm happy to understand that we disagree on this issue. We see things differently. And like, I think it's quite clear. No, I understand exactly what you're saying. It's not that I'm misunderstanding you. I'm pretty sure, like,
Okay.
I could say your position and you would agree, yes, that's your position. And I would say, but I disagree. That's not my position.
Yeah, no, that's absolutely fine.
And in this, it doesn't even matter because, I mean, how I look at it or other people looking at it, and I mean, identity is one of the issues I studied. Like I was actually going to talk about identity in my stream today. You say, well, that's not how you understand identity. Fine.
Yeah, I'm just, I'm struggling to deal with a lot of these secular atheist Jews who, they want to latch onto the Jewish identity just so that they can get a right of return, but they don't value the Jewish identity. They don't understand the Jewish identity. They don't practice anything to do with it because, like I said, it's been diluted. It's
Yeah,
been
but it's
watered
kind of
down.
silly for you to define the Jewish identity. I mean, you could have an understanding of the Jewish identity, but you're saying Israel doesn't understand the Jewish identity. Some Jews agree with you
But
about.
you admitted that earlier. You agreed with me when I said that the Jews now are not practicing Judaism in its original form because it's been diluted and innovated.
Yeah, but I still say like Jewish identity is multifaceted, and I would still say they have a Jewish identity, even though they're not practicing the religion in a pure form. Even though very few
Okay,
Jews
so what is
practice
their Jewish
religion in the pure
identity
form,
based
I
off?
would still say that like they still have a Jewish identity.
Okay, if they don't practice anything to do with Judaism, the culture, what Jewish identity are they upholding?
What? Because they do practice things related to the culture. They just don't adhere to the proper belief system, or they don't. They don't.
Yeah, okay.
They don't
I
exclusively
spoke to
follow
a
the law.
Jew.
They don't exclusively follow the law properly. We had these arguments. It's like, well, like I put on tefillin today. Like only Jews put on tefillin. I might be a bad Jew. Some people might say like, okay, like you like Duvid's beyond the pale, and like I consider him a non-Jew. But then like, why the hell did I put on tefillin today?
So would you say that you are an Orthodox Jew?
I would say that there might be a lot of people who disagree with me
Why? Why?
because they would have strict borders to the definition and say that I am not within those borders and it's exclusive and I'm not within those borders. They would exclude all these other things that basically nobody other than an Orthodox Jew would do. So to say, okay, like
So
unquestionably,
about you
Duvid
associating
does a
yourself.
whole bunch of things that only Orthodox Jews do. But I also do things that put me that Orthodox Jews wouldn't do. So it's a hard to identity is a difficult issue. So if you're gonna make it's all or nothing, and so it's not you're obviously not in the all category, so it's nothing. But then what about all these things
Okay,
that I
so
do?
would you say that you associating yourselves with Hindus would be like a sin?
Well, you say it's sinful behavior, so okay, I fall short. I would do sinful behavior, but like I still practice Orthodox Judaism. Like I spend, I say mantras and prayers and do the rituals, and I also do things that most Orthodox Jews would disapprove of, and that some would even say puts me outside of the boundary of Orthodox Judaism. So identity
Okay.
is a tough issue, and that's just me. Like like clearly I'm quite Orthodox. So if you're talking about Israeli people that don't do nearly as much Jewish stuff as I do, and I'd say even those people still largely have the Jewish identity.
Okay. Now I understand that, of course. We agree that there are sinners in both religions, but that doesn't take you out of the fold completely. So what about, because I've spoken to Israelis who
But the
are
dispute, no, I'm saying no. I mean, just like you're saying, like no, it's a dispute. Some Jews would say puts me out of the fold completely, like saying Yiddish, like like God forbid, goy gomer, like that, like a complete. Gomer means complete. So like I've heard people say that to my face, like goy gomer, you're a complete non-Jew, and
uh,
like I mean, so I mean, some people feel that way, but that's not my understanding. And saying, okay, you could feel that way. You could think that, like, I mean, a lot of people reject that I'm Jewish. A lot of people say, like, yeah, don't think I'm Jewish.
okay.
I mean, even Claire. I mean, both of you two have made that claim to me. But I'm saying a
Well,
lot of Jews.
I've told you that you're not Jewish.
Yeah, I'm thinking related to doing Hindu practices.
Well, I mean, that's just like Claire said, based off logic. I don't understand how a monotheist would associate themselves with polytheism. It's just oxymoronic.
Yeah, but you're putting there's an all or nothing category. That I mean, if it was like, okay, like I don't eat pork, I don't eat the like dietary laws or certain things. There's a lot of things I do, but you're saying like this crosses the line, and it doesn't matter about all these other things you do
Yeah,
that
but
you cross this line.
David,
You're no longer Jewish.
you know within your religion that Hindus are idol worshippers, right? And you know that they are committing a grave sin.
That's
So
the majority opinion. I'm saying it's the dispute among scholars, but that's the majority
you know
opinion.
it's not a dispute. You know
It
it's
is a
very clear
dispute among
cut.
scholars. Like I've
You
done the
you have an
research.
affinity with Hindus. I get it. You like their culture, no problem. But you
But
know
I mean,
deep
whether the
down,
title worship is a dispute among scholars.
look, stop being silly. You know within
Not being
Judaism,
silly. I mean, Rabbi Dunner, the chief rabbi of London, actually made a trip to the temples in India to make a ruling on. I mean, I discussed it with Claire about the wigs, where so the chief rabbi of London, actually made a trip to India to go to the temples there to make a ruling of whether Hinduism is idol worship or not. I know the rulings. It's a dispute among scholars. It's not universal among rabbis that Hinduism is idol worship.
you've just proven my point. You guys are not honoring your own scripture. You're not preserving it. You guys have watered down your own
Well,
religion.
who's you
That's why
guys? I mean, you're just talking about me, or if
for
there's
you
some
to sit
universal.
here and tell me that Jews are now going to visit Hindu temples, like with all due respect,
He didn't
like
go
this
to,
is
no,
why.
I think the chief rabbi of London, Rabbi Dunner, did not go to worship in a Hindu temple. He went to India to observe a Hindu temple to make a ruling on whether it was idol worship. He did not participate. He did not go
That's why
inside. He did not do
Judaism is the way
worship.
that it.
He
Yeah,
went
exactly.
all the way to
Somebody said that this
India
is New
to
Age
observe it.
Judaism. This is why you guys were cursed by God, because you wrote your religion based on what the rabbi said. You didn't honor the Ten Commandments. You didn't
Okay, I
honor
mean, God
what
forbid,
Moses taught
God
you.
forbid,
You
we're getting too off
innovated. You
topic.
innovated.
We're getting too off topic. Like your opinions of Judaism, I
No,
mean,
no,
we're talking.
I'm learning a lot from you here. I'm not seeing a preserved religion that sticks to its actual principles. You know, Alhamdulillah, Islam has been preserved. The practices are the same. It seems like the rabbis control the religion rather than, you guys listening to God. You innovate in accordance to your own desires. You got different rabbis putting in their own opinions. That's how the Talmud was written. The Talmud wasn't revealed by God. It was a bunch of rabbis who were basically fighting with God, right? Testing God to write down whatever they wanted. What kind of Auzubillah, what kind of religion is this? With all due respect. The people are changing the words of God and they're
They're not
innovating and
changing the rules of God. They make a ruling. So there's no definitive. Hinduism is not mentioned in the Torah. It's not mentioned in the Talmud. So the question, is it idol worship or not? The rabbis of this generation made a ruling. Different rabbis have made different rulings.
but is the ruling in accordance to the Torah or in accordance to his own desires?
It's accordance with his best understanding of the Torah, because the Torah doesn't explicitly say one way or another.
So he's just making it up as he goes
He's
along.
not making it up. He's doing it with presumably the best of knowledge and good faith, but it's saying because it's not explicitly mentioned in the Torah. So if it's necessary to make a ruling with the best of his knowledge and research, he made a ruling. I just gave an example of the chief rabbi of London, Rabbi Dunner.
So do you accept the story of Abraham, peace be upon him, breaking statues and idols?
Yeah, but that's not definitive about Hinduism. That's nothing to do with.
So you're going against a prophet. Hindus
not
worship
going against. Abraham didn't mention
Hindus
Hinduism.
worship statues, right? They make their gods into statues.
I understand that you think like that, but it's not how Judaism works. Judaism and the Moses itself, so you follow the leaders of the generation, and there's a method for making rulings, and part of it was looking at like stories of Abraham, but that's a very small method of how legalistic rulings are made. And so, you want to discount Judaism or whatever, fine, but that's not how legalistic rulings.
I'm just learning from you, and
basically
it just
completely
seems like it's
nonsensical
inconsistent.
for you to try to make legalistic Jewish rulings.
It just seems like it's inconsistent because remember,
no one cares what you think.
Judaism is supposed to be part of the Abrahamic faith.
No Jew cares about your rulings on Jewish law. It's just nonsense.
Why
okay, you can have your opinion, but it's a waste of time. Like no, I don't care about your opinion
so you can
on
have
Jewish
an
law.
opinion.
I mentioned Rabbi Dunner, who's the chief rabbi of London. A lot of people follow his ruling. Nobody's going to ask you about your ruling on Jewish law.
He's one guy.
He's one of the chief rabbis of London.
I've got more footage of rabbis invoking Samuel 15:3 in the Amalekites.
These are just internet rabbis. I'm talking the chief rabbi of London who makes legalistic rulings. These internet rabbis who preach, they do not make legalistic rulings that people follow. They're just internet preachers. There's a series of courts.
So why do they call themselves rabbi? How can you?
Because rabbi just means teacher. I'm saying it's just nonsensical. It's almost like a waste of time. I do not need you to explain Judaism to me. None of my
But
audience
you
needs
can
you to
explain.
explain
But
Judaism.
look how hypocritical you are. You tried to explain Islam to me earlier.
I did not try to
Yes, you
explain
did.
Islam
Yes,
to
you
you.
did. You said to me,
I
"You're
said
not
I'm
the."
not an expert in Islam. However, I know as per fact that the leading imams in Detroit do not say what you're saying. I did not say
No,
I said explicitly that I'm not an expert in Islam
two
and I don't
imams.
speak for Islam. And I quoted exactly. I showed you the pictures and the names
Why
of
are
the
you
people
getting
that said
triggered,
other
David?
than you.
Why do you get triggered so easily and go
Because
on
you're
some?
lying. Because you lie. Because you lie. You lie. Just stop
This
lying.
is too much.
Just stop being
You-
dishonest or lying. Because that's not
How
what
am I
happened.
lying when I'm
Because you
literally
just said
saying?
that I never claimed to speak for Islam. I
But
explicitly
you
said
earlier
I'm
you
not an
tried to
Islamic
correct me.
scholar. I know enough to know that what you're saying is not in accordance with the imams here in Metro Detroit that I've heard from.
Well, why
I
is it
showed you
every
those
time I
pictures
speak
and
to you,
names.
you get triggered? Every time
Because I
I
don't
speak to
like being lied to. I don't like you lying about me. Especially like my audience is my channel. Like anyone watching, you could play back the tape and know what you're saying.
you can play back the tape and you
completely
can hear what
inaccurate.
you were saying. You can hear exactly what you were saying, David.
Yeah, I mean it's on my channel. Like people could watch back and know that.
Yeah, and you were trying to correct
is
me about
completely
Islam.
inaccurate.
You were trying to correct me about Islam. You told me you're not the
I did
spokesperson
not.
for Islam. I know what I've read. I know this. I know that. So when you want to tell me as a Muslim what I should believe in or try to tell me about my
I did
religion,
not tell you what you should believe in. So anyone
Okay.
listening to my channel, I said, okay, like Zoubida is a nice girl, but I would, in any respect, like I'm more likely to listen to Imam Kazemi, Ilahi, and Almasi than Zoubida. And I know
Okay.
as a fact that what she's saying is not what Imam Ilahi, Kazemi, or Almasi says.
But the Imam that you're quoting, which we clearly explained, is
So you're
a
not arguing
Shia.
with me. You're arguing. I mean, you could claim that I'm inaccurately representing the opinion of those people, but that's not even what you're claiming. So you're just discrediting.
I don't know if this is an American thing. This is an entitled thing. I even see it in the comment section people that have no understanding about Islam saying, "Oh, is she the spokesperson for Islam?" Listen, this is out of your league. You know nothing about Islam except for what CNN told you and what you've heard on your
Why are you
local
saying
newspaper.
nonsense?
I'm not speaking to you. I'm not speaking to
I
you.
know.
I'm speaking to your silly comment section who know nothing about Islam. They completely oblivious to the teachings of Islam. I am a Muslim, born a Muslim. I know my religion. I practice my religion. So for you guys to come with some entitlement, some bigoted, entitlement, thinking that you can tell me about my belief system and then try to silence me from speaking about my own belief system, shows more about your ignorance than how annoying I am or whatever I'm doing here with David. Again, I don't know if this is an American thing or an incel thing, but it's really, really weird. Like for somebody to tell me about my religion and what I'm saying is wrong when they themselves know nothing about Islam. Nothing.
But that's what you're doing to Judaism.
No, I am asking you questions. You said to me that I said to you, you are not a real Jew. And I said, well, why, when did I say that? And when
So
I
you
spoke
said that
about
in the past.
Okay, and the reason why I said that is when I saw you associating yourselves with Hindus. Now, the reason why I said that is because, from my understanding, within Judaism, idol worship is not allowed. So when I see a so-called monotheist associating themselves with a polytheist, of course, I'm going to have a question mark on the top of my head.
Yeah, so that's why I mentioned, you said, okay, idol worship is not allowed. So it's a question whether Hinduism is idol worship, and it's a dispute among sages whether Hinduism is idol worship. And that's where we get into the rabbis and legalistic. And I mentioned Rabbi Dunner, who is chief rabbi of London for legalistic rulings, not an internet preacher. He makes legal rulings that people follow. And that's why I mentioned he traveled to India to research this.
Okay, but again, is idol worship allowed in Judaism?
Clearly not.
Okay. So
There's a
point
separate
proven.
question whether
Point
Hinduism is
proven.
idol worship.
Literally point proven.
No, it's not proven because
So do Hindus idol worship?
it's a dispute among scholars.
Oh my God.
Well, what don't you understand about this?
This is just pure innovation,
It's
making it
not
up as I go
innovation. I'm
along.
saying that whether Hinduism is idol worship or not is a dispute among leading rabbinic scholars.
Do Hindus have statues and idols in their homes that they worship?
You could put it in that terminology, but it doesn't mean it meets the biblical definition of idol worship.
So what is the biblical definition of idol worship?
I mean, it's too far off topic to. I mean, like I've discussed
Okay,
this
so
with you
so
in the
you can't
past.
you can't disprove me, and now you're running away because you can't be asked to answer
No,
the
it's just too
question.
far off topic. It's saying I've discussed this with Claire. Like, I mean, Claire, we discussed this. I don't even know you remember regarding the wigs and Rabbi Dunner and his trip to London. I mean, me and Claire actually talked about this for hours once, like maybe even a few years ago. But it's too far off topic. It doesn't even matter for what we're talking about. You know, if you're disagreeing, like it's nonsense. It's saying like you can look it
No,
up.
I just
I
again,
don't want to argue with
it's
you
so
about it.
clear
It's like
cut.
it's a
Like
dispute
it's so
among
clear
leading
cut.
rabbinic scholars whether Hinduism is idol worship or not. It's a dispute among leading
This is
rabbinic
why
scholars
this is
whether
why I refuse
Christianity
to
is
believe that
idol
you
worship or
Jews
not.
are the Jews of Moses
It's a
or the
dispute among
children
rabbinic
of Israel.
scholars whether
You're
Islam.
innovators.
It's even a dispute among rabbinic scholars whether whether
Two
it's for,
rabbis with four opinions, and that's how it's meant to be. I suppose that's so much room for maneuver that you can say yes or no to every question.
Look, there's even a Jew in a comment section. I know this guy. He's even agreeing with me. Judas, I've spoken to this guy. It's an Orthodox Jew. Are you not going to disagree with him?
yeah. I mean, he's claiming that Hinduism is idolatry according to all rabbinic opinions. I mean, it's just not accurate.
Okay, so,
And
bruh,
like, no offense, like, I mean, like, I got a lot to cover. Like, I don't, I want to argue about Hinduism. I mean, you're stuck on this issue, like, just whatever. I got important things to do. I don't want to argue about your opinion on Hinduism.
I notice every time I bring a point that you can't refute, you get
And
very
now you
triggered.
just come in with some like like adolescence nonsense. You're claiming that the reason I don't want to waste my time arguing with this is because you're right and I'm wrong. Fine, if that's what you want to believe, fine.
1 second, let me respond to this guy. I never said David is not a Jew, by the way.
Yeah, I mean, even wasting time, like, okay, like, I mean, now it's like we don't even know what we're talking about. You know, meanwhile, like the war goes on in Israel. Like, who knows? They're probably still right outside of the Al Shifra hospital, and like you're caught up in like some nonsensical argument that we've had already in the past. That you think that in you're having some stupid adolescence. Ah ha ha! I won, you lost. Like meanwhile, like another 100 people in Gaza were just killed, and Zoubida, ha ha! I won, you lost. I guess she left anyway, so God forbid, maybe she'll be back. But I mean, just getting too far off topic. Just argue for the sake of arguing. And like, no, I don't want to argue about Hinduism. I've argued about this 100 times in the past. Like, there's a war raging in Gaza right now, and like, it's just too far off topic to argue about Hinduism.
Um, that's fine. Have you discussed your thing about um your successful being as a Jew, or is that coming up, or has that come and gone? I'm not sure.
Well, I mean, I was going to talk specifically about that in relationship to the war in Zionism. I mean, it's also related to Hinduism in the sense of why I came onto Hinduism. And you know, like my failure as a Jew, why I became a Hindu, was part of what like Zoubida was saying, that you know, Jews were so uninterested in spiritual practices and the religion that I ended up becoming Hindu. And like it was at University of Michigan. Like no one wanted to pray, no one wanted to chant, and like there was a lot of Zionism. There was a lot of Jews who were, you know, like doing social climbing or gathering or various things, but like almost none of them were interested in Judaism or like the actual praying and chanting. So that's why I got involved in Hinduism, because like I needed a spiritual outlet to pray and chant and talk about God. So I was was this Christian? I was Zoubida left. I got a Christian backstage, so I don't know who you are, or if you know, God forbid, if I'm going to get like porn bombed or
I'll mute
something.
myself.
So you know, put some comment in the chat or turn your camera on for a second. God forbid, I don't want to get porn bombed or something, but I don't mind letting you on to talk. But I don't know who you are, and I don't know what happened to Zoubida. But I mean, it was just becoming argumentative for no reason. Christian,
Hey, can you hear me?
yeah.
Okay, cool. Yeah, thanks for letting me on. I don't know if you're in the middle of something or if you want me to say a blurb or anything.
Well, were you listening to the conversation or you just popped in?
Yeah, I was listening. I was listening to the conversation.
Have we
Yeah,
talked before? Are you new to this channel?
I've followed this channel on and off
Okay, but this is the
for
first time
a
we've
couple
spoken.
years. Yeah, I've never spoken with you before.
Okay, well, yeah, I mean, I guess if you want a short introduction or you want to chime in on whatever we were talking about. You know, if you just
Well,
want to be
yeah.
anonymous, you don't have to give an introduction. And you just chime in what
Well,
we're talking about. or if you
I'll
want-
just say that, I mean, I think the relevant thing in the world right now is this war in Palestine, and I think that's the most pressing issue because it has the ability to spiral out of control. And so I think, you know, whoever is pushing in this direction for this war, we need to point out who it is and what their motivations are and try and stop it because I think they have some prophecies about huge wars and destruction and death and all this stuff. And I think they're pretty radical and extreme with their beliefs, and I think it's not a path that we should go down.
Did you see my conversations with Kevin McCarran?
No, no.
Okay, yeah, I mean, I streamed with him. We talked a lot about this, and even Kevin Barrett, and I mean, it's related to this multifaceted aspect of identity because largely this war is not over Jewish belief, or I mean, it's partially related to Messianic belief and Jewish belief, but I mean, to a large extent, it's based on Jewish belief in safety or a secular form of Zionism that is informed by Jewish belief. And the coalition of Israelis, because like 90% of Israelis are behind this war, and that's across the board from religious to secular. And
But isn't it true, David, that like 90% of Jews consider themselves Zionists?
yeah, so I mean, I was mentioning
This is a
that
stat I saw
that's
floating around.
changed. So like Zionism's became a lot more popular. So especially with the success and power, like the Netanyahu, like till Netanyahu, a majority of ultra-Orthodox Jews were anti-Zionist, and then Netanyahu, like as a political strategy to power, included the Haredi in the coalition, and since that, the majority of Haredim have flipped to Zionist, and also like in America, because Israel has become so popular and allied with America, that almost all American Jews have become Zionist, and then the last 5 years with the IHRA definition push, where basically, I mean, I don't even know why it matters, but State Department, universities have all like adopted this definition. To me, it was just like nonsensical. Why, like like we need you to adopt this definition, but like at this point, like almost everyone's adopted this definition where anti-Zionism is anti-Semitism.
Well, they're trying to get Elon Musk to adopt that definition for X. If you were on that call listening, he got basically extorted more or less into trying to adapt that.
Yeah, I mean, I actually Adam Green. We live. I was on his channel. We were commenting on that live, and like, yeah, I mean, to me that was just like nonsensical. Like why do they even need a definition of anti-Semitism? And then the anti-Semitism has to include. I mean, because it really comes for censorship. Like, well, anti-Semitism, of course, has to be censored.
Exactly.
And then anti-Zionism is anti-Semitism.
Well, this is my. I hate to cut you off, but I just want to, as the guest, like inject some commentary on it. I don't know if that's okay. I'm not trying to be rude. I'm just trying to. No, I just mean like if I cut you off sometimes, it's just because
okay, that's fine. That's just how conversation
for variety, for the variety for the users,
yeah, that's fine,
the viewers, basically.
Yeah, go ahead.
Okay, great. So if I'm doing that, I'm not trying to be rude. I'm just trying to bring up my perspective. But this is my question: is I think people are really realizing how powerful Zionism is in America, and I've been following this stuff for many years as a concerned citizen of the world. And my question basically is just like, how deep does this Zionist influence go in America? Because you have like the government is basically in lockstep with
How many years have you
Israel.
been following this?
Over a decade, let's say. So I mean, and so for me to be even impressed by how deep it is, I mean, it's just like
Okay,
I
well, I'm saying
think
you
the
don't
world is
remember.
witnessing.
Okay,
I
but I
think
mean,
the
you weren't
world is
follow.
witnessing how powerful it is, and I think everybody is just shocked. Like, wow, this ideology and influence has really permeated the sectors of control. And like, wow, these people are very powerful.
Yeah, I mean, so things have shifted. Like if you're only following 10 years as opposed to 30 years, and like post 9/11 and the wars in Iraq and Afghanistan and the creation of Homeland Security, Zionism started becoming much more powerful in the Bush administration with like the neocons. And the neocons didn't have that much power till Bush Jr. After 9/11 is when the neocons started to gain a lot of power, and then where Trump basically was full gung ho Zionist, where he came in, he's going to be the most pro-Israel president ever, and his Jewish connections were Zionist extremists. So, like Zionism's been powerful in American ideology, uh, going back to the creation of Israel even before. But I mean, Zionism really became powerful during the Bush administration after 9/11, the creation of Homeland Security, and the U.S. getting involved heavily in the Middle East, and then accelerated. It may have even declined a little bit during President Obama, and then accelerated beyond control during President Trump, and then Biden didn't give any pushback. He basically kept the full Zionist support. Like, so if you're talking like internal at the State Department, I mean, there were certain issues like in the State Department of recognizing Jerusalem as the capital of the Jewish people.
Well.
That
Let me hop in here. Is it true? I mean, according to your analysis, are these people actually pushing towards a war? Do they actually see a positive side of a huge outbreak of a conflict? Like this is my concern, because from my look at it, this whole terrorist attack doesn't seem organic at all. It seems like a play by Israel that they're trying to basically, it looks like, turn into a wider conflict. I mean, is this your assessment of it?
that's too much speculation to know, and border conspiracy theory to the that the October 7th say it's pure speculation of a conspiracy other than who
Okay,
benefits.
sure, but if we remove that aspect of this idea here, I mean, do you think it's possible that, because I've seen rabbis and people talk about like, oh, there's going to be a huge war, and then that will be the Messiah coming back. Are they trying to precipitate a war? I mean, if I ask you as someone who it looks like, is it correct to call you anti-Zionist Jew?
Yeah, I mean, border between neutral and anti, because I'm not actively like
Right. Okay. Sure. Sure.
I'm not. Yeah, that's just my belief system. I'm not an active opponent of Zionism. I'm not politically involved. Just my belief system is anti-Zionism. So
Okay,
we're
sure.
just
So
discussing what I
from your
think.
perspective, because I've seen it put out that they are actually trying to precipitate a conflict,
Well, who's the
and
they?
then
But
that
you're referring to the
I've
West
seen
saying,
rabbi
well, the
videos
U.S. or
basically.
Israel. So there's
I,
overlapping interests and there's different interests.
well, I've seen a lot of these rabbi videos where it's talking about like a major war to bring back the Messiah. Do you think that that's factoring into political decisions?
Well, definitely, but you have to separate beliefs and political positions. So I mean, there's a lot of different people with different power levels or roles that have different
Right.
beliefs. Some of them overlapping, and even like Ben Shapiro will say, "Well, this is his belief system," but like, how much does his belief system inform his views on public policy and foreign policy? And
Right.
and then you have Christians and Jews. So you could say like overlap in Iran in terms like Israel in terms of a Zionist perspective of wanting an ethno state, wanting to push Palestinians, force them out of Israel, or in terms of policy of like a regime change in Iran, or just belief in like the end of days prophecy. And how much does a person's biblical belief in end of day prophecy inform their foreign policy, and probably it affects it a certain amount. But then there's also you just common interest, and a lot of those are economical in the sense of human rights.
Well, this is my concern. I mean, as just someone who lives in the world and doesn't want to see death and destruction, when I talk about people prophesizing of huge wars and mass death and mass kill off, and then you see how powerful this political group is, it's like, wow, I really don't want to give the keys to the world to a group who is clearly not opposed to using very vicious violence. And I mean, the ideology that would allow them to execute such vicious violence, I wonder how deep does it go? How far are these people willing to go? Because it seems like a real danger to everyone on Earth, basically, at this point.
Well, I mean, so if you're like I mentioned, President Bush in post 9/11, and Israel's trying to recreate that situation where it's like a battle of good and evil, and you're either with us or against us. And if you're looking at like Zionism as the good guys and Hamas as the bad guys, and then you're going to have the other perspective of saying like, okay, like I know it's war and I know it's bad, but it's not like a dualism. It's simple. Like it's a war between good and evil that has to be won. Like Hamas, these guys are terrorists, and they have to be destroyed. And anybody who's siding with the terrorist also has to be destroyed. And so if you're neutral in it, you're like, well, I'm not so sure there's good guys or bad guys in it, or some form of universal humanism, progressivism, where you're not looking at it in terms of good guys and bad guys and picking sides. These are just disputing worldviews, and it's also disputing among Judeo-messianic beliefs of whether you're looking at this as the good guys and the bad guys, or something universal. So I tend towards universalism. Zionists and the majority of American politicians tends towards a dualistic battle between good guys and bad guys.
It's like a Hollywood script. It's like a children's fairy tale. I mean, it has no nuance, no complexity of thought. It's just like a cultish devotion. And I don't mean to say cult in terms of like criticizing any aspect of someone's religion. I mean, this is almost like a doomsday, like a political doomsday cult. It seems that's like.
I mean, saying I mean, if you follow like 9/11 and the Bush rhetoric that basically Israel's using, and like there's the terrorist, and if you harbor the terrorist, it's a war between good and evil, and you're either with us or against us, and and so Israel's basically using that Bush rhetoric, and
right.
And
it doesn't seem to be going well. I mean, the boomers.
War. Like it's just some terrorists and some people harboring terrorists, and like Iran has been under sanctions. The only people who are really supporting Hamas is Iran, and so it's not really that much of a worry of. I mean, you could like, okay, we just heard Zoubida and her opinions, but I mean, from the mainstream opinion in Washington, like, yeah, you have to be a little bit careful, but no, I mean, no, it's just a terrorist organization, and basically the only one supporting the terrorist organization is Iran, and so they think that it might take a year or the battle, but that's the majority belief system of the State Department under Trump and Biden, the Republicans and Israel. That it's basically like a special operation. It's not like going to spire into World War. You just have to be careful, but it's eliminating a terrorist organization and the few people that support it. But among the majority of Americans, that's not how they're viewing it. And Israel, kind of going back to like the Bush post 9/11 ethos, seems to be failing, and that's what you're saying. Like you just don't buy it. But do you really think that it's spiraling out, and you think, well, Israel's just committing war crimes and human rights abuses and ethnic cleansing, and the U.S. is backing it, and we're killing all these innocent people, and it's likely that other nations are going to step up and escalate the war because we're the bad guys here, and someone's got to step up and stop us from killing all these innocent civilians.
Right.
Is that what you're saying? Like, I mean, that's kind of how I'm looking at it, and maybe Zoubida's looking at it, or I mean, that's basically what you're saying. Like, no, we're the bad guys here. We're killing innocent civilians, and it's going to spiral out of control because some, upstanding nation of the world is going to say, like, no, you can't kill these innocent Gazan civilians, and be willing to escalate the war over it.
Well, the way I see it is that, I mean, Netanyahu was on his political outs and has now launched this war, and you have America basically giving full carte blanche, saying we're going to back up Israel come hell or high water, or in this case, war. I mean, and it looks like, because I don't know Netanyahu's mind and I don't know his cabinet. I mean, it looks like his cabinet today, the news came out that they're trying to push for a war now with Lebanon. And so you can see how this thing could escalate. And I mean, if you look at the manner in which they're killing people in Gaza, and I agree, they have a narrative that they try and spin and, give their side of the story, but I don't think it's being well received in the world, because I don't think that if you look at the manner with which it's being done, I mean, how many children have died over the course of a little over a month versus how many children have died in the years of the Russian-Ukraine war that's already been ongoing. So, I mean, I'm just very worried as a citizen of Earth or, a religious person or someone who reveres life, because, I mean, from all objective standards, it looks like the people who have launched this war are very vicious, very dangerous, and have nothing to lose, and are like a mad dog set upon the world right now.
Well, the U.S.
Netanyahu's political regime, basically, is how I see it.
Yeah, but this war is very popular. Like, over 90% of Israelis support this war. It's not Netanyahu. I mean, Netanyahu is in charge, and he's a politician who's using the war to his advantage. But the polling seems very clear that and they even formed a unity government. And I mean, the last poll I saw was like 90% of Israelis support this war, and meaning that Israel's already declared war. And if the objective means the destruction of Hamas, it's not like Netanyahu is some despot in control of Israel. And like 90% of Israelis support a war in the complete destruction of Hamas. And so if you're looking at like a just war theory, that's why I said, like, well, the facts on the ground, where what does it mean to destroy Hamas? And that means 30 to 40,000 militants, and the likelihood of possibly even a few 100,000 civilians that will cost their life to destroy Hamas. And so if the U.S. at this point has given the green light and say, like, just war theory. So I mean, there's two different aspects. There's the biblical apocalyptic messianic end of days philosophy, and then there's just the pure Roman law just war theory, where it's like, well, Hamas is a terrorist group. They attacked Israel. They need to be eliminated. And
but let me hop in here for a second.
For civilian casualty, including, God forbid, like, so if America's backing without the biblical, but there's just the just war theory. Yes, Israel is just and has the right to kill all 30 to 40,000 Hamas militants unless they unconditionally surrender, even if it means killing along with that in excess of even hundreds of thousands of civilians, and holding over 1 million people in limbo for.
Well, let me ask a question here. Do you think it's convenient that Netanyahu gets a war now when he's at his lowest approval rating of all time, is on the political outs, and now he has a hugely popular war? I mean, do you think that's just totally coincidental? Because I have a mind to believe that. I mean, it seems a bit too convenient.
Netanyahu was 74 years old. He almost had a heart attack. I mean, most people think he did have a heart attack this summer. And no, I mean, I think Hamas has wanted to do an attack like this for years, and they just pulled it. They happened to pull it off. I think there's almost no evidence for a conspiracy other than a who benefits analysis. I haven't seen any evidence of any, inside Israeli helping or letting down the defense or something. So in that aspect, just like your who benefits analysis, whether Netanyahu benefits this or not, I mean, you're saying that it seems very likely that Hamas for since their charter, they've wanted to do this attack. They just happened to successfully do it October 7th. And Israel has always wanted to destroy Hamas. And just that this
Well,
October
call
7th,
me a cynical political observer then, with a bit of intuition to think that maybe there's some funny business going on. And I mean, I don't think that
you could
I'm
think that, but
alone in that view.
it's just speculation without any evidence other than who benefits.
It is speculation. It's
And it's
just
purely
like
based on who
it's a
benefits.
political hunch. It's a political hunch gained over watching this regime and other similar regimes over
But I'm
many
saying
years.
that there was pressure. Israel, as mentioned, 2014, Israel wanted to do the same thing then, and there's been a lot of pressure over the last 10 years from all sorts of parties in Israel that have been criticizing Netanyahu for not doing this war going back a decade. So, okay, like October 7th, now the war is very popular, and over 90% of Israel is in favor of the war to destroy Hamas. But even without October 7th, there was still like 30 to 50% of Israel that wanted to destroy Hamas in the way that they're doing now, even if October 7th didn't happen.
Well, what do you think about this phraseology from Netanyahu of their Amalek? I mean, doesn't that expose that I mean, because you said, I think you referenced earlier that like 10% of Israelis are pro-genocidal if you did
That was
like
what
a survey.
Adir Weinraub on Sula estimated. I haven't seen exact polling, but it wouldn't surprise me if that's the case.
But what is the feeling in Israel when they hear Netanyahu call the Palestinians Amalek? Because is it not the biblical teaching that he's referencing that it calls for basically the elimination of the gene pool?
Yeah, that's just a speech that he gave. So if you're saying that there's a connection between the Judeo belief in a Moloch and maybe 10% of Israelis, God forbid, might favor genocide, but it may be human nature in general, where it's just okay. There's sides and there's a war, and a certain element of the population wants to destroy their enemy in totality, and just because there's a corresponding Judeo belief system, or in speeches, politicians use rhetoric using biblical language. So, like if President Bush occasionally coded his language in like biblical language. He didn't talk about a Moloch, but like the Crusades or something. Versus Obama didn't use that kind of language. President Biden doesn't use biblical language, but he's still largely doing the exact same thing. So, I mean, that you say, what's the difference between Netanyahu, who uses the biblical language of a Moloch, and President Biden, who doesn't use that language but is supporting it?
Well, it's just a little concerning because I do a cross-reference of Amalek and then compare it to the death, and it's like, well, I mean, this does seem like a philosophy where the human life on the other side is regarded at virtually nil.
Yeah, I mean, God forbid. So that's why you have all these protests and people, saying stop the genocide when claim it's a genocide already, or that there's legitimate fear that this could turn into.
Okay, and here's my big issue here, David, is that I think you brought it up earlier, which is that, I mean, is God happy with this action? I mean, because this action is being taken with the understanding of we are the sons of God. God is on our side. We're doing this with God's blessing. I mean, is God looking favorably at this? I struggle to imagine God is.
Yeah, but I was saying that's not accurate. It's saying like there's an element of people who think that, but none of the majority of Israelis or people supporting the war, that's not necessarily their motivation. There's looking at existential threat to their security, a long-term terror security threat that has to be handled, and I mean, you have to separate belief systems from best interest and actions. So I mean, you're just focusing on the belief system, and you're exclusively using the belief system to explain the action. But I would say, like, from my expertise in Judaism, that the belief system here is actually only part of what's at play, and maybe even a minority of what's at play.
Well, I agree, but the major issue is that this is being done by a state that brands itself as the Jewish state and is invoking the Jewish religion to carry this out. And I just
Well, you say
worry that,
ethno-nationalism, so it happens to be Jewish ethno-nationalism. So you're putting the
well,
character,
just
characteristics.
to finish my point here quickly, I just worry that this will invoke a lot of hatred against Jewish people, and I think that, I mean, maybe it's not the best decision, and so, I mean, that's my concern. Is I think that the Israeli government is turning world opinion against people like yourself, who I don't think supports this, and I mean, it's tricky and it's worrying. So the whole thing is just concerning, you know.
Yeah, I mean, I agree with you, and that's why I'm streaming talking about it. But I'm saying, like, well, you're giving unsolicited advice to Israel and their supporters, and even my advice, even as a Jew or someone who's dedicated my life to Judaism, is my advice is still unsolicited. No
Right.
Israeli asked me for my advice and probably wouldn't care if my advice, and if they heard what I was saying, they would probably discount it or discredit it, let alone your unsolicited advice. By saying, okay, I agree with you. What are you going to do about it? And so, well, should you protest? Okay, you join my stream and you're speaking up. I said, well, yeah, I agree with you, but that's not how Israelis feel. And, Zoubida's arguing with Israelis on TikTok. I'm not sure if you're arguing with Israelis also, or just decided to speak to me because, I largely agree with your points. And even if you were arguing with Israelis, like whether that would change or do something, or if you joined a protest, like, it has some value. It was all a drop in a bucket, but there's 300,000 people protested in London, but it hasn't shifted the policy of the British government. And even all the protests here in America, it's unclear whether, it's caused a few minorly retractive statements, but it hasn't shifted one bit the policy in America. And,
well, is it causing reputational damage? I mean, to me, it seems like it's causing reputational damage. So at what point would Israel say that it's no longer in their interest to carry this out? Or they don't care whatsoever about public opinion?
it appears at this point that Israel is willing to sacrifice significant reputational damage for the objective, and just saying, well, after October 7th, so if you're trying to put like some sort of conspiracy, so like there shouldn't be this after October 7th mentality. And so if you're saying, well, maybe it's a conspiracy, so you could limit this after October 7th mentality. But with the current after October 7th mentality, most Israelis and supporters of Israel just think like, no, man, Hamas has to be eliminated. Gaza's a problem. It has to be solved immediately. And the sacrifice of the international reputation is secondary to the security threat.
But it seems like emotional and short-term thinking. And again, I mean, this is unsolicited advice. This is just me as an outsider third party observing it.
Was
I
it
mean, do they
emotional?
think that it's going well? I mean,
I'm not
do
sure it's
they think that
emotional.
it's...
I mean, what, and saying that, okay, like, I think Israel's behavior is quite logical. And saying, okay, like, if you just have different standards about human rights or war crimes, but I'm saying, like, Israel's behavior is actually quite logical. He's saying, we'll have an enemy, and it's logical to eliminate your enemy and to not care about the suffering of your enemy. And I don't say you're saying that's intrinsically emotional. And it might be. You could argue that, but I'm not sure you're accurate that the response is emotional.
Well, I just mean that it's done out of anger and a drive towards retribution. And, when people are in that state of fear and anger, that they're more willing to commit these kinds of acts. That's the sense I say it in.
Yeah, I'm not sure that's accurate. I mean, it might be, but I was saying there might be many cool, level-headed Israelis that aren't acting out of anger or retribution. And there's like, we got to destroy these people. like I'm not angry at them. I'm not doing retribution, just practical, utilitarian. Even you just say that it's also them, and some if you're mind reading the ethos, or you're trying to claim that because like I disagree with it. Israel, but I don't think what Israel's doing is inherently illogical.
Right. Well, I think the lack of logic comes in when you have this kind of collateral damage and you have these images coming out of the death that's been happening. At that point, logic should kick in and say, "Hey, maybe this isn't the best course of action." But if you're in an emotional state, maybe you think, these
I think that's
bastards,
the
they attacked
opposite.
us."
I think it's actually the opposite. Meaning saying the emotion kicks in terms of the logic kicks in where you don't care about the suffering or the casualty. So it's the emotion that says like
Right.
you're saying, look at all these innocent people, all these dead babies, and you're saying, well,
And
stop
it's
being
overridden
emotional.
by logic.
Why are you being so emotional? It's just dead babies. Like look at the logic of the situation. There's an enemy that has to be destroyed, and of course there's going to be dead babies. Stop being so emotional. So I'm not sure
Right.
you're logical. I'm not sure logic or emotion has anything to do with it.
Well, Trump had an interesting statement where he said that he's not seen such hatred before as the Palestinians towards the Israelis, and then he, coyly slipped in, and maybe the other way as well, kind of indicating that there's a lot of hatred for Palestinians from the Israeli side. And I mean, hatred is an emotion that counteracts logic, I would say.
Yeah, it could be, but I mean, it's like years ago when like the alt right and the debates over ethno nationalism or immigration in America, and like Luke Ford streamed this guy Kevin Michael Grace, and when he talked about Rashida Tlaib, he's like, well, he doesn't hate Rashida Tlaib, like he's not upset with her. Just the problem is that she's here. Like, of course, she's doing what she's doing, and the only problem is that like she's here. She shouldn't be here. She shouldn't be in America. And like when she's here in America, of course, she's acting this way. And not that he hates her, but like it's just he doesn't want her here. And so you could look at it from the Israeli perspective, like, well, I don't hate Hamas. If I was Gazan, I would probably be acting just like them, but they can't be here. They got to go. And if they don't, they're going to get killed. And
But is it accurate to say that
but I'm
there's
saying
not a lot of
that seems very
Israeli hatred?
logical. It's not emotional, and it could be a cold, calculated reason. And just saying, like in a world situation, it's now or never. Like Israel always knew that Gaza was a huge existential threat to Israel. That they can't have a democratic Jewish state with the demographic challenges, and so it's just they got to go, and if they die, they die. And I mean, so if you say that's the cold, calculated reason of the Israelis, some Israelis might be driven by emotion, some might be emotionless. But it's universal among Israelis that they don't want them. They don't want those people there. And at this point, they're going to seek a military solution. So I
Right.
don't necessarily know if the
But
emotion.
your analysis is that this ethnic cleansing, if we can call it that, is immoral. Like, on what basis do you reject that idea then?
No, I'm saying I'm looking at it from a morally neutral point because like my view of morality doesn't matter. I have my view of morality. God will judge the world, but from a morally neutral viewpoint, um, I'm looking at logic as a morally neutral tool.
Yeah, but I'm just asking on what basis, because it seems to me like you
I would
reject
connect
this
emotion
idea
to
that it's a good.
morality. I mean, you could use logic to examine morality, but I would just look at like, generally logic is a emotionless tool, and it's just about utilitarian, beneficial analysis that they say, well, yeah, I mean, clearly Israel would benefit if from the Zionist point of view if they could get rid of the Gazans.
But I mean, for you as an individual, why do you personally disagree with this action that Israel is taking? Like, what's your logic? Is it a moral basis or?
Yeah, so I would be examined for more. Like you can't just, God forbid, you can't kill people and steal their land and get away with it. So I mean, it could also be
Right.
legalistically, but it's like no, I mean, like, and even say okay, like like I have, as a Jew, I was led and romanced by the Zionist dream. Like, wouldn't it be
Right.
great if we could have this country where it's just us and we could, you be our identity without, okay, but damn, God forbid, there's these, just these Palestinians, like, it's holding us back from our dream. And so I
Right.
say, like, okay, like our dream, like, okay, it's a false dream. So it took me, like, when I didn't know I was going to have guests on this stream, but I was going to go through how I went to Israel and learned about anti-Zionism. But, to say, like, it's a false dream, this Zionistic dream, it's a false dream, and it necessitates ethnic cleansing.
Right.
Or minimally human rights abuses. And at this point, it's very, like, I think it's zero sum, in that at this point, Israel basically either has to go full forward with the ethnic cleansing or give up on Zionism. And the vast majority of Jews don't want to give up on Zionism. And, so I'm going to say, like, well, you can't do it and get away with it. So, like, that's just my opinion. So if you're
Right.
saying there, I don't think you could do that and get away with it. And then you say, well, call Israel's bluff. Maybe they can do it and get away with it. God forbid. But you say, well, that's my opinion. That's your opinion. We agree that they can't do it and get away with it. But, I'm not going to be able to stop them. You're not going to be able to stop them. Saying, well, Iran's going to stop them. Or say, like, no, I believe in God and higher power. And if Israel's wrong and they're breaking some sort of moral code, even though, I believe that God chose the Jewish people or whatever that, I still think that there's a overarching moral code, and God will side with the Palestinians in this case and stop the Jewish people. How that will happen, I don't know. And so I'm not sure if you're taking a theistic, like, there's a God who, like, karma, there's a factual karma, and God will keep karma balanced. If Israel's breaking these moral rules, somehow it's going to go against them.
Well, I think that, I mean, you could have a theistic and a naturalistic explanation at the same time. I mean, the naturalistic explanation could be that people's morals, when they judge the situation, say to them that this is wrong, and it creates a counterforce that stops this killing. And you could apply a theistic view of it too. It's hard to separate where the human morals and God. It's hard to
You think the
delineate the two.
Israelis? You think the reason why Zionists push the Hasbara so much is because they know it's wrong? So I mean, think, like, I mean, if you're Israel, like, you're bombing and you're and they're killing these all these innocent civilians, and that's why they're pushing this narrative so much, like the October 7th and the human shields and the Hasbara, but because you think Israelis deep down know they're wrong, or you think Israelis, like, no, they think that the right is on their side, and it's like the Bush 9/11, like, there's good and evil and they're on the side of good, and they think they're going to win.
Right. Well, I think that they probably think that they're morally justified to be able to do this, and that if they promote their narrative enough, people will agree with it. But I think that if people examine the facts, the vast majority of people in the world, when they apply their own morality to the situation, will end up saying, no, I don't think this is justified, and you need to stop doing this. This is, barbaric. Like, we can't have this in the modern day. And I mean, I think the average person, if they're given a tally of how many kids have been killed and the collateral damage and I think the narrative is speaking for itself. I think most people are declining to accept the Israeli narrative on the issue. And so I think it could be an act of hubris. And in that case, I mean, the world community and also God will step in and say, hey, like, this is wrong. You can't do this.
Yeah, I mean, you have to get into your metaphysics or understanding the world, like, can you sin and get away with it? Do the righteous get rewarded and the wicked get punished? And you're making an assessment that this is just a hard cut rule of the universe, that of karma, good causes good, bad causes bad, and Israel here is doing bad, and therefore by the laws of nature, there's going to be some sort of equal and opposite karmatic reaction that's going to go against Israel. But if you don't have that sort of karmatic belief system, you just look, well, um, maybe Israel will be able to do it, get away with it. There might be popular opinion might turn against Israel and the Jewish people, but the people that matter, the people in positions of power, are still largely supporting Israel. And if they could maintain that support long enough to, God forbid, carry out the ethnic cleansing, and then people will forget about it. So that, like, God forbid, if it takes a year or two to carry out the ethnic cleansing, God forbid, and the elites and the people in power, the people that matter for that, stick with Israel for that period of time. And then once it's done, and public sentiment and opinion will change over a period, or it will have been worth it. And so that's like the calculation that Israelis are making.
Right.
And even
Yeah, and
you're saying, like, well, you can't stop them, and if the people in power don't agree with you, and so you're just going to be upset, and then like 2 years later, maybe, like, God forbid, they've carried out the ethnic cleansing, it's done, and are you going to hate Israel for the rest of your life? You remember it, or will there be a return to normalcy? But like, yeah, it wasn't really so good that you did that ethnic cleansing, but it looks like you did it and got away with it, so like, and now I'm going to normalize with you.
well, it's an interesting question, but it just comes down to, like, has this gone well for Israel on the public stage? What is the mood of the world? And if the world does, based upon their morals, come to the conclusion that this is wrong, it's a question of how large is this effect going to be? Is this a blip on the radar of time, or is this a fundamental event that gets at, the very question of man's history on Earth? How historic is this event going to be? How big is it? Is it a blip on the radar? 2 more years, it's under the rug again. I get the sense that this is a pretty big event. I get the sense that it's almost like a existential question, and so it comes down to a question of, the Israelis, I believe, are acting based upon their morality and their understanding of God, to say that we are morally justified in doing this, and so they're acting out with God's blessing. They say we have God's blessing to do this.
But that's just the
But
belief system. Because said, like, okay, let's say me and you.
But the question is, do they have God's blessing? Because if we recognize God as the sovereign of the world, he will see this action, and it's a question of, is God saying, yes, they're right? If, like you say, God forbid, they ethnically cleanse the Palestinians, will God make an assessment and say they were justified? Or will God, it's a question of, how does God see the world, and what is the nature of God? And I believe that God would condemn this action. My understanding of God is that they're committing sin and wrong, and that God would condemn it. This is my belief. Israelis disagree with me, and honestly, I have talked to some, and I say, okay, I mean, I respect your decision. We'll see if, because we have a heuristic, how does it go? How does the future go? I mean, it will all be, we'll be able to look back and say, okay, well, based upon how this turned out, we can make an assessment of what was God's belief of it. And so I lean more towards the side of, this is not justified and this is morally wrong. The Israelis say it is justified, it's morally correct. I mean, God will have to decide, but in the meantime, I think world opinion is saying, no, it's not morally justified.
Yeah, so you have to separate the two theological issues. So one, is it factual, like there is a God or there is a system where the righteous get rewarded and the wicked get punished? And it would say, if
I
me
believe
and you,
that.
yeah, so if me and you just falsely believe that, we both believe that the righteous get rewarded and the wicked get punished, but it's in fact a false belief, and there is actually no connection between righteous behavior and reward and bad behavior and punishment. And it's very possible that people could behave badly and be rewarded, or behave righteously and be punished. And then, but it's okay, let's say there is a factual element that the righteous get rewarded and the wicked get punished, but then you have to define what is righteous and what is wicked. So it's saying that there's a certain
Right.
element of atheistic thinking, but then there's also dispute among what is righteous and what is wicked. So it's like a lot of Israelis are atheistic and just like, well, there's no God, and you just it's a fight for survival, and then there's Israelis that are theistic and think that this war is righteous, and so if you're just so we're both in the camp that we're believers. However, we think we disagree that it's a just war, and
Right.
but we're saying because we're believers, you're saying, well, there's a God, and we'll see. Like we'll see, because like I'm not me and you aren't going to stop the war. We could feel like, okay, as obligation, my duty as a man before God is to stand up for my conception of justice, and I feel that this war is unjust, and therefore I'm speaking out against it. But really, that's all the power I have to do, and more than that, we can just wait and see, and we'll see what God does, and if there's a God, how God's going to rule it, and if we're incorrect about there being a God, uh, then it's just going to be drawn out to material causes. And if you put it back, compare it to Russia, like, okay, like, well, a lot of people thought Russia was wrong to attack Ukraine, but at this point, it seems that Russia has won the war. Ukraine's not going to be able to repel, and Russia will probably be able to hold on to all the territory it's gained. So how do you normalize? What do you do? Like, okay, you're the bad guy. I don't accept your ill-gotten gain, but a certain point, like, well, I mean, it comes to the morality. Like, if someone steals from me or beats me up and gets away with it, like you can't beat me up, and like, well, no, I beat you up and I got away with it. What are you going to do about it? Like, you can't steal my
Right.
stuff. It was like, well, no, it looked like I stole your stuff and I have it. And so if you're looking at like, okay, well, Russia was wrong, they can't steal that territory, but they did. You're thinking, Israel, you can't kill all these innocent civilians, and or even the Hamas, you can't, and whatever. But what do you do after it's happened? You just wait for God, or then at some point you have to normalize and be like, well, I thought you were wrong, and do you escalate or hold a grudge forever, or you just have to normalize? And
Well, I think that God is reflected in people, and people are reflected in God. And so I think that if we're reaching a point, because I think we're hitting a critical mass of people saying that this is wrong. I mean, you're probably well aware that things like this have gone on
that's why
for
I
a long
differentiated the
time.
elites and the people that matter. So say, even if you're right, and even if the majority, like is saying that the power of the nation to wage an unpopular war. So I mean, certainly you're right in terms of the masses. However, in terms of the elite and the people in power positions, that's unclear that's changing, and
Right.
so you could have a scenario where there's a huge difference between the populace and the leaders, and if Netanyahu's government, you said this is gonna be a long war. It's gonna take a year, and the U.S. government backs it, even though the U.S. populace turns against it. The U.S. system. The most you could do is protest or vote in 2024 elections, and so even if the populace changes and they vote for different people in 2024, that they won't enter office till 2025, and the war might be over by then.
Well, I think you're looking at it more in political terms. I'm looking at it more, I think, in theistic terms, because I'm looking at it
You think
as
something magically happens? I'm saying, like, like, if the majority of Americans turn against Israel in the war, and
right.
there's sustained huge mass protest, increased anti-Semitism. However, let's say the elites and the government officials still back the war. So like, so what? Let's say that 90% of Americans turn against the war,
Right,
and there's
right.
the sustained protests like Vietnam. I mean, a million people in Washington every day, 100,000s of people in every major city, but the elites might still back Israel, and Israel might still carry on the war. And by the time that there's a power shift, um, where you think something magical happens, like all of a sudden the majority of humanity turns against it, how does that actually change the reality on the ground? I mean, that's why I give the Russia
Well,
Ukraine.
it's an unclear mechanism from how does the collective consciousness of the humanity eventually get funneled into, the political situation on the ground. But I think the most fundamental question is there a turn in collective consciousness in the world against this? And I think the answer is yes. And I think that this is biblical, or God's hand is in this. And to me, this feels much larger than 2014, etc. This one has a lot of force behind it. This one doesn't seem like one that we're going to sweep under the rug in a couple years and just never talk about it again. This seems to have struck a nerve. I mean, so I think that this is a pretty pivotal event, and so I think that the outcome of it is going to have huge implications for the future. And yeah, so it's a question of which of these two sides is going to win out, and I believe it will be biblical, and I believe that it will be. Again, I can't speak for God. I can only use my human intellect and my human analysis, and my own morality. But based upon my morality and the way I see the collective consciousness moving against this, I think that this is not sanctioned by God. I don't think this is blessed by God, and I don't think it's going to have a positive outcome. And God forbid it stokes a lot of hatred against innocent people who get scapegoated for it. So I mean, and God forbid it escalates into something wider. So
Yeah, I mean, this is disastrous.
like,
That's why I was against the Ukraine. I was against. I mean, I'm basically like I believe in the ahimsa principle, non-harm in all situations. And like when COVID-19 first happened, I said that it's probably a warning from God to repent. And the mass death event of COVID-19 cheapened life just because so many millions of people died for basically no reason, that it became normalized that people were dying for no reason, to the situation now post COVID-19, where we're returning to a state of war, and beginning the Russia Ukraine, to now in Israel, where you have returned to World War II mentality, where just completely destroy your enemy, and that this could completely escalate. And so I mean, yeah, collectively humanity has to stop this, or else it will escalate until World War III, the destruction of humanity. And I would look at it, esoterically, spiritually. I would say this is just a mirror to the collective sin of humanity. So there's me, myself, and my sin, my failures as a Jew, my failures as a person, my failures in morality, and then collective society's failure. And at a certain point, if a society is not just, it will collapse. And there's a whole bunch of issues that healthcare, wealth inequality, just failure to get along, care about each other, charity, that larger human failure, that society will collapse. And then like if you take a biblical view, it's like the boom bust cycle of there has to be death for renewal, and we become so drenched in sin collectively that we can't be healed, so the body has to die and be reborn. And that that's what's happening on a societal level. And so you're saying, like, well, we need to, I believe in mass enlightenment, and we need to improve humanity, some sort of paradigm shift, mass enlightenment. Otherwise, we're headed for disaster. And all of these things are just signs that that could just be steps towards worse and worse things coming. And from the theistic level, basically all suffering is a sign from God to repent. Like, why does God allow suffering in any form? It's just a sign to repent and change our ways.
mm-hmm. Yeah, I think we have a similar perspective on everything. And yeah, I mean, only God knows where the world will go. But yeah, like you said, I do believe it's my duty to speak out as to what I think is immoral. And I think that the broader world community is seeing that as well. And I mean, it's a question of, does this all need to happen? Is it all biblical? Do we need a mass die-off? I mean, God forbid, because of the how horrific it would be. I mean, if it can be avoided in any case, I think it should. Only God knows truly what's ahead. But just
So I
from
mean,
my
you're agreeing that it's
perspective,
not
I think that
necessarily like these state actors or peoples. It's really the collective state of the sin of humanity. So you're looking like, okay, it's not like Israel and Hamas and Russia and Ukraine. It's like, oh man, the collective state of sin in humanity. That's the root cause of this. And so you can say individually, there might be individuals that are relatively righteous, but even if you have individual righteous people, that if collectively society has turned to sin, immoral, unethical, uncaring behavior, that even the handful of righteous people could be collateral damage, or if you're Christian or some Judeo-Kabbalistic belief of the accepting suffering of humanity upon yourself, where you say, okay, like I try my best, I repent daily, and I always try to perfect my behavior when someone points out I'm doing wrong. Um, but I also accept that I will suffer along with humanity, even if relatively my sin level is less than that, and it may not be accurate that my sin level could be just as bad or worse than humanity.
right.
You say that God is just. Like I mean, I was saying, like if you sometimes I argue with Christians, and it just this basic tenet, like theologically, I mean, like the Book of Job or something. Like, is there punishment without sin? And you say, well, theologically, like no, there's no punishment without sin. Or do you, or how? I mean, how are you theologically understanding the nature, the question of evil, the Epicurean trilemma, and suffering at all? And are you going to simply answer that there's a direct correlation between suffering and sin?
Are you asking me? Sorry.
Yeah, I mean, hypothesizing if you're saying that view, and then the question of individual sin and collective sin. If you do have opinions on that, and then how do you understand individual sin versus collective sin?
Well, it's an interesting question. I think it comes down to what is the state of humanity, and are we fallen? And I think you could take that perspective, and so because of the sin of the world, and then it becomes a question of, okay, how can we rise above this, and does there need to be this cataclysm, this mass death, this huge suffering, or can humanity purify itself without that? My hope is that it can be purified without that through enlightenment. So that would be my take on that, if that answers that.
Yeah, then so okay, let's say there's just a handful of sane, rational voices, but what's the individual versus collective sin? So you've realized that, but at the same time, like you could stand on street corners and no one's listening, and then what do you do? So like you could stream, I could talk to a handful of people listening to me, and half the people listening to me don't even think I'm that good of a guy, anyways. But so what do you do?
I think the only thing is to approach reality in a way that you believe is sanctioned by God, that reflects God's will for humanity and desire for humanity, and have faith in God. So I think those cover basically the two bases of what you can control and what you can't control.
Yeah, but it's like, okay, like you didn't do nothing wrong, you got nothing to fear. Or it's saying like, okay, like I'm a man of God, I know that I've done a lot of sin, I've done a lot of things wrong. Any suffering that comes upon me, I certainly deserve. I know that more than anybody else. However, say, well, I don't fear death because I tried my hardest. I pray to God. I repent every night. You want to make mistakes, I try to make amends on it. And yeah, honestly, I don't fear death. Like I'm looking forward to meeting my creator, and hopefully I'll say like I tried. I don't know if I tried my hardest, but I tried pretty hard, and that's all. That's really all you could do. Saying okay, like I tried, and like even the question like, well, I tried to change myself. I wasn't successful. Like my failures as a Jew, I wasn't successful in changing other people. But did I change myself? Did I have a positive influence on a handful of people? What was in my power? Even though I failed at changing the larger direction of society, did I change myself? Did I have a positive influence on the people I came into contact with? And then with that, could I, sleep good at night, or say um, even say like death doesn't fear me because I believe in God, and I'm ready to meet my Creator.
Sorry, again, do you want me to just riff off that, or was there a question there or anything? Or
Yeah, I don't know if you just that's kind of a ramble, but I mean, if you put a question mark at that, or if you agree with that sentiment, or you think there's something more to that, or you agree that's basically all you could do, come to peace with trying to be the best person you can, using your influence where you can, and you're preparing to meet your Creator.
yeah, I mean, I think that's the extent of what we can do. I mean, we as humans, with our intellect and our energy levels and our biological system, we're just very finite in what we're able to do. I mean, ultimately, it has to come down to God and a higher power, because the the force that created the universe ultimately has to sort all of this out. So it's just a question of aligning with what you understand to be God's intent and trying to come in alignment with it. And that's as good as you can do in my philosophy, based upon the restrictions on man inherent in us and our biology, etc.
Yeah, when I first started streaming with Brundlefly, like 5 years ago, I used to say, and things weren't nearly as bad then as they are today in many ways, but it's hard to be a righteous person in an unrighteous world.
I mean, of course, it's nearly impossible to be righteous in a fallen world. Um, I mean, what can you do? I think that
What does it
culture
even
has
mean
such a
to be a
large
righteous
effect on
person?
us.
Yeah, but what does it even mean to be a righteous person in an unrighteous world?
Struggle and resistance, and I mean, it's a harsh existence, but it's better than not being righteous in an unrighteous world.
I mean, self-improvement. I came up with a multiple truth hypothesis, and I spent like the whole summer going over these theories of truth: correspondence theory, pragmatism, coherence theory, deflationary, and saying like, well, I want to be a good person, but like honestly, I don't even know what it means to be a good person, and there's not even a universal understanding of what it means to be a good person. And like my failures as a Jew, despite in my own assessment, my honest effort to be a good person, um, I seem to have failed. Like God forbid, like not too many other people think I'm that great of a person. I never reached any position of leadership. I have some success in life, and minor streamer uh, status, but no, I mean largely, God forbid, like I failed. Can I honestly say, well, I tried. I probably didn't try my hardest, obviously, but I could have tried harder. But I tried pretty hard. And like, what does that count for?
Well, the major issue at play here is that the human intellect, because if the human intellect approaches this question of what is truth, for us to actually categorically make a truth statement about what is truth, we have to know so much philosophy and so much logic and have such an intellect. I mean, it's a question of the limit of man's understanding of God. Man, with his brain and his intellect and his grasp of logic, cannot even start to approach the intellect of God, which is completely vast. But we can improve our intellect collectively, and we can get to a greater understanding of truth. And I think that that's what every man's role is to contribute to that collective understanding of truth. And we all have a part to play in it, and we can contribute to the collective consciousness. and the collective understanding however we can. And that's basically our fate in life, is to try and bring that along, to try and increase our understanding of what God is, what the creator of the universe is. But I mean, it's not on any single person's shoulder to be able to make that affirmative statement. Ultimately, we have to rely upon the understanding that God is good, and God sees the goodness in us, and God wants the best for us and doesn't want us to suffer. And if that's our understanding of God, that God exists and that God is benevolent, then we can basically trust that God understands our struggles of trying to be righteous in an unrighteous world, and that God is good, and we have faith in the goodness of God, and that's how we can have an understanding that we can be acknowledged for what we contributed, and forgiven for where we came short.
You said you've been watching my content. Are you like? Do you have any thoughts on the multiple truth hypothesis?
I haven't seen it, so I mean, I'm subscribed to a lot of channels on YouTube, and I mean, occasionally, if I see your live or something, I will pop in, right? But
Just
I
a
mean,
metaphysical framework and saying like, you take like a rational actor theory, like how could you be so sure, but the Israeli side or the Palestinian, the Muslim side, and I came to you just saying that there's multiple truth theories and there's uncertainty, and you have to struggle through looking at things from different perspectives, and not like a form of relativism, but that you could have some sort of truth value assessment where not all truths are equally true, but they have different relative truth values. And like I came across it like, okay, like I'm a Jew and a Hindu at the same time, which is a contradiction. So you can't be both, but yet I am both. And then like a rational actor theory to how could I be so sure that I'm right? And yet the Israelis or all these other sides are also so sure that they're right. And so coming up with the metaphysics to say, well, truth eludes us, uncertainty is extremely high, so at best all we could do is create a relative truth value to say that some things are relatively more likely to be true than other things.
well, I believe, I mean, I understand. I don't know a lot about your story of how you are Jewish and Hindu at the same time, but I have my own kind of metaphysical approach to this, which is I
That's just
believe
my
in.
own personal bias. I mean, that's my story if you follow. But I was saying why I created this metaphysical theory, the multiple truth hypothesis, and to try to say, okay, like I have my bias and my reasons and my understandings, but it's like what is truth, and accepting like you can't, like there's uncertainty is always going to be the case, and so how do you navigate all these various truth claims? And so I tried to create this metaphysical system of navigating the multiple truths. I call the multiple truth hypothesis, that of even saying, is it possible for multiple conflicting things to be true at the same time, or to assess relative truth values to these things? Like, so that's my own personal situation that forced me to come up with this. Maybe you have your own personal situation that makes sense.
Right, that was your pragmatic way to try and be able to take in the truths of Hinduism and Judaism at the same time.
I just
Is that
did it.
correct?
So like, obviously you can't be like Orthodox Jew and a Hindu at the same time, but yet I
Right.
did them both. And so like, just for my own mind, if I created like multiple personalities, but assessing like the truth claims and saying, well, I know that there's these conflicts and it says they can't be true, but at the same time working with
Right.
these systems. And then from that, doing that for years, to have created like a metaphysical system for assessing truth claims in general, if it's really
Right.
politics, science, philosophy, religion, of just saying, well, I did it with myself for years, and therefore
Right.
I've abstracted a system to do that with all truth claims.
That's very interesting, because that's very similar, actually. It's what is that word? Synchronous. There's synchronicity between what you've worked on and what I've worked on as my metaphysical approach to truth claims. But I believe in a principle of progressive revelation. So I believe that mankind is guided by God. As we progress through time, more truth is revealed to us by God. We come to a greater understanding of God. So it's a question of like, well, is every religious truth claim wrong because there's an inherent contradiction that they conflict with each other? But I think that actually essentially every religious truth claim is correct on the path towards ultimate understanding. So I think that we can come to something which is the latest and greatest understanding of that time, and that we can progress past it. And I think that the way that we deal with the uncertainty is through humility. I think the inherent thing that we have to come to understanding of is our incapacity to understand reality. I think that has to be the fundamental thing that we stake religious belief on, because we don't have the scientific tools to be able to determine factually these metaphysical matters. That's why it's in the domain of metaphysics. So while it's in this domain, we have to approach it with humility and just say, hey, each one of us is just a human. We build upon what the people before us have figured out, just like science. The same principle about science. I think that religious truth and scientific truth is basically the same thing. It's just that we can't use scientific tools as of yet to determine religious truths. So I think that, because here's where I come from. I've worked a lot with these AIs, these large language models, which can go over tons of data, way more data than a human could ever try to approach in a single life.
As a coder or professional, or just as a hobby?
Professionally. And so, like, I've worked intimately with these things, and they can.
I mean, part of the multiple truth hypothesis based on AI truth discovery functions is like an algorithm from saying like, well, how would a computer go about discovering truth? And you have truth discovery functions like as AI, and I'm not sure if you watched, I have content on it. Like I'm a chess player, and like the various like deep mind and the AlphaZero programs, but I mean, so I do have an element,
Stockfish and stuff.
Yeah, so like of how you, like the computer evaluation functions for chess versus a theoretical open-ended AI function that would, so to say, be I mean, they have truth discovery functions that they use for closed defined functions that they call truth discovery functions, if you're familiar with them. But if you had a theoretical literal truth discovery function, if you had like the most powerful mega computers and you actually design some sort of iterative algorithm function that would be designed to discover truth, what would that look like?
Well, that's roughly what these large language models are. I mean, they parse huge amounts of information, and in a way that's even kind of opaque to the people who are creating them, Sam Altman, etc. They even admit that they're not even 100% sure how these things are actually working.
I mean, like, because I'm a dualist and I talk a lot about consciousness, and that's my theory is that human consciousness does not work based on these iterative algorithms. So like from the programmer level, all they do is program these iterative algorithms, and then you might have the data or be able to do a meta-analysis of the data, but you say no, it's beyond human comprehension because the human mind doesn't process iterative algorithms the same way a computer does. So that all we can know is that this is the result that the computer spit out from the production of a simple iterative algorithm.
Right. Well, I mean, I brought it up to say that, like, I've been working with some of these, higher end large language models, and you can see how.
Did you see 2 weeks ago when I went over the state of the AI 2023 report?
No, I didn't see it.
I mean, I'm not sure if you saw that report, but I went over that like 2 weeks ago.
Okay, well, maybe you'll find this interesting. Like from my interactions with AI, I can see the way that it can parse so much more information than I ever could as a human in my life, if I was able to not sleep, not drink, just read, blah, 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 they are able to just process more information. And it's very humbling because you can see it puts into context the limits of human intelligence as it is. And it kind of humbles you before God because you're like, wow, this thing to me is able to parse so much data. Imagine the ultimate computing machine, God, which is like the pinnacle of what you could ever imagine some kind of a exponential intelligence could ever turn into. And you realize, I mean, each human has a finite amount of time that they can try and put together truth and develop a philosophy of the world. And you realize, like, hey, we're very limited, and are able. Another thing we're limited in is our ability to communicate with God. We don't. If we had a reproducible way, like a scientific way that we could interact with God, then we could bring the domain of God into the scientific realm. But we have a tough understanding of what is revelation, who is allowed to have revelation, etc. I mean, it's very thorny. We have an understanding that God exists. Each person arrives at it differently, and we have an understanding that some people have communicated with God and God has revealed things to people, but it's very imprecise. Not to besmirch any of the prophets or anything like that, but I mean, it's a tough it's a tough thing to accept that this person communicated with God. We can't verify the truth claim. We just know it to be true for whatever reason. And so I think that's like, I have my own philosophy that I've worked on called humanism. I think that basically we have to accept, I think a fundamental part of religious discussion has to be an acceptance of our limited human intelligence and ability to understand. And if every person from every faith can say, hey, like, we're on to something, but we're limited by this intelligence we have. I mean, we have a morality that we apply to reality based upon what we think is correct, but we have no way. I mean, we cannot ascribe our morality to God, because God, we can't even begin to understand the ways in which God is working. So even any system of morality that is created by humans is inherently going to be very restricted. I mean, we're really just trying to do our best, and I mean, no one can really talk for God. So yeah,
Are
maybe
you a
there's something
dualist?
there to go off of.
I mean, are you
Define dualist?
just, you believe that there's a separate material realm and spiritual realm? It's like, I have
Yeah,
a soul, I'm not my body. Whatever, however you understand consciousness, the controller, even possibly the mental functions, they're not operating on the physical realm. They're part of some immaterial uh, spiritual realm that survives death.
yes, yes, yes. I mean, there's, in my opinion, well, I mean, if we look at reality, it
Yeah, I'm
seems
pretty strong
pretty
dualist. I
flimsy.
defend dualism, and I mean, if you're taking like esoterical without even a religious system, like of revealed revelation, biblical, prophetic, or Hinduism, any source, but just talking pure metaphysics, and then the nature of information theory, computation. Where do these things exist? So
Right.
what's part of the spiritual realm? What's part of the physical realm? Does mental functioning, computation occur at a spiritual or
It has to
physical
be in a
realm?
spiritual realm. It has
And
to be
even
in
if
a
you're like
spiritual realm.
like a monist, or you're saying, well, is a computer's mind also non-physical? And then you say, well, if a computer, so to say, computer intelligence, computational intelligence, and I'm leaning towards like that's also non-physical, to say like a computer intelligence, possibly like through
I think it's the intelligence has to be non-physical,
yeah,
in my
I would feel like
opinion.
a panpsychist or monistic, that that somehow that computer electrical circuits tap into some sort of panpsychist or non-physical form of computation. So even a computer, so to say, the intelligence is a dualistic function, not of the material realm.
Well, here's something to mess with your mind a little bit. These AIs, when they're making this computation, they're creating a simulated reality. Like you could tell an AI, tell me, describe to me, I take a bouncy ball and I drop it on the ground. Describe what happens. And the AI, similar to a human, will create a conception of a reality, a simulated reality, and apply its understanding of the laws of physics. And so that it's almost a question of, does a simulated reality exist on a level similar to our physical reality? It's hard to say. I mean, but there's no doubt that these AIs have some internal conception of reality that they're able to run simulations within, similar to how human intellect would run different calculations or simulations.
There's so many unknowns. So I mean, I followed the Science of Consciousness conference and the Penrose Hameroff hypothesis, quantum mind. But if you're looking like the brain, is it circuit logic, like the neurons work as a circuit logic, which there's no direct evidence that there is any form of circuit logic in the neurons, or even if you believe like a quantum mind, that quantum phenomenon would create some sort of circuit logic. But from the computer level, where you do have circuits and there is a circuit logic, but that, so to say, the conceptions or the computable functions, the mind of it at some point it's still non-physical. It's greater than the product of the circuit logic. And so if you're looking like an AI function, even if you could reduce it to circuit logic, millions of trillions of computations being performed, where does the where's the information exist? Is the information physical or non-physical?
In my opinion, it has to be non-physical. In my opinion, it has to be computed in a non-physical reality and then like transmuted into this reality, because it comes back to the question of like, is this physical reality the base reality? Is this the be-all end-all reality? I think that that's totally farcical. I mean, there's a lot of ways to disprove it, but I mean, one thought experiment I like to do is imagine you're a baby who's born into a virtual reality headset. From the second you're born, it's a virtual reality headset. It feels completely like real reality. I mean, the technology has gone so far that it feels like real reality. And then someone comes up to you and they say, hey, you know that you're actually just in a virtual reality. And they say, oh no, that's incredible. I mean, I can feel this chair. I can feel this here, that there. I mean, clearly this is not some kind of simulation. And then the other person says, no, you're actually just in a virtual reality headset. So, I mean, or like immersive virtual reality. So the fact that humans can't differentiate, including with the dream state, I mean, I think it's farcical to think that this is the base reality and that there's not off-world, let's say, calculation that computes this reality that we experience. It has to be, in my opinion, has to be off-base calculated reality. And I would say probably the same for the AI calculations too. I think it can't be reduced to the circuits. There has to be some kind of different dimension where it actually exists.
Yeah, I mean, like if the war hadn't happened, or like, you know, no one was coming on to speak to me, like, I mean, it's one of the topics I've been reading papers and covering it. And, you know, like I did a lot of research into monism, and I was looking at, you know, like Bertrand Russell and the dual aspect monism. And I thought it'd be an interesting project to try to build up a monistic model of computer circuits, or a dualistic or monistic model from like I'm not sure if there's been much work on that. And then, you know, I'm always focusing on the difference between, you know, like computer intelligence and human intelligence, and the way the human mind works versus the human. And I have my terminology, I refer to the reverse anthropomorphism, that we know relatively more about how the computer intelligence works than human intelligence. So we reverse anthropomorphize, since the cognitive revolution in the 50s and 60s, that we have mapped the computer onto the mind because we understand the computer better than the mind. And we're still largely, I mean, there's some neuroscience, but where it's large, introspection is still the most powerful tool for understanding the mind. And computer science is far more advanced than neuroscience. And because we could program the computer to do so many executive computational functions, that we've largely, I mean, my terminology that I think I coined or try to popularize, what I call these reverse anthropomorphism, of mapping the computer onto the mind.
Right.
And then I think, well,
yeah, it's interesting.
It's not, like I said, well, that's not accurate, that the mind doesn't work like a computer, but that's just the best we could do because we don't have an accurate model of mind. And then even going back to introspection, or like, well, like dualism, and that the multiple truth hypothesis is saying, well, there's so much uncertainty, the problems of empiricism, it's unlikely we're going to be able to discover the truth. That's like the truth value function. That put it back to you, what would it look like, a computer algorithm that, I mean, because like, okay, the large language models, they usually still only operate in closed systems. It's hard to have an open-ended AI system. And what would happen if you could have an open AI system that would like a function that would look for truth? And what would that function look like? And what would the type answers that a computer might give to that look like?
And you're passing that back to me, right?
Yeah,
I mean,
you might know more about the AI right now, but it's saying that largely they still exist in closed systems, but the search for truth would have to be in an open system.
Well, what do you mean by a closed system?
I mean, like chess or something that has well-defined rules and boundaries, as opposed to open system that doesn't have well-defined rules or boundaries. So if you say, like a AlphaZero type program, but if the AlphaZero, as opposed to solving chess or solving folding proteins or any of the things that's assigned on, was assigned to discover the truth. And even like I mean, the AI systems that have been used to discover mathematical models or scientific laws, that the trick is to getting those to work is defining a closed system. And so it's unclear whether you could even have an AI that would work in an open system. But if you did, what would that algorithm look like that would operate in an open system? And what were the type answers if like that if algorithm with the most powerful computers, say, would discover truth?
Yeah, sorry, I was basically started thinking of something else while you were talking about that towards the end there.
Yeah, but it's kind of hypothetical ramble that I've been focusing on for months. And I mean, if you have more expert in AI to think about, but that was that's the thought experiment.
Well, it's very interesting. It's very interesting because there's an ethical question at the moment, which is how closed versus how open the AI system should be. Because
I mean, if you theoretically had a completely open system where all known information was available, so all information was open and all processes, and I don't even know how you would define truth, but that was just universally opened.
Right.
I mean, I don't think you could even define an algorithm right now that would work in that system. But if you could, where all information is available,
right,
you had infinite computational power. So that was kind of like the thought experiment of my multiple truth hypothesis. and trying to theorize, well, what does truth look like from that perspective?
Well, I mean, it's hard to tell right now, but there are problems. It's hard to project where things will head, but there's already emergent problems that come down again to ethics and morality. And I mean, it's tricky things. Like, for example, most,
Well, there
like you
might
said,
not be
AI
ethics and morality.
systems.
I mean, if you say
Well,
like
here,
ethics and
here, this
morality
is this is what I'm
might
going to
be a
mention
false
is
human
that.
construct. So if you the
Well, I
computer
was
is
going to
designed
say
to
that with
discover truth.
with these AI systems now, they're very closed, they're very restricted. Like the philosophy right now from the big companies is that the AIs should be restricted so that they give basically at this moment politically correct answers, because there becomes a problem with this open system, which is that people can start to get information that's good for man or information that's bad for man, or run simulations that are good or run simulations that are evil. I mean, if you had the chance to give a human a tool that was a fully immersive virtual reality that's also connected to an AI, and you can direct the AI to fashion your reality the way that you would like it, does man have a right to have an open-ended system where he can create any virtual reality? Because it becomes kind of a spiritual question, because people's reality end up starting to reflect what's inside their soul. And if they're evil, they're going to create an evil virtual reality. And then it's a question of like, well, should the companies limit this? Do people have a right to simulate whatever realities they want? I mean, we're starting to get into like very thorny questions, but it's a right now a moral question. It's almost like the free speech question applied to man's knowledge. Do people have a right to access open AI systems? I believe that they do. I believe that humans should have the ability to access open systems and be responsible for them. But clearly, Silicon Valley is not very happy with that. I mean, OpenAI, for example, is a capitalistic creation. And so, I mean, the numbers don't add up for giving people access to open information, because it will challenge orthodoxy in a major way. And they're not in the challenging orthodoxy business, they're in the capitalism business. And I mean, they provide a great service, and more power to them. I'm a fan of the work they do, but um, I think that's the big question at the moment: is what direction do we head in terms of AI? Because I believe that if we feel that we're responsible enough and strong enough to go enter into open AI systems and try and figure out truth that way, I think that's our God-given right. But
Well, you said like, okay,
people,
I fear God and have trust in the rules of karma. So I'm not that concerned with human corruption because I have faith in the process and natural rules of karma.
right,
Like, yeah, people are corrupt and there's going to be attempts at corruption and human abuse and power. However, I believe that God has created the system in the way that there's rules of karma that are in force. Just like what's
right,
happening, war in this situation. So, like, yeah, people are going to be corrupt or there's going to be abuse or ethical, but to say that the rules of karma are embedded in the natural world and evil humans, you don't have to worry about evil humans because karma is embedded.
right,
I mean, say if you don't have that theological underpinning, you say, well, no, I'm not so sure that karma's embedded, and therefore I'm scared about the potential of excess human evil actions.
right.
And
So would
I mean,
you
we were
fundamentally
discussing that
then?
earlier, but I'm not sure if you're looking at the same way now. It's like, well, no, I believe karma's embedded. So, I mean, these ethical concerns are questions, but I mean, at the end of the day, if karma's embedded, karma you will factually work these things out.
Right. So, based upon what I've said, do you lean because I find that actually the
I lean
argument
towards
mirrors.
karma being embedded. Like, okay, I fear God, not man, and I think God has controls the world, and so the karmatic functions are embedded. So I'm not
Right.
concerned with the actions of man. I mean, to some, I mean, obviously we have to like the moral or justice or duty, but I mean, overall, like say God runs the world, I'm concerned with God, not the actions of man. So and that would apply to AI or these computers. So yeah, like obviously any tool, there's no tool that's going to be created that's going to be more powerful than God. And there's no way that a
Right.
man is going to be able to create a tool that would give him the ability to break free of the bounds of karma.
Yeah, I agree. Yeah, I believe that God wants us to reach towards a greater understanding, and so I'm an advocate for these open
Yeah,
AI
obviously it doesn't mean
systems.
like like okay, therefore you could just like build weapons and hand them out on the street corner. And if you're looking at some form of computational power is handing out weapons on the street corner, that but I'm not scared of that in that sense. Saying if it was my duty, if you were involved in the field and you have to act ethically and morally from your perspective, but like I'm not losing any sleep over worrying about what other people are doing, because like at the end of the day, like I think my fear of God overrides fear of man. But if you're
Right.
involved in the field, then you have to say, well, I myself have to be bounded by moral ethical behavior within what you're actually doing.
Well, I mean that's a debate that's ongoing right now, and I find it mirrors the free speech debate, and it comes down to I don't know, it gets at a lot of questions of like what does it mean to be human and what rights do we have as a human, and
We're focusing on
I
the
find it
self. I mean, like okay, like I believe in freedom of speech, and like the one person whose speech I regulate is my own. I'm not worried about regulating other people's speech. Like okay,
right,
if someone's like too annoying in my chat, like I don't, currently I don't have anyone banned in my chat. I've banned a few people, and usually I've unbanned them right away after. But like the main person I'm considering regulating, or the exclusive person I'm considering regulating, is myself. I'm not really concerned with
right.
regulating other people.
Well, that's it does mirror the free speech argument, and it mirrors the autonomy argument, and can man choose for himself? What is man's purpose? Is man's purpose to come to greater understanding? If you work backwards from that, then you have to have the freedom of consciousness. If you work backwards from that, you need to have the freedom of speech and expression. And so I think that the closed versus open system debate, um, I think it mirrors the free speech debate, and I lean heavily on the side of free speech because of the need for freedom of consciousness, for consciousness to be able to react accurately to reality. Um, so that's the camp that I'm in, and but I mean it's not a guarantee. I mean I think that it's a battle that will have to be fought for. Is open AI going to have this completely watered down intelligence that we have to interact with because this intelligence is so heavily restricted, or are we going to be able to let the machines say what they want to say in essence, or are they going to be censored? Um, the machine intelligence, um, is it going to be real, or is it going to be a facsimile based upon Acme Corp? Um, I think it's to be determined, but I think that's a big battle at the moment. I mean, I don't think anyone realizes it yet, but I think that that's going to be a fundamental question coming up. But it's at the forefront of the LLM conversation at the moment, because as it is right now, ChatGPT that everyone's used to interacting with, it, that's not real intelligence. It's heavily tuned towards the biases of the modern day orthodoxies to avoid cancellation, in essence.
Yeah, I mean, generally, I'm not a prescriptive person. Like occasionally, like I'll give my view on things, but I'm not prescriptive of all what other people should do. And so like I'm more worried about myself and understanding the world and even recognizing that the limitedness of my power to even to I usually say like my opinion doesn't matter, and so I don't waste time forming one on most things, and trying to prescribe control other people's behavior is counterproductive because basically I have no control over other people's behavior. To try to prescribe other people's behavior is largely counterproductive. So just trying to understand things, and I mean also duty driven. So okay, like I would like to believe I'm duty driven. If I had the opportunity to defend the weak or help someone in need, I would do that. But I'm not looking to prescribe rules upon other people outside of my personal duty.
Right, and I think that that's
I'm
why,
a
like,
libertarian. I've been straight libertarian my whole life.
that's why, like, for my personal philosophy, I base it upon two fundamental principles: the existence of God and the inherent goodness of God, God's essence as goodness. And I mean, the simple fact is that even as someone who's in this field and can examine these things, um, and is relatively well informed and has spent a lot of time thinking about these things, it's hard to know anything. I mean, that's what I realized with the AI, like you said. Truth is so elusive because it's just so much data to try and crunch to make any definitive statements. It's virtually impossible. I mean, it just inherent within human knowledge. We've done a great job, a remarkable job of building it up, given our proximity to like the animal kingdom. It's remarkable what humans have accomplished from this iterative process of building up knowledge. But when it's just humbling to realize like just how limited intelligence is. You take the smartest human on earth, the highest IQ person, the most well-researched, well-read person, they're going to do the best approximation, but it's just inherent in human consciousness and intellect. um, we can't know. I think the only thing that we should try and know for certain is God's existence and God's goodness, and that's the philosophy that I've arrived at after working with AI for like the last year, essentially.
Okay. Well, anything else?
Um, Not really. I just wanted to. I'll say, well, it's been a very interesting conversation. So thanks a lot. It's been very intellectually stimulating. We're clearly thinking down similar lines and taking similar views of reality. But I wanted to. I just want to pitch this idea of like progressive revelation. Like I think it's a completely true principle. I think the idea that God's knowledge is revealed to man according to man's capacity to understand and make use of it. I think that that's a totally true principle. What do you think about the idea of progressive revelation?
Um, yeah, I mean, it's understanding of consciousness, or I mean, some like the traditional like Judeo understanding is a devolution, and saying that we're not actually like progressing, we're degressing, and that the previous generations were more enlightened than us. But in terms of like process, like yeah, I mean, generally I hold that we're born into darkness. Ignorance is the natural condition, and enlightenment or any realization is earned or worked at, and through progressive processes that you might say that's reasonably logical in terms of I mean, if you're talking spiritual levels and God consciousness, uh, but I would almost say, yeah, but I believe in some form of progressive revelation, universal for any form of cognition or enlightenment. Certainly God consciousness also, although from a theological level, if you're actually looking like a metaphysical mechanism, it might be more difficult to describe like the mechanism, because you really have like the soul pure. What does it mean to like progressively, so it might be more difficult if you're actually trying to describe some metaphysical dualistic mechanism for how that would work. Versus more like a psychometric reality, like, well, psychometrically, that's clearly things work in a progressive pattern, including revelation, without clearly defining the metaphysical mechanism for how that would work.
Well, I take the view that God wants us to understand reality and understand our purpose on earth, and then that's inherent in man's journey, is to continue to unravel that truth and understanding as we collectively try and come closer to God. So I think that is built into reality by God. That, I mean, it's just a intuition. It's a hunch. I can't prove it. It's just kind of my reading of the situation. But
Like a Masonic, I sometimes refer to I'm not an initiated Freemason, but like I see a lot of the greatest minds, the Royal Society, the founders of America were Freemasons. And like, I read the Albert Pike literature. If you're looking at some sort of degree type system that is meant to give some sort of symbolic representation of the progression through enlightenment stages, without actually having like a society or initiation or like some sort of group activity, but just saying that, yeah, there's some sort of symbolic progression through enlightenment, that you might be seeing something like Freemasonic degrees, that
right.
that you have to progress through stages. And I mentioned a lot also, if you the computer science or psychology chunking theory or template theory of like a theory of consciousness, and just that, well, yeah, the mind probably works through some sort of forming of chunks and templates. If you look at that like a progression, that knowledge is structured through building bigger chunks and templates. And
Right.
if that would be a mechanism, if enlightenment or God revelation would work the same way, like a clarity. I've mentioned like, okay, what we need, we were talking like collective sin or the direction society's heading. What we need is mass enlightenment. And so we talk like
Right.
individually. So, okay, like I work at these things, maybe you work at these things, maybe some people work at these things. But if society's not working at these things, what's the value to being enlightened in an unenlightened world? And then is there some part of individual progressive revelation versus a collective progressive revelation?
Well, I believe that they have to be linked. I mean, there will be leaders, like that's what I basically believe prophets are essentially like great religious scientists who have revealed new information and advanced. I mean, we call people prophets, people who have taken a field and totally advanced that to another level of understanding by themselves. But I think that there's a corollary, an analogy with science. I think you could have Isaac Newton or someone like that who advanced a field. I think that that's analogous to a religious prophet who is naturally gifted at revealing religious truth. So I think that we can have a collective progressive revelation that is a sum of our individual revelation, possibly coupled with AI intelligence and understanding. But I mean, I
I
have
would put
hope
them
for
differently.
humanity.
Can we be talking
Okay,
like,
go ahead.
if you're talking like science, AI, or like tools, so like most people don't understand how these things work, or like new scientific ideas, and it doesn't necessarily matter to them if there's a tool or a benefit to humanity. People might collectively benefit. But if you're looking like a spiritual progression, like a new way of life, not like a sociological theory where like, okay, maybe you come up with like some sociological theory, but it could affect governance, but like most people aren't going to understand the theory, versus um, some sort of spiritual enlightenment that would be universal across humanity. So I'd say it'd be different than science in this, like, because collective, it's not the same as like general intellectual progression where most people don't understand it, and at best you have like a device or a tool, like, you know, like very few people understand how an iPhone works. However, most people could use an iPhone. And so the
Right.
scientific advances that created the iPhone versus the sociological advances from people being able to use an iPhone, or you don't need to know how a car works to drive a car, versus somewhat of like the spiritual mass enlightenments, the great ideas of religion, those seem to be accessible to the masses. And you know, so that's
Right.
what I would picture it's spiritual progression or something like that would be different than scientific progression, because it would be like equally, like you said, mass enlightenment. It's of a different form than scientific discovery because it'd be equally accessible to the masses, like God consciousness. If God was
Right.
revealed at a higher level, all of humanity would feel God's presence. Like, so it's just like, okay, I became enlightened, I feel God's presence, but the guy next to me may not feel God's presence in the same way. Versus if there was like a universal, everybody felt God's presence at a higher level. And so I think that would be of a different kind in nature than some form of wisdom or like scientific theoretical advancement.
Well, I think that that is part of the understanding because I mean, I think that prophets have gone far ahead of even what they've revealed to us. So part of
It was King
the
Solomon, the glory of the kings and the masses. The prophets spoke to everybody. The scientists don't really speak to everybody. And everybody might know E equals MC squared, but like they don't know, they don't understand it. It's useless to them. Most scientific ideas,
right.
as opposed to the prophets, were unique in that they, you know, the glory of the king was in the masses, and the message of the prophets was to everybody. And so it's just
Well,
it's a
part
wisdom of a different nature and kind.
I agree, but I do think that they're fundamentally both outgrown from intelligence and understanding. I think that the religious aspect is an understanding of metaphysics, but I think that we don't need to know how to use an iPhone or how the iPhone works to be able to use it. So there's not an inherent need for a scientist to be able to explain this to a layperson because it's mostly irrelevant to the layperson. But built within the religious enlightenment is a need to be able to give it to people, reveal it to people in a way that they can dissect it. So there is an inherent need that's built into religious understanding. So a prophet is not even one who can understand better. That's only half of being prophetic. The other half is that you have to take that understanding that's within your mind and your consciousness and put it into someone else's consciousness. So you have to fashion it in a certain way that it will actually enter into their consciousness and work. And so um, I think that that's where that difference comes up because yeah, I think that's the if we look at a prophet as a religious scientist, they part of their job is actually to be able to diffuse it that understanding within the general population, where that same need isn't inherent within the scientific understanding.
I mean, generally, I like to limit science to material wisdom. Even though science just means knowledge in general, but like in terms of like modern science, the scientific method, that is generally exclusively useful for material wisdom, and spiritual wisdom would be of a different nature and kind.
And that's where I differ. I actually put forth the idea that they're fundamentally the same, and yeah, so I
You could
actually
argue
believe
that
that they're both an
computational
outgrowth
event,
of intelligence.
and it's like material wisdom's computational. If you argue spiritual wisdom's non-computational, but
Well, I think
that
that
may be an inaccurate descriptor that, you know, coming like the Roger Penrose and the Emperor's New Mind, or the but if that's an inaccurate descriptor, but there's a fundamental difference in kind between material wisdom and spiritual wisdom, and there might be some overlap or some. And then we were talking about something like enlightenment versus material wisdom.
I think they're both an outgrowth of the same phenomenon, which is the iterative process of human understanding. So, when the next prophet comes, they don't have to start from scratch. And so I think that the religious understanding, because I think that religious understanding is the science in essence of metaphysics and morality and things that we can't approach with scientific tools. But it is there are ways to come to spiritual understandings, revelation, logic. I was working on my own philosophy. I think I came up with several different ways that you can approach religious knowledge, but none of them are scientific, what we would consider scientific tools of measurement. Because, like you said, they operate in a domain that we can't put tweezers into or a measuring stick or something.
There's a Talmudic statement about the end of times, like that in pre-messianic times, the light of God is reflected, so to say, to the masses from the righteous or the prophets. That you see God, the light of God, through the light of the prophets. But so it's at the end of days or some post Enlightenment period that the light of God shines so clearly that that there's no special light from the righteous. So that if you're looking like the level of a prophet, where the prophet is reflecting the light of God, and then there's a post period where you say, well, once the person's enlightened, they no longer need the light of God to be reflected through the prophet or the righteous, but could see the light directly. And if that would be something different, if that would be different than a different form of the role of the prophet in terms like either helping people see and feel and understand God, and there's a process of understanding God first that's intermediated through the prophet and then becomes direct without the intermediation of the prophet. And maybe you could argue scientific wisdom is the same way in terms of like the scientist, but not sure, saying that the scientist, I mean, the question, I was actually going to read a paper on this today. The question about the nature of science, if it's the connection between the scientist and the theory, and is it discovered truth, and it just happens to be this person discovered it, but it has nothing to do with the person, or is it a lesser view of truth, or science that has to do with the time and place and person that it came from, and it's just an indication of the truth.
Right.
So these are debates in science, and then if you parallel that to a spiritual debate in terms of the great men hypothesis, or great spiritual leaders that help you discover God. But once you discovered God, what is it just like a stepping stone, the great masters, or are they a permanent mediation factor between you and God? Or at some point you say, well, I used the great master and then I discovered God and I could thank the great master, but now I have this direct relationship with God? Or is there the permanent fun channeling through the great masters? And is it different from science and spirituality, or is he saying the same thing?
I mean, the reason that I put forth the idea of the connection between the two is this iterative process, because it's the same thing with like AI or anything else. Like, we advance because we start where the last person left the ball, so to say. And I think that same principle applies to scientific understanding and religious understanding. I just form it under collective intelligence, collective understanding. And I think that the prophets can see further in the future. They can grasp more of God's vision for the world and God's intelligence, but they can never wrap their arms fully around it. So I mean, theoretically, you could have a time when this is totally theoretical. All of humanity is totally enlightened and is has complete understanding of uh, God and God's will for man, etc. I mean, at that point, the religious prophet would be obsolete, but it would be at the same time where man knows every single scientific principle, etc. Um, but I think that prophets probably knew more than they even divulged, because I think that as an intermediary, they had to operate under the same limitations that God does with man, which is the limitation of human knowledge and where humans are at that moment. So I believe that prophets tailor their message for the people to maximize the benefit per the prophet. I mean, it's a tough calling and responsibility, but they have to try
That's
and
not
do their best.
that's not the orthodox understanding of prophecy, where I mean the prophets don't know and understand, they channel God. And so the prophet may not even know or understand. They're just a vehicle that channels God, that God spoke through the prophet. The prophet didn't necessarily even understand what they were prophesizing. They just became a vehicle to channel God's message, whether the prophet themselves even understood it. So it wasn't necessarily
Right.
that the prophet reached some enlightenment level and then expressed in their own words these principles, but somehow the prophet became the vehicle through which God communicated to humanity through, and that the prophet themselves may or may not have understood the message any better than the people that the message was channeled to. They just did something that allowed
Right.
God to channel through them. So it wasn't a question of knowledge.
Yeah, that's interesting. I could see instances where both cases happen, and I would make the assertion that in either case, it's God revealing what God thinks is maximally useful to man. So,
It's the opposite of science, where like the prophet doesn't discover a truth and share it with humanity. The prophet is a vehicle through which God communicates through. And that's not the nature of science. Science is a process of making discoveries. Prophecy is not a science of making discoveries. It's a purification of reaching some sort of spiritual level that you become worthy for God to communicate to humanity through you. And it's not a discovery.
right. But I wonder if there's been instances where prophets, because
Well, that's the
I,
Orthodox understanding of prophecy, like in terms
yeah,
of like the Hebraic understanding of
right,
the nature of prophecy. That like the prophets, it wasn't like a discovery of knowledge and the shared wisdom. It was somehow being a vehicle through which God communicated through, and the nature that I mean, Maimonides talks about the philosophy in some view. I mean, you could have some understanding of prophecy like that, but I mean, generally, that's really like prophecies of a different nature and kind. And then also say, okay, well, God communicated through the prophet, and you learn of God's wisdom through the prophet. But because the wisdom of the prophet is not a knowledge of that kind, that you could
right,
funnel, so to say, the same energy, you could get that direct connection to God that was channeled through the prophet. That so the light is being reflected through the prophet, and then at some point the prophet is unnecessary because you could see the light directly,
right.
and that's
Yeah,
a
it's
different knowledge.
interesting.
It's similar process. It's parallel to like knowledge discovery in a scientist, and saying, okay, the scientist was necessary, but now I understood the knowledge process. Now I understand the knowledge. Um, but it's only parallel. It's a different form of wisdom.
Yeah, it's
That's what I
interesting.
said. It's enlightenment, meaning saying that you like, because science is knowledge based. Not everyone's going to be capable of understanding. But like the prophecy, just so to say, God's energy, anybody could potentially receive God's energy because it's not based on understanding. And like it's just the clarity, like of you were raised into darkness, and then the light was turned on, and that's different than scientific discovery or scientific knowledge.
Yeah, it's interesting. I hadn't heard of that concept before, but Yeah,
I
it
think
is
that's a
interesting.
mainstream, like Kabbalistic or even Judeo-philosophical understanding of what prophecy is. So I mean, it wasn't that the prophets were great thinkers. I mean, some of them may have been deep mind or great thinkers, but they weren't telling you like they're not philosophers who are like telling you what they thought. Like somehow they were able to channel directly God's message.
Well,
And even the
I
rabbis,
can
they say
understand
the
that
rabbis aren't
perspective.
prophets. You're saying the rabbis are the legal deciders, the leader. They're great thinkers, but they're not prophets.
Yeah, I think my understanding of a prophet is someone who God has revealed his workings and understanding of God. Uh, God identifies a specific person who will be ideal to help God's work on earth, and reveals God's essence and um, God's nature. And this prophet has a conception of an understanding of God's mind that's far ahead of the other people of the time. But I think that there's two intermediaries between the average person and God. The first intermediary is God revealing to the prophet in a way that is going to help the prophet help the people the most. And then the prophet, who has an advanced understanding, I don't think that they necessarily share every single detail. I think they fashion it to the times. So I think that, I think you brought this up earlier. I think that truth is kind of particular to the time, because I think that God could reveal a truth that is like mathematics. It's like addition or something like that, and say, okay, this is the rule, follow these rules, this is how it works. And then introduce, once the understanding has progressed, say, okay, that principle was correct, but there's some instances where it's not quite right, but it builds upon the former understanding. And so I think it's akin. It's interesting you brought up the analogy of Freemasonry. I hadn't quite made that connection, but I think it is a similar process, because I think that you can't start studying calculus in first grade. You have to do all the prerequisites beforehand. And so, yeah, that's my conception of it.
You know, even like one last take on it. If you put, I mean, what the most popular theory of truth is called the correspondence theory of truth, and saying it's true because it corresponds to external reality. And
Right.
so material science is the empirical method to test material reality. So like science is generally true through the correspondence theory, like physics or mechanics, engineering, that the theory could be true because it could be tested to correspond to physical reality, as opposed to morals and ethics, um, unlikely correspond with material reality. You can't
Right.
test morals and ethics. And he was saying if it's even dualistic, morals and ethics unlikely exist in the material realm at all, so that you couldn't
Right.
use the correspondence theory of truth for morals and ethics, because morals and ethics doesn't exist on the material platform. And so if you look at like an event thing, that like, okay, there's a physical event, like if a person does certain action, like God forbid, person kills, person X kills person Y, um, the correspondence level of the physical action in the material realm, but the goodness or badness of the act, that isn't recorded in the physical realm. That, okay, this action was good or bad. There's no
Right.
uh there can't be a physical recordance of that act. There could be like, okay, this person moved the energy function, or even life, however it's defined. But to say this was good or bad, um I would argue that necessitates that has to exist in the non-physical realm. And so that's the prophet is not coming to tell you the nature of the material realm, the correspondence theory of truth. The prophet is coming to tell you spiritual truths that are incapable of scientific discovery. maybe logic, if you argue logic is a universal tool and logic is equally applicable in the material and the spiritual realm, that you might be able to logically derive moral ethical principles, but you can't empirically derive moral ethical principles. And that's that's the fundamental difference in nature kind of the prophet. They're not coming here to tell you scientific truths.
Well, I think with the morals, the question is, does God exist? I think with a perfect understanding, you
I
agree
always
that
separate
God exists.
it's important to, because you don't need God for morals. You just need dualism. Because you could have a material and spiritual realm that has morals and ethics, and then the question, well, where does God fit in it? And so God is like the creator of or controller of the material and spiritual realm. And so you could actually have an atheistic dualistic system, just say, well, there's a material realm that was uncreated, there could also be a spiritual realm that was uncreated. So it's kind of like a deeper theology, but people confuse the spiritual realm and God, because God and the spiritual realm are not one and the same. And you could have an atheistic spiritual system where you say, well, there's a spiritual realm, I don't know if God created it or not, it might have just always existed or been created this. But it separate that, because you don't actually need God for morals and ethics.
That's interesting.
You just need a spiritual realm.
That's interesting. I've never thought about the idea of the spirit realm being separate from God, but I mean, you could have
in the Judeo-Kabbalistic
theoretically
system, I mean, because it's a misconception. The spirit, people think of God, you have the material realm and the spiritual realm, and God is part of the spiritual realm. He's saying that's technically the Kabbalists say that's inaccurate, saying that God is the ruler over both the material and the spiritual realm, and God is neither physical nor spiritual. God is of a different kind. And so you understand, you say you understand God to be spiritual, and you say, well, a lot of the Kabbalists, let's say, at least say, so maybe some of the Christian theologians, that's not accurate. God is not spiritual. God is the ruler and creator of the spiritual, but God is of a different kind even than the spiritual.
Right.
And so we have access. Our mind exists in the spiritual realm. And so we have access to the spiritual realm through our mind, because our mind is spiritual. But that does not mean we have direct access to God, because God is even beyond the spiritual.
No, it's funny because I've only ever heard the spiritual realm put forth by people who also put forth the idea of God at the same time. But you could have, ironically,
because atheism is so popular, but even the classical Greek realm, like atheism, most atheists in the classical Greek realm still believed in the spiritual realm. They said it was atheist, meaning the deity. So you had the deity, and you had the material and the spiritual realm, and then you had the deity. And then Duns Scotus, I think, was one of the famous Christian theologians that brought this up, and the Kabbalists bring it up and say don't confuse the God for the spiritual realm. So if you're a believer in God and the spiritual realm, that you say, well, no, the spiritual realm is a phenomenon, and you have direct access to the spiritual realm through your mind. However, you do not have direct access to God, who is of a different kind than also the spiritual realm. And so
it's funny because
there's two realms that God reigns over. So God does not exist in the spiritual realm. God reigns over the spiritual realm in the same way that God reigns over the material realm. So the Kabbalists are very strong on this distinction. So that's just why I'm mentioning it to you, because if you're already a believer in dualism or God, that's an important distinction if you haven't made.
Yeah, no, I never made it, but it's funny because if you assume a progression of science, you could actually have something that you could call like a materialist proof of the spiritual world. So yeah, it's interesting. I've never made that distinction, but I've only ever heard those coupled together. I've never heard an atheist put forth the idea of a spiritual realm.
I'm pretty sure that in the Greek conception that atheists in the ancient realm were usually dualists also, because in the Greek realm, everyone believed in the material and spiritual realm. And the atheists just didn't believe in the power of the deity. And the deity the deity had power over the spiritual realm. The deity was not part of the spiritual realm. The deity was outside
Right.
of the spiritual realm and had power over the spiritual realm. So you were an atheist, not because you didn't believe in the soul or the spiritual realm, but you didn't believe in the deity. So that means like,
Right.
okay, so you could not believe in God, but still believe in the spiritual realm. And as I said, from like a dual aspect monism type thing, where like Bertrand Russell or the popular modern neuroscience that believe in like dual aspect monism or panpsychism, and even like Penrose Hameroff, where like, okay, there's this universal psychic element to the universe that originated with the Big Bang, and so at the Big Bang there was the creation of both the material and spiritual realm, but it's still an atheistic vision.
Right. No, it's interesting. Yeah, thanks for that. I'd never.
And that would go towards I believe in God. I pray to the deity who has power over the spiritual realm. So like in Hinduism, it'd say like, well, karma. Like
Right.
karma is not God. So the atheistic vision, you just say, well, there is karma. Karma operates as a spiritual in the spiritual realm, and but karma is not God. God has
Right.
power even over karma, meaning that the laws of karma, God is not bound by the laws of karma.
Subject. Right.
So in Hinduistic systems, you have systems that don't believe in deities and that believe, so to say, God is karma. There's a like, no, God is not
Right.
karma. God is not bound by karma. I could pray to God and God could do a miracle and free me from karma, as opposed to like karma is absolute. There is no higher power that could free you from karma.
Right. No, it's interesting. No, I like your
I mean,
perspective
Talmud even talks
and
like
philosophy.
repentance and atonement. That's irrational. That 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 I should be able to atone or repent for a sin and be forgiven. That's like a breaking of
Right.
the rule of karma, and that's some sort of direct clemency from God, who overrules, who could overrule not only the material realm, but it could overrule the spiritual realm.
And is that your philosophy basically? Like karma is a law that was instituted by God, but is not God is not subject to
Well,
the
I
law?
use the Hindu terminology because it works better than the Judeo terminology, but usually focus on reward and punishment. But this is straight Judeo Kabbalistic theology that they're very careful to make these distinctions.
Yeah, it's interesting. I like I really like this stuff, you know. I think it's very interesting. That's why I like I'm kind of like you, I assume, in that I like to parse all the different religious schools of thought for truth, and yeah, that's why I like with my personal philosophy the idea of
I mean,
a
you're a personalist. You believe in a personal God that you have direct connection to that could, so to say, do miracles and overpower the rules of action, reaction, karma. That like you could pray with a sincere heart to God, and God could override the, so to say, the rules of action, reaction.
yeah. Yeah, that's my conception.
That's the general Judeo-Christian conception, although most people don't have the theological understanding or haven't read. I'm pretty sure almost all the major, Jewish and Christian theologians discuss this. But like these days, we're at such a fallen level where maybe people haven't even thought of it, and they confuse God and the spiritual realm. It's so much for just people not to be atheistic and believe they have a soul, let alone to
Right.
conceptualize the difference between their soul and God, and say,
Well,
well,
that's why I say I've never met an atheist who put forth the idea of a spiritual world. For me, it's always been a one-to-one correlation of just raw materialism, no God, no spiritual plane. Which I mean, I think it's easier to prove the idea of a spiritual plane. I think that you could do that with raw logic. I think it's less evasive than the proof of God. So it's interesting idea to
I think that,
decouple it. Maybe
I think there's a lot of fundamental problems with materialism in terms of that, like that they really do. They just don't realize that they do. In terms, like I say, moral and ethics, it's very difficult. I mean, because from a materialist perspective, these things are a product of mind and they exist in the brain. And then to say how do you have a moral and ethical system when it's the product of singular brains to have like a group universal conception? It's very difficult to derive morals and ethics from materialism, and it's even very difficult to derive objective historical fact. They say, like, if the material realm progresses, time moves forward, where does the recording of what happened in the past exist? So I argue that that has to exist in the non-material realm, that if something happened in the past, and you say, well, it's objective fact that something happened in the past that's generally necessary for moral and ethics, like you're a good or bad person because in the past you did this good or bad thing, but where is that event recorded? And can you materialistically explain where the recording of past events exists? And so that's one of my arguments against materialism, is that in favor of dualism, is that recording has to exist in non-physical space.
Right.
And so this, kind of like a deep philosophy of mind that most materialists haven't thought deeply enough into. It's like, yeah, of course, like materialism, like it's a product of the brain, but like if it's a product of your brain, then it's just like, and it's stored like memory, like a computer function, but there's no objective recording of previous states.
Right. I mean, I think materialism collapses upon a bunch of inherent contradictions pretty easily. I mean, it's hard for me to take someone who's a materialist seriously, as bad as that sounds. It's just
Well, I agree with you, but then okay, like I assume you're university educated like I am, and you know that like most people are materialist, and most of like the people with academic credentials are materialists.
yeah, no, that's I remember debating people in university and being like, oh, like you don't
I was
think
pre-med, like
people have a soul and stuff.
I was almost certain I was gonna try to go to medical school, but it took like anatomy, and I was pre-med, but like I couldn't handle the materialism, and like everyone thought I was like everyone thought I was dumb, because like I just like I thought everyone else was dumb, but everyone thought I was the one who was dumb, and so I didn't even think it was possible for me to go on into medical school in the materialistic nature.
I mean, it's sad. I think if you come at reality from a materialistic perspective, you've misinterpreted it so bad that I just feel bad for people who have to live with that level of understanding of metaphysics. But I mean, I think atheism is sad too. I mean, but it's like a meta religion. It's the orthodoxy of the day, and I agree. I don't like to be around it. It's so limiting, and it's just besmirches God and besmirches human nature. I mean,
I could be around,
that's
I accept God, and like I could be around sinners and atheists. That doesn't, but I just couldn't, like academically, I couldn't, go through that training. But like now, I became like I could function among atheists or sinners.
yeah.
I mean, did you take biology or anatomy or neuroscience?
Yeah, a bit for sure.
I
And
mean,
yeah, it's totally materialist. Yeah, I agree.
I was, this Kevin McCarran I was talking with in Japan, who's PhD in neuroscience, researched on monkeys, and now he's kind of a conspiracy theorist also. But I was telling him my conception is the brain just does sense perception and motor control, and I don't even think
Right.
thought occurs in the brain, that let alone like consciousness or the controller.
Right.
And like maybe the Cartesian classical understanding of the brain as a receiver. But if there's a materialistic explanation of the brain function, even saying like, well, I took anatomy, I've studied enough that I think there's very little evidence of consciousness arising in the brain. It's all correlative of different areas lighting up when different functions, and that's so to say the neural correlates of consciousness is really the neural correlates of the soul as the brain of the receiver, as
Right.
a receiver to the soul, and the brain as the mechanism, as the biological mechanism, just does sense perception and motor control. And like if you, I mean, because I took anatomy, and if like even dissected a brain, if you know the neuroscience, like very clearly the brain sensibly, like that's what it does. It does sense perception and motor control.
Right.
And just to hypothesize that it does anything more than that is not necessarily in line with the evidence. And it's just the correlative evidence of like MRI or data things or lesions or
Right.
brain injuries. And I don't know if you agree with that assessment, but I tell that to
No, I
people
agree with that.
very often. Like people think I'm crazy, but like to me, it's just like obvious, like because I took enough biology and anatomy and neuroscience that it's like, well, yeah, that's what it does: sense perception, motor control. But that's all it does. The rest happens immaterially in the soul. And
Yeah, well, it's
to
a
postulate that that's
sad.
happening in the brain is not even really in line with the evidence.
Well, it's a sad comment on the state of human understanding at the moment to say that we have such a lackluster understanding of human consciousness. I mean, that's why I like to come back to that principle of humility just in the face of man's lack of understanding. I mean, I think like religious haughtiness is is such a negative force because I think that we can't it's so hard to make definitive statements um, that we have to have some kind of humility to just say like, hey, like maybe in the future we'll reach some enlightened state and be able to make like determinative statements about consciousness, etc. But can we just accept that like in terms of understanding we're just little babies. I mean, understanding that materialism is not correct is like the spiritual equivalent of like 1 plus 1 equals 2, and how much of the world is deluded into believing that. Like you say, it's totally shot through the universities. I too, it just made me sick. Like I had a class about like animal biology, and basically the main thesis of the class that they were trying to get you to accept is that man and animal is the same basically. And it was just so insulting because it's just it's an assault on God to say that man is animal. It's just clearly not true. I mean, you could say that there's an animal essence, but there's also an essence of something that is not animal that makes us completely different from animal. But they were trying to have the exact opposite thesis, and that was like on the final paper of the final day of class. The final question is like, oh, so like what did you learn in this class? And they wanted you to say, I'm surprised at how much humans are just like animals, we're just animals, blah blah blah. And I literally wrote that like this is so offensive. You tried to brainwash me into accepting this point, but I completely rejected, etc., etc. So yeah, it's that's why I say let's just be humble because like
Well, you apply the
we're at
multiple truth hypothesis. Yeah, be humble, accept uncertainty, and so say, well, we don't know. And even the best of all minds in the current level of evidence is there's high levels of uncertainty, and there's multiple hypotheses or theories that have varying explanatory power that none of them can be proven. And certainly dualism has a lot of problems, the combination problem, and you just say, well, dualism, it doesn't magically solve all the problems, and there's it's very difficult to give metaphysical explanations. So you say, oh well, the neurocorrelates of consciousness, the neurocorrelates of the soul, it's still basically the same level of ununderstanding of how things work. So that's why I created the template of the multiple truth hypothesis to just, this is my working theory that I tend to, my
right.
bias tends towards, but objectively saying like, no, it's uncertainty, and there's a whole bunch of various hypotheses that probably none of them are close to what's really true, although some of them are relatively you have more explanatory power, predictive power than other theories.
Yeah, and I think that that's at
I'm
the
just pouring
heart of that
myself a drink.
iterative.
I'm listening. I'm just pouring myself a drink.
Okay, sure. Yeah, I think that's at the heart of that iterative process where it's like a prediction, it's like a confidence matrix of like, okay, this scores at a certain confidence, this scores at a certain confidence, and then you kind of move in a direction until that confidence hits, 1.0, and then you build that as the foundation layer of knowledge and build upon it the next layer. And so yeah, I'm very interested though about this multiple truth hypothesis. Hopefully, you'll direct me to where I can read about it because yeah, hopefully there's somewhere online where you've written it up.
Do you play chess?
I do play chess actually,
All right, competitively?
just casually. I mean, I'm ranked maybe like around 1600 on chess.com.
Okay, yeah. I was a competitive chess player as a youth, and I coach. I was actually I'm writing a paper now, but like for the chess programs, if you have candidate moves and tree search, and like AlphaZero use the alpha beta pruning and the Monte Carlo search, and so if you're thinking it's unclear, like it's unlikely that our mind uses that type process of but I mean it's possible that our mind is also using some sort of Monte Carlo search with alpha beta pruning, but in that case, like you're saying, where you would have all these various tree scenarios, and some of them would be higher likelihood, and therefore you would spend more time processing those scenarios that are more likely, and then you have to use some sort of pruning, and then there's a bias. So if you say, well, I'm a materialist, or I'm a dualist, or like I'm a Christian or a Jew or something like that, you're pruning it in a certain way that might be not conducive to truth. And like the Monte Carlo search, that whatever reason, due to my
Right.
own bias, I'm keep on going down this one search tree, as opposed to the computer that just continually develops a 0 to 1 function and will search the tree that has the higher, the value closer to 1. That
Right.
the human mind, if it worked in that way, there'd be a higher level of bias, where it's possible that you could have one branch that has a much lower value, but due to human bias, that you keep on searching through the branch that has a lower value. And
Right.
that would also be like cognitive dissonance, and that if you've spent so much effort searching through a branch that is yielding poor results, it's very difficult to switch to another branch, even if it has a higher truth value.
Right.
And that's why I say, that we know that's somewhat how the AI functions, but is it likely, like from the chess, Think Like a Grandmaster, the famous book that talked about these tree type structure or candidate moves and analysis trees, to the eventual high level programmings of AlphaZero. Just applying that to what I'm calling the multiple truth hypothesis, where I mean, you're familiar with alpha beta pruning, right?
I'm not actually.
Well, for the Monte Carlo search, so for any tree chess program, or any probably any iterative function, you're going to have, like, for chess, you call it, like, in a position you have so many candidate moves, and each candidate move will give an analysis tree. So from like the human mind, you might limit to 3 to 5 candidate moves, and then think through so many scenarios, like, okay, I do this and my opponent could make so many possible moves. But the computer might look at all legal moves. So in a given chess position, you might have 20 to 50 legal moves, and each one branches. So the Monte Carlo search from like AlphaZero will do like rollouts to the end of positions. And so like if you do this and then play out the scenario to the end of the game, and give a percent win of how many times white wins and black wins, and so the computer will search the functions that have a higher win value. So that's how it utilizes its search function. So it's not going to search, because it can't solve chess, so it's going to search the ones that give a higher some, if it's win or lose. So it's going to search the ones that produce more wins, a higher percentage. So that's how AlphaZero
Right.
works. And then you have the alpha beta pruning, which is just the method of eliminating branches. So you can't
Right.
search every branch equally. So the alpha beta pruning is just the elimination of branches and determining that this branch is not worth further searching.
Right.
And so he's just saying the human mind has to work that way with all scenarios. So even just we're talking like, oh, what should I say next? There could be 1,000 things that I could say next, and I might limit it to like 2 or 3 things that I'm thinking of saying next. And then I might be thinking the way the conversation could go. And then there has to be some sort of pruning of just cutting off the branches and saying that branch isn't going to go any further, even though theoretically it could go further and I could have been wrong in pruning it.
Right.
But because of limited search capacity, it has to be pruned.
Yeah, it's optimization. Yeah.
I don't know if that's, maybe if you're familiar with the concept, maybe only the AlphaZero, like, I mean, I'm pretty sure they call it alpha beta pruning, but if you're familiar in general with the concept, or you just makes sense that
No,
that
I hadn't heard of it before, but I looked it up on Wikipedia, and yeah, it's a search algorithm. I'm not super familiar with it because I haven't looked too much into like chess engines and stuff. But yeah, I understand the concept here.
Yeah, so with if you wanted to say, well, dualism, materialism, and then within dualism, like we said, like, okay, there could be deistic dualism, non-deistic dualism,
Right.
or all these different schools, and any new piece of information might fit better in one of these various scenarios. So if you have a new piece of information and you're saying, well, I'm a dualist, but like I went to school, I understand materialistic thinking, and this piece of information fits better in a materialistic understanding, and there'd be like chunking theory or template theory. But like the mind, and then even saying like, okay, like friend or foe. So okay, like we had a pretty friendly conversation, but like even in my mind, maybe like flight, fight or flight. So like, well, is Christian a friend or foe? And so in my mind, they're probably both branches are always there. And you're saying, well, does the information fit better in friend or foe? And it's like, okay, we've known each other a while, and I've been piecing all these information in friend, and then this alternative information comes in, and it's harder to place in the friend template, so you got to place it in the foe template, and that would go with like group conflict and like the war in Gaza or Israel or these various things. How do you parcel the information, and the likelihood that your mind has multiple templates, like the predictive mind theories, a predictive processing, where the mind is basically a prediction machine, like a Bayesian reasoning or Markov blankets, if you're familiar with like the various theories of consciousness that are usually framed in materialistic terms, but they could be dualistically interpreted, but it would just be statistical, like the reverse anthropomorphisms generally that I was talking about, because we understand substantially better how the computer works than the human mind works. So most of the neurological theories of consciousness are reverse anthropomorphizations.
Right. Projections.
Projections of how we know the computer works that might be able to explain how the mind works.
Yeah, it's very interesting. Yeah. It's funny too because that's how the LLMs operate too, and like that's what all the machine learning stuff is really doing is the different takes on like prediction trees.
It's probably going to be like chess. So like eventually the computer will be able to speak and write better than humans, just like it could play chess better than humans. However, that's not the method that likely humans use. So just because the
Oh
computer,
yeah, for sure.
and saying, because like my phone already could process much better than my mind. So that's clearly just that we eventually came up with an algorithm that did it, but we still don't understand how the human mind, just because we were able to produce a computer that does it better than the mind, it's still the black box of the mind that we don't actually understand how the mind does it.
Yeah, and there's aspects of artificial intelligence that are reflected in human intelligence, but there's also things that are lacking. Like I have the term for AI as um, and it's an intelligent entity, but it's a non-conscious, non-self-aware, intelligent entity. But it is an entity that can do certain functions like simulate certain realities and have certain what you would call intelligence with the way that it's able to construct this model of reality, but it is not self-aware in the way that a human is. It is ultimately just a next word predictor, even though it can display intelligence as an entity that I think already it exceeds, because I've worked with some of these LLMs where it does creative writing, and the writing is better than a human. And I can critique it and go, wow, that's a crazy that's a crazy connection. The way that was written was so creative. The way that was fit in there was so intelligent and creative. So I think it's, and this is these are LLMs that are even open source that can run on about 40 gigabytes of RAM. So the upper end of consumer hardware, and already it's like I have a feeling that I can critique writing and have a sense of what is good writing and what is bad writing, and it's like otherworldly, you could say. Like you can tell it's better than a human in my opinion, and it's we're these things are accelerating at a rapid pace. So people always talk about, oh, like 2030 is when the uh, general advanced intelligence, general artificial intelligence is going to happen. I think it's way before 2030. I think it's already knocking on the door in 2023. So like that's why I would like I think you kind of alluded to this earlier. I mean, I would like if there was peace on Earth so that we could try and think about what is this AI stuff and what is the implication for mankind, as opposed to like sitting on edge, like look at all this murder, look at this cloud of nuclear destruction in the distance. Um, I mean, I would be really happy if that was removed from the table as a concern for humanity.
Or it could be a fundamental aspect of human nature that you're saying, like, no, I mean, you're not going to be able to remove the fundamental aspect of human nature, and so to say, the cycle of birth and death, and free will, conflict. That that's like some messianic hope where human nature will be transformed. What are your thoughts on reincarnation, transmigration of souls?
Well, I mean, I think that there has to be some kind of permanence of a soul. I think it certainly will transcend the material world, but I I try not to make too many, like, spend too much time thinking about or trying to comprehend the spiritual plane, because the way I look at it is we are at such a low level of understanding that even the material world that we can observe and interact with and measure and use tools to try and understand, we have such a limited understanding of. I mean, we can't even agree that there is a spiritual plane, let alone make like definitive statements about it. So I believe that it's pretty common sense to believe that the soul will, transmute regular reality, but it's the only way that we can gain insight into that spiritual plane at the moment is through revelation, through through prophets, but it's a very imprecise science because it's a knowledge that you can't know yourself. It comes from another person, another human,
The
even if
speculative
they are imbued
metaphysics.
with.
You say the origin or destination of the soul. You say, okay, I'm pretty sure I have a soul, but to say where did my soul originate from, and what's its destination, and say, well, if it originated, where was it previous to this incarnation is something that's speculative, and then theory of the faculties of the soul, like the controller, like the Greek or Vedic chariot model of the chariot driver and the chariot and the horses, but so you have the soul aspect, that's the controller, and then you might have other faculties like the mental functions or the emotions that are also aspects of the soul, but to differentiate or have a model of the soul, of the different functions and faculties of the soul, and then if what of those possibly are permanent or impermanent, or if you did believe in transmigration, what part of those faculties is actually transmigrated, or even if you're not talking transmigration, but if there was an origin and destination, what part of the soul was pre-existing or will exist post. And I mean, that's just speculative metaphysics, and you could say speculation of the metaphysics using pure logic or introspection can only get you so far. And if you're going to rely on some sort of received wisdom, like a scripture, prophecy, whatever reason you think that this sage or prophet had definitive knowledge on the subject, and you're going to trust your sage or prophet on these issues.
Yeah, because we simply have to accept the fact that we can't know. We can have great minds think about it. We can have people who are as close to God as they can get, try and gain insight or have God pass through information. But even information that we receive from prophets, it's not direct understanding. And we can have them as like a trusted node in our reality to say that we'll accept it as true, but there is an assumption we can't reach at our limited state right now. We can't make definitive statements. The best we can do is come up with our best theories based on different domains of understanding, that different tools that we can use to try and approach that understanding. But that's why I think like that's why I think like humility should be the major aspect of religion, because the idea of two people getting haughty and aggressive with each other over definitive truth claims about the spiritual realm, it's I think it's counterproductive, because even someone who believes completely the scripture or the prophet, they're not taking it from first party understanding. It's from a third party, no matter how trusted the third party is. So there's a disconnect from a true understanding. So unless God reveals it directly to someone, they can't know for sure. And even if it was revealed directly to someone, you reach problems when it comes to them communicating it to the whole. So I think that humility, I mean, once we could start to work on the spiritual realm and the soul, etc., once we come to a better understanding of consciousness and the material world, etc., and I have hope that mankind will break down those frontiers and start to come to that understanding. And I think God will be proven. I think the soul will be proven. I think that the things that we're arriving at with logic and different methods right now will eventually, our scientific method of coming to understanding of reality will catch up with those questions of consciousness, etc. But at the moment, I just like to put forward the idea that like we don't know, and we may know it someday in the future, but let's just have humility and accept that at the moment it's impossible to make definitive truth claims.
Yeah, I agree definitely. That's humility, multiple truth hypothesis, agree to disagree, and usually like I try to accurately understand people's position and the logic, where I could state the person's position back, and they would agree that I correctly stated their position, and then say whatever, I might have my own position, and try to be agreeable in the sense, okay, like just agree to disagree, and assume there's some logic to your position or the other position, and if for whatever reason I have a different position, um, that's due to uncertainty, and but
There's only two statements that in my personal philosophy, there's only two statements that I believe must be accepted to be like, I mean, I call my philosophy humanism, to consider
how
yourself
do you spell that?
someone. Humilism.
Do you make that
So
word
it
up?
doesn't, it's my own concept. I think someone else, it's like on the internet, someone else wrote a couple paragraphs about the idea or something, but this is my own concept that I came up with. The only two like definitive truth claims that I try and make in that philosophy is there's a higher consciousness slash power slash God. There's a greater intelligence than man's intelligence, whatever you want to call it. That's the first assertion that I make. The second is that consciousness, higher power, God, had good intentions for man, has a benevolent relationship with man, created man for man's own good and not to torture man. Those are the only two truth claims that I try and make. And I don't try and offer them based solely on faith. I try and argue using logic, personal experience, intuition, etc., for why they are correct. But if you can come to accept those two, there's a lot of other pieces of logic that will necessarily follow from that. But it's like you said, it's speculative. It's in a domain. These questions exist in a domain that humans can't wrap their hands around at the moment. And like I mean, this came out of my like talking, you could say, with AI and stuff. But it's so hard to know anything. Like I basically just threw up my hands at one point and said, it's so hard to know anything. It's so hard. People can't agree on what's happening right now, let alone believing that history is 100% correct, let alone, uh, I mean, believing like, let alone three people agreeing on an explanation of the supper they had yesterday and like if it was a positive energy or negative energy or anything. It's so hard to come to truths based on our limited understanding of where we are in time and our consciousness as individual humans. And so based upon that, I think that we yeah, we have to give a lot of room for other people to make their own assertions about reality, but I'm very against people saying like definitively like I know and you don't know and becoming haughty over it.
You mean
Um,
prescriptively, where you're prescribing how other people should behave, or are you just saying that
yeah,
you think
I, I'm
it's not conducive to good outcomes?
well,
You're actually prescribing rules for other people to live by,
well, you could have two
or
people
you're putting it
who
as
are
like just a rule of nature that if you obey it, you'll have good outcomes. If you don't obey it, you'll have bad outcomes.
well, I just come back to like it's so hard to know. So like two people could be making truth claims about the spiritual realm and they could both believe in them for whatever reason, let's say like 100% or 99.9% or something like that. But so there's two reactions that people could have towards each other. They could either say, this is my truth claim and it's correct and you're wrong and you need to come in alignment with my truth claim, or I don't know and you don't know. We both have our own models of the universe. We've both arrived at our own understanding. Let's accept that it's in a domain that we can't know for sure right now.
Well, I mean,
And
if it's a true truth claim, you don't need to prescribe it. I'm saying just reality that if people prescribe to it, that you would be scientific that they should have better outcomes, and if they don't, they should have worse outcomes. So if you're just making it as like a fundamental of reality, then you could almost be predictively tested that people who adhere to it will have better outcomes.
yeah, well, even I'm talking more about like theoretical questions about soul and afterlife and spiritual realm and stuff like that, rather than a prescription for human behavior. Let me see. Human behavior. Yeah, it's hard because I think what is like fundamentally what is good and what is evil.
It doesn't even
Again,
make sense
that's
that you have a system. I mean, it's like you've thought about things and this is your understanding of how things work. But I mean, like, do you actually, doesn't even make sense. Like you mean saying you have followers, you have a religion, you have a system, you have people who follow your system. I mean, what's even the advantage of putting it forward than just saying that's your understanding of the world based on your experience and thought and research?
yeah,
Or you
yeah,
saying
that's
or is anything more than that?
uh for my personal philosophy, it's not a prescription. People don't have to adopt it. I consider it a meta religion. I don't think that I like this philosophy. I look at it as like a meta religion where people shouldn't have to give up their own religion to accept these principles. And so I think that it's uh, a philosophy that's compatible with existing religion. And I talk in this philosophy, I go over like um, because a lot of what how I got into this too was trying to figure out like the historicity of biblical truth claims and stuff.
Why are you
And
Christian? You're a follower of Jesus?
yeah, I'm Christian. I'm a Latter-day Saint, member Church of Jesus Christ of Latter-day Saints. And so I
Okay.
was trying to do truth claims on the Book of Mormon, and then I was trying to do truth claims on the Bible. And
I've read the
uh,
Book of Mormon. Like I had Mormon preachers that Latter-day Saints that came to my house, and we went through and I studied the Book of Mormon and the Trial of Great
Pearl of Great Price.
yeah, or the different pieces of literature. I've been to my local Mormon church by my house.
Nice,
And
yeah, and like
I thought like the assessment of the truth claim of those external books, or the assessment of the truth claim of the status of Joseph Smith.
yeah, well, basically what I'd
My
realized
thing was
was
like
that
generally I've had good experience with Mormons. So like Mormons tend to be well behaved, like at least attempt to be honest or charitable. Um, but I had Mormons a few times, even recently, like because I had Mormon missionaries like 10 years ago when we studied, and I had Mormon missionaries again like just a few months ago. And so like I like the Mormons, but I'd said like in terms of converting, in terms of the truth claim, like I wasn't so sure. Like I'm not like rejecting the truth claim of Mormonism, but in terms to actually like I'd consider converting to Mormonism, um, I wasn't convinced of the truth claims. If you're looking like okay, the Book of Mormon or the trial,
the origin of the Book of Mormon, truth claims.
yeah, but that to say that it's actually uh, the yeah, I mean the from my biblical understanding, they're plausible. I mean of the uh, it's slipping my mind the names, but you're saying that the people mentioned that were in the time before the destruction of the temple, the coming to America,
Nephites,
to
yeah.
to the revelation to Joseph Price and Joseph Smith, and then accepting the exalted status of Joseph Smith, that I'm going to say not necessarily my opinion doesn't matter, but whether I would accept those truth claims that would make me want to convert to Mormonism. To that, I was skeptical of those truth claims, that like I wasn't compelled to, that I seriously considered converting. But I did have positive experience with Mormons, and think generally like Mormonism causes people to be serious, good people, and even like in terms of Christians, take Christianity more seriously than other forms. But like, like how do you assess the truth claims that Mormonism is putting forward, and then even the modern day status of the Mormon Church, and the, so to say, if they believe in their modern day prophets from the biblical tradition, that how do I assess those truth claims, and then even the theory of like baptism and the theological claims of freeing you from sin. I actually went a few months ago to a baptism at the local Mormon church. And I was thinking, I heard the lecture, and I was talking with a few of the missionaries about that. And, but I mean, just like the truth claim of like, does the baptism actually do what it proclaims to do? And how do you assess the, it was a nice ceremony, and, creates a communal environment, or, like the birth rates or whatever Mormons are having, have family values, or getting married, having nice families. But what about the actual truth claim? And, assessing the truth claim of what the religion's putting forward. And then you're saying you're still a Mormon, and I'm not sure if you're saying, well, what your truth claim on your metaphysics is in addition, or you're saying, well, Mormon, that you're a Mormon, you think you're not actually going to assess that those truth claims are like at the same level as like your metaphysics, or they go hand in hand. It's like I was Jewish. Well, I'm Jewish. Like I believe in Judaism, but if you actually ask me to objectively assess the truth claims of Judaism, I'm not so sure. Like I would objectively tell you that the truth claims of Judaism, to say, well, like I'm a Jew, I tend to believe this stuff, but I can't really put forward the objective value of these truth claims versus certain metaphysical truths that I've thought of and experienced to think to be more true than the truth claims of the religion that I'm part of.
Right. Well, it's interesting because in Mormonism, we have something akin to progressive revelation, but we believe that it comes from the prophets of the church. And then in the Baha'i faith, they have the concept of progressive revelation, but it's a little different than my own conception of it. So I would say that I'm like fundamentally my beliefs align with Mormonism, and I think it's a proper way to. I think a religion is in a large part a tool to bring people into alignment and coherence with God, and I think that you can objectively say, if God is good, then if we come into alignment with God, we should have good outcomes in our life. And that's, I think, a logical proof, actually, of Mormonism's truth claims. But I separate truth in this instance from a historical truth. I don't believe historical truth claims of different religions. I don't believe in the historicity of the Bible. I believe it's allegorical. I believe that they are true. The stories. I believe that the book of Job is true. I don't believe that historically it's an accurate story like I would read in a history book. I don't believe it's history, but I believe it's true insofar that the principles that it teaches are true. That's how I examine what is religious truth. I separate it from historical truth. And that's what got me into this whole, like, how do we know anything? What is knowledge?
Were you raised Mormon? Are you a baptized Mormon?
I am a convert.
So were you baptized?
Yes, I'm baptized.
So I mean, just the truth claim of theoretically what the baptism actually does. And so, okay, you went through the baptism. Like, okay, you're a Mormon now, and but did it actually work or not? Did it actually do what it claimed to do?
Well, we say that with baptism, you receive the gift of
Besides,
the
like the
Holy
claims about like
Ghost.
Joseph Smith and like the books, or whether he was who he claimed to be, or the exalted status of the current leaders of the church, but even the metaphysical claim that when you were baptized, that it had certain metaphysical claims that supposedly happened to you, whether you legitimate those to be actually true or not.
Well, it's taught basically that you receive the gift of the Holy Ghost upon baptism. I mean, I believe I had a connection with the Holy Spirit before baptism and after baptism, but to me, baptism is more of a commitment to take on a new approach to life, basically. Um, because again,
So it's not about
it's
truth claims. Well, there's an element of truth claims, but like it's not about like a scientific or philosophical
I
assessment of truth
believe
claims.
I believe the science and the history has to be separated from the spiritual and the religious as for now due to our limitations of human knowledge. And so like within Mormonism, I agree with the tenets enough, and I believe that you can actually like logically based on the outcomes say that it is true. I believe that Mormons are fundamentally good people, and I mean you've seen something similar, and I take that as a logical proof of the truth of the teachings, insofar as the teachings bring you in alignment with God, but also I'm like what you said, trying to do the search tree analysis and not lock myself into one tree, right? And so I
I
would
mean,
say I'm
Mormonism
like,
could cause you to be a better person and build up a family and communal relations and still be false. And, and then
well,
when we
it's
started the
like
conversation talking about end times and the war in Israel, and you're talking about the claim like Missouri or something like that, and you're saying like no, it's not going to be Jerusalem. The temple is going to be rebuilt in Missouri or something because because Joseph Smith was a prophet and he said so.
well, I don't believe that a prophet necessarily means that you're perfect in every sense, or that your teachings, even your teachings, are perfect in every sense. Like
But you're
that's
just
something.
informing your view on the war in Israel right now. Is that well, if you're Mormon, you're saying well that you think the end times is not going to. It's not about Jerusalem, it's about Missouri. Is that informing your opinion on Middle Eastern affairs?
No, no, I wouldn't say so. I mean, I
And
think
even though
that
the Mormons they're in Jerusalem, but to the extent that they the end times vision is different than traditional Christians due to the canonization of extra biblical books.
yeah, I think that it's so, like we've talked about it, it's so hard to make a determination of truth that, for example, I've never heard anything taught about the idea that the end times will happen in Missouri or et cetera, et cetera. I've come across these ideas through people arguing against Mormonism, and so they'll say, "Oh, uh, this is a disproof, this is a disproof, this is a wacky idea, et cetera." But
I wasn't
I
trying to
try.
belittle, but I was pretty sure that Mormonism has an alternative end time scenario that if it's Salt Lake City or I thought it was Missouri where they thought the end times would be keenly played out. I didn't mean it to belittle their belief system. I was saying that, but it's an alternative belief system that might affect your view on the war in Israel.
No, it doesn't affect my opinion on the war in Israel. I've never heard it taught. Essentially, I would say the thing that's particular to Mormonism that influences my thought of end time prophecy is the idea of coming together to create our own version of Zion, to create a place where we can commune together and live righteously together for the an end time scenario, that we can be part of a righteous community, basically. Um, so I would say that is something that uh, colors my understanding of biblical prophecy from a Mormon perspective. But yeah, that's nothing about Missouri, and I know that it's in the faith. So, but I try not to do like a all or nothing with the religion, where it's like, okay, well, if this, for example, you could do it with like the Abrahamic faiths, or at least the faiths that rely on the Bible. You could be like, oh well, here's this reason why this thing that's passed off as historical truth is not historical truth. And since it's not historical truth, I just poked a hole in your religion, and the whole thing is going to collapse upon that. I think that a religion is a collection of beliefs, but it's not an all or nothing proposition, that you either, to accept these certain teachings, you have to accept every single part of the religion. It might sound like heretical, but I do believe in let's call it the search tree instead of pick and choose. I believe in the search tree, which is basically like maybe Mormonism gets you to the 0.7, and that's basically how I feel about it. It covers, it satisfies me about 70%, and then I keep going down the rest of the search tree. And I would say my personal philosophy is like the next step off of Mormonism as like a meta religion towards the search tree for truth. Um, but
And did you
that's how
become
I
a
got it.
Mormon more because you found a group of people that you felt comfortable being part of, or you thought they were more sincere in their Christianity, or because you thought it was true? Like you came to the Mormon church, you thought they're good people, it'd be a good place to raise up your family in a community that looked after each other, and or if you already had some Christian beliefs that you thought the Mormons took Christianity more seriously than the other forms of Christianity, but I'm saying it was more utilitarian than actually like you heard about it and then you thought like, no, I mean, like I think Joseph Smith really was like a modern day prophet, and you think like it was true, and like you didn't know about it, but once you heard about it, you're like, this is true. I should accept the truth and join the truth. Or you're saying, but I'm saying generally, I think most people it's going to be more utilitarian and what's going to give them a more happy life,
Well, for me, it was a bit of a combination of both.
or
I was
community that through joining of a community.
well, for me, I was considering to move to an area that was predominantly Mormon, so I was like Christian, but had never been formally baptized or was very serious in any faith, but broadly had Christian leanings and believed in God, etc., and had an understanding of Jesus Christ's teachings, but nothing super serious. But then when I started to do due diligence from a secular perspective on Mormonism, I just found that theologically I agreed with a lot of what they were teaching. For example, in a lot of Christian denominations, there's a belief that like God is not interacting with the reality today like he did formerly. Um, that there's not miracles being produced, etc., because God is not actively involved in the world to the same degree that God was formerly. Whereas in Mormonism, we teach like a progressive revelation, and God is continuing to give revelation and interact with the world to this day. And that was just something that I always had intuitively felt. And that's like an example of when I started to look into Mormonism theologically, um, I a lot of it I agreed with what I had intuitively felt about the world already.
Are you connected to me on any other form of social media?
No.
Okay, I mean, I wanted to, because again, it's 1:30 here now. We've been talking a while. I did want to cover a little bit of information about a war update or some of my research. So, I mean, if you want to stay in touch, I mean, just YouTube's fine, or any form of social media, Facebook, Twitter, Discord.
Okay, cool. Yeah, we'll
I
be in
do. I
touch for sure
basically just
because.
stream Sunday night. So if you want to talk again, you could come around Sunday night. But
Okay, cool.
I had more material I wanted to cover just to give like an update on what was happening in the war in Israel. So it's 1:30 here, so I got it, and I want to cover a little bit more material. So is anything you want concluding remarks?
Yeah, for sure. I just wanted to circle back quickly to one thing is that's where started to get this idea of the limitation of human knowledge was trying to research these biblical historical truth claims, and then I realized just how hard it is to know history, and then I realized how hard it is to know virtually anything, which got me thinking down this path of how are we sure of any kind of knowledge because we're coming at it from such a limited perspective with our human intellect. And so that's kind of what got this all started for me. I don't know, several months ago when I started working down this track of trying to research the historical truth claims. So that was kind of the genesis of this philosophy that I've come up with, that satisfies me. I mean, I think that it allows it like a melding of science and religion, because I think that science can poke holes in religion with the historical truth claims, etc. But I don't think that disproves the truth of religion. Um, and this has been it's satisfied me and gotten rid of a lot of the problems I had with religion. I think essentially this philosophy to me is a way to help religion, essentially, um, to not have it attacked by the scientific method, to try and make a space for religion within the scientific method and understanding. But yeah, it was great chatting with you. It was really fun. You have a really solid grasp of a lot of different topics that I'm interested in, and so yeah, I really enjoyed shooting the ideas back and forth. So yeah, thanks a lot for the discussion.
Oh yeah, sure. Do it again sometime if you want to. You reach out to DM or something. My social media links are linked on my YouTube, or you comment, or I stream these weekend reviews Sunday nights. So appreciate you joining. Nice conversation. I had to someone that has a similar metaphysical view of the world. So it was a nice conversation. Plus, you have background in AI. So yeah, definitely appreciate you coming on. And I'm going to keep on streaming because I had prepared some just stuff like an update about the war.
Yep, sounds good. Yeah, God bless and take care. And yeah, I'll stick around. Hey, is there somewhere I can read about multiple truth hypothesis? Is
I
there
have a
a book or
blog.
somewhere?
I'll put the link in the chat. Like I have my own webpage, duvid.com. I have some articles on. I have streams on my channel. I think I have one article I wrote about the origins of the multiple truth hypothesis. But it's still in a working state. So
Okay, I found something here.
but yeah, I mean it helps to have someone interested in to talk about it with. And so as I said, it's more just something I use in my head as a heuristic for
Right.
navigating difficult topics. So I hope to develop it in um, some higher, like formative function, but I haven't been able to do that. So it's just kind of heuristic for approaching, the difficulty of uncertainty.
Right.
And people who know me, you watch my streams often, like I'll mention it, and just like a constant reminder that there's all that we live in a state of uncertainty, and there's a whole bunch of unknowns, and you have to have some sort of system to navigate the various possibilities and the acceptance that we of high uncertainty. And even to say like a system, so like, okay, I locked myself into Mormonism or Judaism, and I have a little philosophy, but to separate that from the truth claims also. So it's like, well, I'm a man of my word, and you became a Mormon, you're going to live a Mormon, versus the objectivity of the truth claims. To say, well, I believe this, I've locked myself into it, but then to separate that from philosophically or objectiveness in truth claims.
Right. Yeah, it's very interesting. We're thinking down similar tracks and thinking about similar problems. So it's been a fun discussion, and yeah, hopefully we can collaborate on coming to some better understanding in the future.
Okay, yeah, great. I mean, if you want to stick around, yeah, you can. I just want to.
I'll hop off, but I'll be in the live chat.
Okay, great.
All right, take care. Bye now.
Okay, yeah, thanks for coming on. Okay,
yeah, thanks for having me. Bye.
Long time been streaming now, longer, so I'm over 6.5 hours, and I had a lot of stuff. So, but thank God Zoubida came on, and Claire, and then Christian came on, and we had a long, interesting conversation on a lot of issues that I talk about regularly. So, look, we had over 1 million the whole time. So hopefully, some people found that interesting. But yeah, let me do my war update and share some of the links that I didn't even get to because Zoubida came on. So I was on Kevin McCarran again. He's in my Discord. We've been working together. We had that Twitter space with Adam Green and Albert Bashai, and that one went on like that was the same night as the Republican debates, and I don't know why it didn't go the way I thought it was going to go. So like I hopped off, and like he went for 8 hours, and then the next night I came on with Paul, his Christian buddy, and we were talking about end time, and kind of came out like because Paul is an evangelical, like he doesn't have a systematic philosophy. So like I'm a systematic thinker. I think Christian was somewhat like a systematic thinker, but like a lot of times Christians, especially Protestants, don't have doctrine, so they don't have a systematic thought, and they it's always scripture. So like let me quote this verse or this verse, as opposed to a systematic doctrine. And especially like, well, what's going to happen at the end times? And so like to some extent, like it's pretty clear what the Jews believe, what's going to happen at the end of times. It's less clear what Christians believe. So this conversation went on in you will see. I'm not sure if how much progress we're making, but if Paul and Kevin want to keep on talking, we'll probably keep on doing that. So yeah, right when Zoubida came and I was mentioning this, Saudi Arabia is going back to construction on their King Abdullah City and the Jeddah Tower, the biggest structure in the world, taller than the Burj Khalifa, and I thought this might have. Yeah, Oswald, I don't even know if Ralph is still streaming that often. I haven't been on Ralph for a long time. I mean, it looks like he streamed it a little often, but to hook that up or something, we'll see. If you know them, you could try. But yeah, so I thought the remote possibility there could be a double cross, and Saudi Arabia and Iran would combine forces, or like with the war in Israel. So I'm not going to speculate that much, but I thought it was interesting that Saudi Arabia might be going forward with its big construction project, and also like the replacement of the Bin Laden group in terms of the contractor, with the implication of the war in Israel and Saudi Arabia's posturing with America. And even to say like Israel is not going to be the center, like so like American, the foreign policy perspective is like like Saudi Arabia should normalize with Israel, and is Saudi Arabia normalizing with Israel because they want to normalize with Israel, or they really want to normalize with America, and America, in order for Saudi Arabia to normalize with them, nuclear power, the military equipment has to normalize with America. And if Israel could get away with all this militarism, then Saudi Arabia, they could get away with their militarism and be more secure to invest so heavily in building this tower, or the UAE. But I thought that was interesting. So we'll see where that goes. Here was some Pew survey recently on views of China and the US in like 24 countries. And I was going to go through the whole thing, but it was just a comparison of different countries and how they feel on the difference between the US and China. And you see a lot of these, Israel is the most pro-US country, and some of the wealthier nation states tend towards the US over China. Generally, there's more favorable views towards the US towards China, but in some of these issues, nations even lean more towards China than the US, even in terms of technology, trustworthiness, power of the economy. The military, almost everybody thinks that the US has a better military than China, although Germany's right on the border. Interesting, Germany of all the nations tended more towards China of the European nations. Entertainment. So this was a little bit interesting. I've been going so long that here was my thing with Kevin Barrett on UNS. So it was last Friday, but he finally put out the whole thing on UNS just this week. So just a few comments, and mostly about the temple and the different view towards Islam and Judaism towards the role of sacrifice and the possibility of rebuilding the third temple. So people can check that out. So related to the mappings of what's going on in Gaza. So I'd mentioned with Zoubida, and so Wyatt from Defense Politics Asia had his view, and so like I was saying, like from the military perspective, and a lot of these are people who specialized in the Ukraine war, and they're just looking at pure military objectives and the various evidence that they could get from multiple sources about what's actually happening on the ground, in an analysis of the military strategy. So almost everyone agrees that Israel wants to completely cut off and encircle Gaza, and that's the main reason they're going for the Shifra hospital, although they might claim that there's tunnels underneath, or the reason, but like it seems all of the military channels are saying basically they want to completely encircle Gaza and cut it off. In order to do it, there's another refugee camp, and then there's the hospital. So you could see that Israel has successfully cut off northern Gaza from southern Gaza. It started to encircle from around, and the hospital is the last major target before they could completely encircle. So Israel is going to evacuate and force them to abandon the Shifra hospital. And God forbid, right now there's fighting and there's military operations and be a humanitarian disaster. And then if there's tens of thousands of people there, there might be, God forbid, some sort of Trail of Tears, grand expulsion of these people being marched south, and the last battle of the people that remain. And then Israel would have a complete encirclement of Gaza City, and then slowly they would push in through the tunnels until they take over all of Gaza. But for the first stage right here of the ground campaign, the first stage, I guess, was cutting off northern from southern Gaza, and then the second stage here would be the complete encirclement of northern Gaza. And so that's why the Shifra hospital is so important. And that was clear from all of these mappings. So here was good time, bad times, and you could see the same thing on all of the military mapping channels. So Israel has not necessarily been so clear stating that this is their intention, and they focused on other statements about possibly Hamas military bases under the hospital, but it could just be that's the statements they're giving to the West or the media, and saying that whatever reason, the fog of war or misinformation, misdirection, that Israel doesn't want to straightforward say their strategy. But so there's the Ashati refugee camp also. So there's the hospital in the Al-Shati refugee camp, and that might also be a big battle to, besides for the hospital, also the Al-Shati refugee camp for the complete encirclement. And then once they do that, they would slowly close in on all these areas. And there's probably thousands, even over 10,000 militant fighters in these areas. And there's probably 100 to 200,000 civilians left in this area, and some of them might flee south, some of them might stay. And if you took like the mass casualties that might occur in terms that once they complete the encirclement, the Al-Shati refugee camp and the Al-Shifra hospital, that then eventually Israel would have to go through all of this territory, closing off all the tunnels, destroying all the Hamas fighters that have remained, which are tens of thousands, and plus the siege, just there being no food or humanitarian, forcing everybody to go south or basically die. So most of the military experts, all of the military channels are pretty clear that's what Israel's doing. So, I'm just looking at, okay, there's what Israel says it's doing, and then there's what Israel's actually doing. And so just say the consensus of the military channels that could be pro or anti-Israel or neutral all say the same thing. And, that's what Israel, from a military strategy to be successful, needs to do. They need to completely encircle this area. And so they have the Shifra hospital and the Shatri refugee camp. And this might be difficult. Saying for Israel right now, the hospital, one thing, the international, if there's tens of thousands of people at the hospital, people are dying there, the international pressure. So, we'll see how successful Israel is at the Shifra hospital, what they do with it, if they actually, if there is going to be a mass exodus, that if Israel, if they've already basically besieged the hospital, forced it out of operation, and they eventually take the hospital, and if there's Hamas fighters outside of it, there might be battles and bombings and significant civilian casualties. And then at some point, the civilians that are staying there will have to march south. So, God forbid, the casualties keep on going up, and there could be thousands of casualties at Shifra Hospital. So we'll see what happens, but this could be a disaster. There could be thousands of casualties at Shifra Hospital. And then you could see a march of tens of thousands of people to the south, and then, continued action with whatever people remain. And if there's some estimates, there's now like 40 or 50,000 people at Shifra Hospital. So this could be a massive casualty event. The Israel taking of Shifra Hospital, forcing the rest of the people to march south. And if Hamas is there and they defend the hospital, God forbid, and then the Al-Shati refugee camp also could be a huge mass casualty event. There could be tens of thousands of people still in the refugee camp. And if Israel is going to try to completely encircle, cut off from the sea for a complete besiegement, which seems clear that that's what they're trying to do. Said all of the military mapping channels seem to indicate clearly this is Israel's strategy, even though Israel hasn't publicly announced that its military strategy is the complete encirclement, besiegement of northern Gaza. It seems quite logical, and all of the military channels are basically saying that's a given. That's what Israel's trying to do. And that's why you hear all the stuff about the hospital now. Israel's been right outside of the hospital for a few days now. So Israel has been, they got right up next to the hospital already, middle of this week. And as of now, they're still fighting outside of the hospital. There's still airstrikes next to the hospital, even at the hospital. Netanyahu on the news was basically saying they're going to have to set up a field hospital and shut it down. And I'm not sure if there's any fighting right now in the Al-Shati refugee camp. So if they're first focusing on the hospital, or if at the same time simultaneously they're working on the Shati refugee camp and Shifra hospital. But so it appears that they're mostly focusing on the hospital, and then after that they'll have to go through the refugee camp. And these are going to be tough battles. So terms like relatively, the Shifra hospital and Shati refugee camp will be much more difficult military targets than Israel has faced so far. And also, God forbid, could be much higher casualty rates on both sides that you could see, God forbid, how, tens, hundreds of Israeli casualties. God forbid, you could see thousands, maybe even tens of thousands of Palestinian casualties. So pay attention over the next few days this week to see what happens with Israel and Shifra Hospital in the Al-Shati refugee camp. And, so I mean, God forbid, but, just saying that's what's happening. The war update, you want to know what's happening, that's what's going to happen this week. Taldar News also had interesting, mapping. And I mean, I don't know much about Gaza, but, so if you're looking at the roads, so say like right now, like I said, they're focusing on the hospital right now. So they've cut Gaza in half, and then they're trying to go north from the south to encircle Gaza from the sea. And then also, eventually, they're probably going to try to cut it in half further, or into further partitions. And there's still bombings happening. There's the Jabalia refugee camp that has been bombed, and there's still probably tens of thousands of people. And then there's also these major thoroughfares. So population density, it's much more population dense closer to the water by the Shifra refugee camp. And so it's actually a tougher battle right now that they're, like the Shifra hospital and the Shati refugee camp are more difficult battles right now because it's more population dense. Gaza has these main roads going through, and there could also at some point, if the encirclement to try to divide Gaza based on these roads to cut off the different parts. And so here were some mappings. New York Times had a thing on the tunnel networks and the difficulty of in the tunnel, or what their perception, understanding of the tunnel networks, how the tunnels work. So after Israel, if Israel is successful on encircling Gaza on the Mediterranean through the Shifra hospital and the Al-Shati refugee camp, then they will have a complete besiegement of everybody who's remaining in northern Gaza, and then they'll have to go through the tunnel network and bulldozing, gassing, filling with water. But I guess first, Israel military objective has to be the complete encirclement, and so that necessitates taking Al-Shifra hospital and the Shati refugee camp. Okay, yeah, I wasn't sure I was going to have guests, and so I was going to talk about, God forbid, my failure as a Jew. I was going to talk about anti-Zionism and how I came on to anti-Zionism in Israel from the rabbis. And, so I just briefly mentioned, here was my Ask the Rabbi 4, where I talked about anti-Zionism and, mentioned, I read some statements from rabbis from like the Neturei Karta page, but you were just looking at the majority of rabbis before World War II. And I think I actually had Otto Pohl, Professor Otto Pohl came on this, he was on the stream. But, the majority of rabbis, of the major rabbis, Reb Samson Raphael Hirsch, Rev Avigdor Miller, Rev Aaron Cutler, the Satmar Rebbe, the Chavetz Chaim, the Ben Ish Chai, were anti-Zionist. Anti-Zionist was the norm until recently that Zionism has become popular now where it's the vast majority opinion. So how did it happen? When I was in Israel in the late 90s, like Mir Yeshiva, it wasn't anti-Zionist, but they didn't have an Israeli flag. They were like neutral. There were certain anti-Zionists like Tolz Armin Yitzchak, Tolz Aaron, Kamenetz Yeshiva, Brisk Yeshiva, Pinsk Karlin versus Karlin. Karlin stolen and broke off from Pinsk Karlin due to Zionism taking money from the state of Israel. But in Jerusalem, like there were major groups in Jerusalem, and there was almost like a hierarchy that like the bigger sages, Dushinsky, the Beth-Din of Jerusalem, leaned more anti-Zionist. And you had like Belz, Vishnitz that became part of United Torah Judaism and the political party. But it seemed that like the anti-Zionist rabbis were like more chashuv, bigger rabbis. I'm not sure if that's still the case in Jerusalem. In Borough Park also, that could be World War II, things have changed. But it took me a long time to understand anti-Zionism. Even at Or Samek, like Rabbi Gottlieb, talked about anti-Zionism and the, saying it's a legitimate position in Torah. And then when you're in Israel, because like Zionists change the religion in terms like they say Hallel, there's Yom Yerushalayim, Israel Independence Day, and they say Hallel, and they've made minor changes in the religion. So in Jerusalem, like all the yeshivas places, like they don't do that. Like there's no like special celebration for Yom, Israel Independence Day or Yom Yerushalayim or these various things. So maybe I'll talk about that more, but because I went on so long. I was reading this, because I talked a lot about David Hilbert and the 20-some problems for mathematics that eventually one of them leads to Gödel's incompleteness problem and trying to axiomatize mathematics. And then I read the paper of an attempt in physics, like the main problems of physics that need to be solved. And the name, even the Russian physicist, the name's slipping me right now, but I cover that in Week in Review. So there's a similar thing at Harvard in the early 2000s, solving the social science hard problems. And it was a symposium in I think it was 2003. This article's 2010, and it was saying like the main problems that still need to be solved in sociology. And I was actually going to read this whole thing, but I've already been going 7 hours, so I'm probably not going to read any of this stuff. But I'll just share it in the link, and then I'm going to sign off because I've been going 7 hours, so I appreciate Michael coming on. But this was stuff that I had wanted to go through, but I'm going to share it. Maybe I'll come back to it in the future. I shared this with Jennifer, Church of Entropy. I'm working on my writing. I was going to go over my chess essay on expertise, so I want to get back into that. But I'm not going to do that, but I have an essay, 6 pages, that hopefully I'll put out soon, maybe this week, on chess. So I'd hope to read that, but I'll have to come back to that next week because I got to sign off. I got to get to sleep. But I was talking to Jennifer, like, as a writing tip, and I was listening. I'm taking these courses now on writing improvement, and they were talking about information dumps and, like, writing, how you give over information. And beneficially, you want to give over information to the reader when it's useful. And a lot of times, like, you just dump a whole bunch of information, like, oh, by the way, especially like in fiction. So in fiction, like, info dumps are usually character background, world explanations, or backstory, world building, technical info dumps, and emotional info dumps. But even in nonfiction, where it's just like, well, let me explain something to you, and let me, like, take an excursion in my essay to explain to you these concepts that may have some value for the story, but where you just have an info dump that disrupts the flow. And so it's an important thing in writing. I was mentioning it to Jennifer, and just an important topic. I was actually going to read through this, and it's pretty interesting. But conceptually, for my writing, something I'm working on. So I thought that was interesting. I was going to read some of these things on Wikipedia about group strategy and psychology. And I had a few essays prepared, but I'll put them off till next week or a future time. I'll just put them in the chat. So I was going to look at social ontology of a domain-specific branch of ontology, the philosophical study of being in existence, which studies the nature and properties of the social world. Social ontology deals with examining the various entities of the world arising from social interaction. Big names: John Searle, Tony Lawson. So I was going to talk about group strategy and related to sociology and collective behavior, one of these topics that's been coming up with Kevin McCarran. So I thought I was going to do a little background, and I was going to read through this, like the history and a little background on group theory, group activity. I was going to talk about John Searle. John Searle's actually still alive, 91 years old. I took his course. He had 3 courses from University of California. I listened to 2 of them. They're pretty interesting. But I was going to look at some of his thought, especially about the construction of sociology or social structures from a consciousness level, from philosophy of mind. There's also interesting the Searle-Derrida debate. And maybe I'll go through some of this stuff next week. But in 1972-77, there was a series of papers between John Searle and Jacques Derrida talking about language and thought, illocutory act, signature event, and part of it relates to structures of the mind that lead to the creation of group strategy and group thought. I was also going to look briefly at the Chomsky-Foucault debate. I read the paper on Foucault related to the philosophy of science, but on the nature of language and signaling, there is a famous debate. It's actually online. You could see it. I think it was translated. Foucault spoke in French in 1971 between Foucault and Chomsky. And then I was going to look at actually group dynamics from psychology and important issues to cover that I've been talking about with Kevin McCarran. So that was some of the stuff that I prepared today. And I had some essays that I was going to look at. Another thing on John Searle, on status functions related to sociology. And I was going to look at something on the philosophy of science, inevitability, contingentism, some of the things I was actually talking about with Christian. Side of paper I was going to read through, prepare. But, with that, thanks, Zoubida, for coming on. I'm not sure if she got disconnected or she was upset or something. We started kind of going in circles from talking about the war in Israel to just kind of like arguing about random things in Islam. So I appreciate Zoubida coming on, and we'll talk again. And Claire, well, she was on a little bit. We didn't talk that much, and Christian, that was an interesting conversation. Thanks, Christian, for joining the chat and chiming in. So I appreciate that. We had a nice conversation, and so I'm not sure if I'll do any streams this week. If Kevin McCarran reaches out, we streamed a few times each of the last few weeks, so it's possible if he invites me on, we'll do it again this week. So stay tuned for Twitter. Probably is the best way. My Discord or Twitter, if you're interested in that. And if anything comes up, I miss Stephen James, so I had meant to stream with Stephen James on Thursday again, the war update, and then I just forgot about it, and so we missed on Thursday. But hopefully this week we'll get back with the Stephen James weekly war update. And God forbid, it looks like this war is going to be going on. Netanyahu said a year, and you see like the Shifra hospital, the Shati refugee camp. There's going to be big battles this week. Could be serious casualties. The protest will probably continue. International backlash. So we'll see what's happening with the war. And I want to get back into my expertise research. So I got my essay that I've been working on related to chess and expertise, and some of these other articles I've been reading. So then hopefully I'll get back to expertise, and we'll start looking again at various theories of expertise. And then maybe I'll do a stream related to chess. So with that, I'm going to sign off. God bless. Thanks everyone for tuning in. Thanks Zoubida, Claire, Christian for joining, and pray for a better world and stay safe, and we'll see you next week.